Futures back in negative territory today as the banks take a hit. TikTok was a big deal yesterday. Meta bouncing off that news. Blockchain continuing to go to the downside with that Hindenburg hit piece. Coinbase continuing as well to the downside as the SEC comes out and says they're going to be investigating some of their staking issues there. It's been a big day, guys. Let's get it started. It is March 24th, 2023. Trader TV Live starts now. Oh my goodness. All right, let's see if we can do better here, guys. Let's look at the futures. S&P, down again. The Dow, the NASDAQ, everything is headed to the downside, guys. So what do we have in store for today? What are you guys looking at?
Everything is to the, I don't know, man. Something on that board was flat. I didn't get a good enough look at it. I think it was the Brazilian market was flat because it hasn't opened yet. It was Brazil. No one cares about Brazil.
What?
Oh, okay. You know what I mean.
I care about Brazil for many reasons, my friend.
Oh, okay. Well, I do too. But traders don't typically
Oil,
trade
gas,
the markets.
stuff like that.
Yeah,
Football.
Football, true. Okay, fine. I didn't mean it that way. But look, let's be real. The last couple of days have had fantastic, unbelievable market moves. Like whether you want tops or bottoms, you're getting both of those. Huge retracements, that's what it's all about. Lots of trading opportunities out there for us. I mean, strength in Meta and Alphabet, weakness in things like Tesla and basically every bank. Deutsche Bank is going to open up possibly SSR down 10%. They're under a lot of pressure. We never really talk about them very much, but they could be in play along with your FRCs and whatnot. Yeah, Coinbase, I'm going to be looking for an opportunity to short some pops in Coinbase today. Square could bounce off that 58 one more time. There's a lot to look at. I'm going to try to have a good trading day, take my mind off what happened to Michigan State last night. My bracket was already crap, but it would have been nice if they could have advanced. They put up a fantastic effort. That's all I got to say. It was a good effort by them.
E for effort, F for fail, right?
You got to get off. You have to at least get off a shot at the end of it. That's the thing. It's always more frustrating if you can't get off a shot to even have a chance.
No, it's the worst. It's like, you remember, I'm going to throw a little shade at Sharif here. Wasn't it the Dallas Cowboys that they lined up to do that big play at the end of the game, and then someone just like trucked Ezekiel Elliott or something?
Oh my God.
And he was like hutting the ball. Wasn't that what it was in the last?
I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure you're right.
Yeah, you remember.
Yeah,
you remember.
They were like lining up, and the commentators were like, okay, Dallas has been really working on this play. It's like a big trick play to end the game. Here we go. And then Zeke cuts it.
Hold on. You guys, what do you guys think about the Dallas additions so far this year?
How you going to change the subject
What,
like
Brandon
that?
Cooks?
Come on, man.
can
Brandon
change the
Cooks
subject.
and Stephon Gilmore.
You know what?
Stephon Gilmore is legit.
You know, I think they're going to, the NFC East, I think, although the Eagles still look pretty strong, I think Dallas and I think the Giants might have been a little fluky last year. Washington doesn't even have a quarterback. So I would think that, yeah, Dallas and Phil. I'll look at the odds. I would think Philly would be the odds. Yeah, favorite. But
Sharif, Dallas is a talented roster, but they don't actually get the most out of it. So
no, because of Dak. Dak is not going to. I don't think he's going to win a big game, but we'll wait to see. He has to prove himself, and if he gets a chance, hopefully he will. J.P. Morgan, Southside today. I want to be shorting all the banks. Just like Neil said, I put it on the sticky note here already. It's out. That volatility is going to reign supreme again today for sure. The market's down. The NASDAQ's been down. The NASDAQ's been the only thing holding up this market right now. S&P's been getting sort of crushed. Like, the fact of the matter is, if Apple and Microsoft and some of these big weights in the S&P start to head to the south side, then yeah, you are going to get a lot of pressure. The banks continue to be under pressure right now. Google didn't take out some highs in that 106. AMD the same way. Now we're below 100 on AMD. We might be going there on Google as well. Meta staying strong on upgrades, but I don't think that's going to last either. For today, we just turned it over. I'm bearish, and I just feel like the volatility is here. And whenever there's too much volatility, we tend to go the other way, to the south side. So I just feel like it's been such a huge run for NASDAQ. It's been a very busy week with numbers and Fed talk and Yellen and all that kind of jazz. that we need to calm down a little bit and just regroup on some of the prices of these overextended tech names. So that's what I'm looking for right now. Yep, what's up to everybody in the chat? It's going to be a great day. And I do want to thank, again, we had an absolutely monster day 2 days ago, our record day of over 123,000 views. So I want to thank everybody for that as we continue to, set this world on fire. So thank you to everybody on Trader TV Live family.
Speaking about overextended tech names, Meta up again in the pre-market this morning off the news. Coming out yesterday, obviously, we saw the TikTok CEO on Capitol Hill absolutely getting grilled. He was asked point blank on a number of occasions if Chinese engineers have access to American data, American user data, and he kind of was a little wishy-washy about his answer. He said prior to this Operation Texas or whatever they're calling it, they didn't, now they did, now they don't. So anyway, Sean and I discussing this off camera. I see Meta, Sean likes Google. What do you guys see for the big tech names off the TikTok news today, guys?
Well, they're both, the charts are both strong.
Names.
Yeah, they're both strong.
I like all names. I like all names.
I don't think you necessarily have to pick, but here's, this is a little bit cleaner on my daily chart when I look at this on the trade ideas. We're gonna have Mike and Loss on, but Meta is in an obvious. I mean, if you can't tell an uptrend, that's an uptrend, and it's broken through. Like it's gotten through that 206 a couple of times, so it's still kind of going. It might have to put that breakout to the test today, so I'm gonna slide that away so I can get back over. I'll get back over to my 15-minute chart, just because it's in like a little bit of a channel on that break. If it gets above 8, you're kind of off to run that level on the daily with more 6. But 202, I mean, come on, like 202 was a gift. Like everything else was testing lows yesterday, and Meta was kind of bouncing off morning support, not getting anywhere near that. I'm just going to call that the Yellen low. A couple of days ago, I don't really have a better term for it, but that was the Yellen low at 200. So you have 202 and 200 out there for support on Meta today and a potential breakout. The other thing to consider with TikTok is, I mean, yes, you had like a little bit of political fear that maybe the CEO didn't do too well on, but that's not what's going to make up their minds. Yeah, it's going to sway public opinion, but I mean, public opinion probably doesn't care. The average person doesn't care too well, doesn't care too much about that theater. And at the end of the day, 90% of the legislators have probably made up their minds, will make up their minds for other reasons. So whether it gets banned or not is not going to have too much to do with what you saw there. Let's be honest with ourselves. So yeah, you want to keep your ear to the ground. Meta, Google, Snapchat, well, they'll all move on headline risk. So you want to keep that in the back of your pocket. I'm sure you're going to talk about Alphabet, so I'm going to just quickly point out Snapchat was much weaker on the back end than Meta was. Like Snapchat reversed everything of its breakout, kind of almost retesting $11. So I'd be a little bit more cautious with this one today. I think the strength in Meta and Google is a little bit more prevalent. You can see Snapchat, like it's been in a bit of channel. This thing needs to break that 12. Can't even seem to get past that. So I'd be focused on the two big boys.
Yeah, so what Sharif and I were talking about was sort of the fact that I don't think TikTok's going to get banned. I mean, it's nice political theater and everything's grand and everything like that. I think it's too big of a move. I talked about that the other day, that I don't think the U.S. wants any smoke on anything like this. So I'm just going to hold off on, talking about politics as far as this is concerned, but that's sort of where it goes. I just don't think they're going to sit there and ban TikTok when it's used on 175 million American devices. I mean, that's almost 50% of the population right there holding TikTok in their hand. And I don't think it's necessary to ban them, but the headwinds have been there for, well, I guess we can't really trade TikTok, right? It's ByteDance and whatnot. I feel like a solution is, like we talked about, selling the American wing and just try to get that over here on U.S. soil so it can be more controlled and more monitored. I don't... besides sitting there watching the testimony and things like that, you just take some tidbits from it. And no matter how a CEO performs, I mean, ultimately, like Neil said, the decision is going to be made at some point what to do with TikTok. And I think we're well far away right now from actually getting something physically banned, like where you're going to log in and TikTok's not going to work based on your geolocation. I just don't think we're at that level yet. But hey, could be there. And for now, though, I look at Google, and I think Google is the biggest winner out of all of this. I mean, my kids are on YouTube Shorts, like it's going out of style, and I just feel like that's what's going to wind up winning there. Meta still has huge tailwinds if TikTok gets banned, but I feel like that might already be in the name, and it's already probably in Google as well. So for right now, I'm looking at this 106 level. We didn't take it out the last couple days on some of that huge news, obviously, with the Fed, and then with yesterday's rally, we stopped up here at 106. So this top right now, we're only at 105, so we could easily rally. Like if the NASDAQ turns green today, I will lose. I will lose on all of these shorts, and hopefully I have the gumption to take the long if I like it at that point. But all the way up here, I'm not going to be out of Google until we break, let's call it 107, 106.50, even 107. Let's see what position, how many shares I have when we're coming up to this level. But yeah, 107 I think is something that we could safely short against, especially in a day like today where it's Friday, holding something into the weekend. Will anything get done on this front? I don't know. So let's just hold out hope that Google gives us an opportunity to short it, and then we can test the waters once we're in that position. But for me, I like to go short Google and long Meta at that 202 level that Neil was talking about.
Talk about some online retail. Walmart coming out today and saying they're laying hundreds of employees off at their e-commerce fulfillment centers. Apparently, even though Walmart stands to benefit from the inflationary environment that we've been in, what they're saying is shoppers are being way more discretionary in what they're spending their money on, and online impulses are not what they're spending money on. They're looking for more for groceries and staples at their retail centers. So looks like Walmart starting to continue to show that we have some issues with online retail, guys.
So, well, I mean, Sharif was going to say any trade on Walmart because we're a trading show. That's what it's all about there. It's all good. Look, here's what I would say with Walmart. The 50 period has provided, it's going to be tough to see, and I'm not going to pull up my TraderTV's chart. You can kind of see, like, you have a lot of crazy wicks in there, but 142 and that 50 period has turned into a resistance zone on Walmart. You can pull up other retailers to have a look, but when you have a stock that trades in the nature that Walmart does, you're either swing trading it, investing in it, or you're allowing it to get to the absolute perfect price. And I'm talking about it would have to get up here and then you're short at like 140, 180 or something like that, or 75, or just put it on there and it has to break this, and then you're just looking to short those pops. Every now and then you get that opportunity, but when a stock is relatively weak, you get more opportunities to do that off of bids. So it's more likely that the stock would come down into that level than I think maybe rising up and giving you any opportunity to short it in that range. I think the difference with, like, when Sean's talking about Google at that 208 or sorry, 208. Meta's in the 200s. Google, that 108 level, if you go back on the daily chart, is in a strong tech market. You get a chance to get those fills, and there'll be actual liquidity when it goes up there. That's going to be true of something like Tesla, if you like Tesla shorts, and I just put TSLA. It's hilarious because we always joke about how people accidentally trade those. No, but Tesla, if you want shorts with 95s or 200s, a lot of times, if it starts going up, it'll get to those prices. Whereas Walmart, if it starts going up, it might fall 50 pennies shy of that 142, and there's no reasonable entry point, nor is there necessarily enough liquidity. So I agree that there's probably some weakness in there. I'd be cautious of some breakdowns, but until you break out of those channels, it doesn't get as interesting. Whereas you get constant activity in the Teslas of the world, the Alphabets of the world, and that's why we lean to them as day traders.
Yeah, I mean, laying off hundreds of employees, like I just don't know what that net number is for Walmart. I think it's probably like less than 1% or something. I mean, but it's e-commerce, so I don't know. Maybe there's less people employed there. And if you're talking about e-commerce retailers, I mean, the name that I shorted yesterday that got run over with was Amazon. So if we're going to look at Amazon yesterday, I shorted this in the beginning of the day here, and it turned out to be. But it also turned out to be down the toilet. So ye of little faith in the Amazon short yesterday. We were short yesterday into $100 and $100.50. It only went up to 101, and we lost. And we lost on this. So does it suck to look back at the end of the day to see 97 print when you're short $100? Yeah, it does suck. But that's that's Amazon to the downside right there. It puked all afternoon. I don't see why it can't do it again. And you know, someone asked me, why am I not just short all the Qs or something like that in the futures? Yeah, you're probably right. We talk about that all the time, that I should be probably trading those. But again, I just sit here trying to look at some equity names, and I just look at this level right here, 99, 99.50, that top that it got back to, that bottom that it bounced off of. So right into here, 99, 99.50 for Amazon. Let's short that and see what works, man. Up to $100. If we're going to be short on the NASDAQ today, which I think we'll probably be going short on the NASDAQ. You have to wait for things to happen, especially off the open. I don't want to put on a position and then get blown out of that, just like we did yesterday on Amazon. So let's be patient with all this. 99.50 is looking pretty good for a short for me on Amazon. I feel like I should add this to the sticky note because I actually missed that Walmart story. I just had to look it up there. Wasn't on my radar for retail, but I like this level right here, 99.50. So that could be something that we look at for Amazon. Let's keep that on the radar if the market does start to rally a little bit up to that price point. So for me, if retail is going to be on the watch, and again, rates still going up, right? Rates were higher today than they were 3 days ago. So with that being said, that does put pressure on credit cards and put pressure on the retailer and the consumer. So I just feel like there's a lot of pressure here in this business, and retail continues to slump a little bit. If anything, I'd like to look at the dollar store names, Dollar Tree, Dollar General. Right now, I feel like they are the ones that should be able to benefit in a environment where consumer tightening seems to be apparent. So, all right, Sharif, that makes some sense to me. I don't know about you. You like Walmart up there, Sharif?
It's okay. I mean, I held it in my account and it did absolutely nothing for almost a year, and it's still doing nothing. No, kidding, of course. Walmart, sound financial. All right, let's bring in Michael Noss here, a chartered market technician with trade ideas and good friend of the show. Michael Noss. There we go. Hey, Michael, how are you?
Hey, what's going on?
Not too bad.
Going well. How's your week been?
It's good. It's good. What do you have planned for the weekend?
Napping and being a new dad, I guess,
Daddy
are the
duties.
two things.
There you go. What do you got in store for us today, Michael?
Yeah, so, as you guys have been talking about, the market's been incredibly volatile from an intraday point of view. And that's great for the day traders out there. I've been doing a lot more day trading myself in this market. However, within a swing trading point of view or a long-term trading point of view, we're stuck in a range, and that range is also stuck in another range. So from my point of view as a swing trader, which you can see with the chart here, it's kind of hard to really get excited one way or the other on the market. So the first kind of purple box, the smaller purple box I drew in there, that's from the high before banks started collapsing and then the low after banks started collapsing. So, we'll call it the Silicon Valley range, I guess. We're stuck within that. And then within that range, we're stuck from the October lows and the February highs. So, it's really hard to get excited and look for a lot of swing trades when you're stuck inside this range. But one of the things that we can do at Trade Ideas, and what I did in the next slide here, is I simply just said, okay, all of the ETFs that I follow, let's just sort them all by how high they are in their 5-day range or their 10-day range, knowing that the SPY is in the middle of its 10-day range and it's the low of its 5-day range. And let's see if there's anything that's interesting. So you can see GDX or gold miners on that list, but I've talked about that before. I still have a pretty good long gold position. It has certainly been the trade of the year for me. But if you see the top two, that's KWEB, which is Chinese internet, and then FXI, which is an ETF of your large cap China name. So those are performing relatively well. So if we go into the next chart here, it kind of just paints the picture. You can see KWEB, we're down a little bit this morning, but we're still actually doing better in the S&P 500. We are had a nice pullback going on from February into March, and now we kind of gapped up yesterday and we're holding above that range. And then the next chart is just a comparison of KWEB versus the SPY. It just really kind of hammers home how we're looking on with KWEB. It broke out. It's been performing relatively well versus the SPY, and it looks like it might be pushing up here. So the idea and the main concept to take away, even if you're not going to like the stocks that I'm going to point out soon, is that when the market's in a range like this, it's good to stay away from the market names. Like you guys were talking about Meta. That's a good one because it's well outside of its range. You can see it's completely disconnected from the S&P 500 right now. But a lot of these S&P 500 names are just going to chop around with the SPY. So to save your mental capital, to make sure you're invested in something that's moving. Again, I talk about Walmart, that thing's never moving, but these type of names that are really just locked into what the SPY are doing are going to be really frustrating right now. So we're going to look out. So what I did is I found some China names that look really nice. Again, just using the same concept of which ones are in the highest end of their range, keeping it really, really simple here. And the first one is YUMC. They're a pizza maker or some sort of fast food type thing in China. You can see a nice long base going back almost to the beginning of the year. And we actually broke out and closed above that yesterday. Again, all these names are pulling in a little bit today, but if we can hold that breakout point in the morning, this is going to be one that I'm going to pick up. Next one here is VIPS, which I think is clothing related. And again, same kind of thing, nice long base. That yellow vertical line on the charts always represents earnings date. So we're up after earnings and we're putting in this nice base, this nice kind of rounded bottom or smiley face pattern. If we can get going over like 1550 or 16, this is where I'm going to enter this one for a swing. Next one here is Baidu. And we all know Baidu. Baidu is a giant name where a lot of the other giant names like Baba are still struggling. Baidu's holding really, really well around this kind of 155, 160 level. If we can get over that and hold for a day or two, then I think this one could really get going. And last but not least is IQ. I'm not too sure. This one's more in the internet space. I'm not too sure what these guys do, but this one has been really, really strong, actually doubling from its lows. And I love stocks that double from their lows and then hold, because it just shows that somebody is very interested in accumulating this stock. So you can see the little wedge type, flag type pattern I drew in there. So again, if we can get above yesterday's high around 750 or so, I think is a good price to pull the trigger on this guy.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I was kind of looking very much at the same thing, looking at how the NQ has completely outperformed the NDX. Have you been noticing this? Sorry, the SPX. The NDX has been completely outperforming the SPX. It looks like we broke, I believe, January highs on the NDX, but we're not even 50% retracement on the SPX. Have you been noticing some of these bigger index names, Michael?
Yeah, and it's very interesting to me. So for me as a technician, I look at charts like you were just talking about, the Qs over the SPY as sentiment, right? You would think if the world is worried about banks exploding and the world's coming to an end because all the banks are going under, that you wouldn't see this push into tech names like Meta, like you guys were talking about. So generally you notice that as a risk on type of thing when the tech names are flying high and then the Warren Buffetts of the world are not. That's generally a risk on trigger. So you have the news out there of all these banks struggling, and then you have what you're seeing in the charts saying that the market's really looking for a nice risk on play. And for me as a CMT, I'm just going to focus on the chart and shut off the news. But if you're someone who focuses on both, you may want to see those as conflicting pieces of evidence. And when you see that, it's good to, either step back or pare down and just wait for some sort of alignment of both the fundamentals and the technicals on this one.
Yeah, and this is what I was explaining to you guys. Just come to my screen here, Bradley. This is a chart of the NDX, and we're back at those early late January highs where we just broke that. And this is the chart of the SPX where we're not even a 50% retracement here. So this is just kind of give our viewers a picture of what I was talking about. Michael Noss, chartered market technician from Trade Ideas. Thank you very much, Michael, and have a great weekend.
Thank you. Talk to you soon.
Guys?
Yes, sir, Mr. Noss. Although there's one thing first of all, shout out to the beard because it's always, I got to appreciate the beard game. Sean's starting to grow one. We got Arun and Sharif going beard game, and you got Fahad, and then of course I'm useless when it comes to that. But I'm going to call you out a little bit, Mr. Noss, because I saw that ETF quote board, and it didn't have the Russell on it. And look, I'm only bringing this up because one of our viewers on the afternoon show was sort of noting the move that the Russell made. And when you want to look for things that are moving, yeah, look for things that are breaking into new territory. And this actually broke support in the afternoon yesterday. Could be heading down towards some of those late year lows last year. I think it was late September or October in the 160s. So this is another one sort of trending to the downside. You always want to be looking at some new things. And he's absolutely right. Like we say this over and over again, and it's nothing. I'm not saying ignore the Walmarts of the world. It's just when you're trading or when you are active trading, there is a very large difference between trading something like this and trading something like this. Right? Like, which one of those two stocks do you think is going to provide you with better day trading opportunities? Well, I think it's pretty clear. And it isn't to say you automatically go long NVIDIA, but one of these two things is not like the other with reference to the market. It is more likely to give you a possible trading opportunities, and that goes in both directions. You're going to get great moves up, you're going to get great moves down, and when we talk about the volatility in the market, look what NVIDIA has given you the last couple of days. A trend up, monster breakouts, and when it turns, it falls like an absolute rock. When it bounces, it's giving you moves all the way back in. And this is why we say don't diddle in the middle, because if you diddle in the middle with NVIDIA the last few days, you're just getting absolutely destroyed. But if you're patient enough to wait for it to get to resistance 275, or you're patient enough, 72 could be something today, we'll see. Or you're patient enough to wait for it to get to like those significant bottoms, then suddenly you get those explosive opportunities. So stick to things that are moving. I think it's a lesson that obviously all of us hold dear, and I'm glad to hear Michael also talk about it as well, while incorporating some new ETFs for you guys to look at.
Yeah, Michael and has been talking about gold for a bit. I've been buying some gold up as well. It's nice to see gold right now back up to 52-week highs, up here to 186. So look at gold right now, possibly breaking out today through 187 here at the top side. So we'll wait to see what GLD wants to do. We were up here yesterday. I think that's a decent break level as well, 186.25. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you to Justice Watch. They're talking about how we are one of the only real trading stations out here, and I appreciate that. So we're going to continue to look at some good names to trade here. If you're an intraday trader, Neil and I are trading the actual equities, not options, but you could trade weekly options and things like that if you're into that type of thing and you want to get the quick moves like we will hopefully be getting here today. So yeah, man, NASDAQ rallying pretty good right now, rallying back. So we're going to watch out. We still have our Google Shorts ready to go as well on the upside here near 106. So that's going to come in probably before this market even opens. I'm waiting at 105.50 just for a small little tester there. And then JP Morgan, we're waiting for shorts on that near 125 right now. That's going to be coming close as well. Whoa, we're right here right now. I'm at 125.50 on JP Morgan. I'm going to cancel that right now. I don't want to get anything wow, I was at 125.50. I didn't even realize that we had a nice little run back up here. It's not even a run, really. It's just 124 up to 125 on little volume, but there it is. I almost got short right there on JP Morgan, and I don't know if we want it yet, but I am looking at this 126 level to get a short to go on JP Morgan. I don't want to... I'm going to cancel that. I'm more confident right now in the liquidity that's available in Google. Like, look at the spread here. So if you want to get 100 shares, you're already paying $22 because the spread is 22 cents, right? So there might be some trading in between here, but a lot of these prints, as you can see on here, D prints. So those are going to be dark pool. There's K, which is Edge X. So you might have saw an Edge. So if you get an Edge X fill at 40, you'll see a K there. And there's some Ps. P represents ARCA. So it looks like we might have had a good fill if we took a 50 because now you're getting filled at 20s, but we're going to hold off on that. Look at the spread now, 32 cents as opposed to, and please don't bite me in the butt here. Hopefully Google's, yeah, there, I mean.
Now it's.
We knew, but Google, what I was going to say is NASDAQ names in the pre-market have a lot more liquidity than New York names. So whether or not it's going to be Meta, Google, AMD, anything like that, much safer to take these fills in the pre-market than a New York name. But at the same time, when you have a little bit of a lack of liquidity, only 200,000 shares, it is a little risky to do this. But I'm going to do it on Google anyways because I have this 106 level that I know I want to get short on. And if we take this 106.50 real early, then I can get out and regroup at 107. So at most it'll be a hit if we get anything here at 106, but we're going to wait to see if Google comes in. So that's my play right now. It's up at 106. I just canceled my 105.50. So we have a half hour to go, man. And the market's, I don't want to say rallying, but hey, we were down almost 0.8, 0.9% on the NASDAQ, and now you're getting close to 0.3. So I feel like this is a nice little move to the upside there. What was the typo I have on my sticky note? Okay, I'll find that out, Picky Eater. I have the sticky note right here. Yeah, 102 long. I don't know why. What's wrong with Meta?
202.
Oh, what did I write?
I mean, but you know, come on.
Oh.
Y'all know that obviously it means 202. It's not.
No, it means 102.
I've done that, but we do that all the time. I think as long as it's obvious what we mean, it's.
Yeah, you're right. Obviously, I wrote down 102 there. It's funny because
We're all going long 102.
Google was 106, AMD's 102. So it's, yeah, I got that screwed up. But yeah, if Meta goes down to 102, I think that should be a good long.
You know what's frustrating is when two stocks that are heavily in play that you don't normally trade, like on an everyday basis, are the same price. So like Coinbase and Square, both being in the 60s at the same time, it's really easy.
I've done that.
I'm watching the charts and I'll have my levels out, and you'll go to execute. It's like, wait a minute, no, that's the Coinbase level, not the Square level, and you have to remind yourself that when it's stocks you're comfortable with, it's fine. But when it's two things that you might not trade simply every single day, like I don't trade Square every single day, so I'm not used to it. You've got to make sure you get it right. But in that case, look, if Meta goes to 102, we all think it's a long. So with this, it's all good.
Yeah, it's 202.
Guys, this segment of the show brought to you by Search Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep up 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. The program has simple rules and no time limits. Go to searchtrader.com/TTV and use the promo code TTV for 10% off. All right, guys, let's get to some upgrades and downgrades. Some usual suspect names on here. Meta with another upgrade from Barclays, now with a price target of 270. Darden Restaurants, multiple upgrades. Let's just put Barclays only with a price target of 240. Oracle, Regeneron on there as well. Neil and Sean were just talking about this. Block and Coinbase both catching a downgrades by Cowen and Atlantic Securities, UBS, Goldman Sachs, some big names on here too, guys.
So yeah, I mean, actually, even UBS is catching a bid. I saw UBS. Oh, I love that look. We don't do it enough, but UBS catching a bid. It was Deutsche Bank also catching a bit of a bid. I want to look for.
What they did? I thought they were getting killed. Deutsche Bank.
I know, but they're all bouncing right now, and I look for some of these for some possible fade plays today. And first off, chill vibes. I am checking out Tesla. We're going to talk about Tesla today, no question about it. 19 on UBS has been a pretty interesting level of resistance. Now, don't get me wrong, like it's floated above there before, but it starts getting a little bit closer to that 19. I think there's a fade in there. Deutsche Bank, I was just mentioning, catching a bid. Did that really break 9 just now? I was just looking at it. I don't know if that's. I was just looking at this when it was at 890. I feel a little skeptical that it went to like 920 or something when I pushed away. Either way, Deutsche Bank getting absolutely crushed. If you are trading DB, I put this in the chat. Don't forget it's going to be listed over in Germany, and European close is a bit of a thing. So a lot of times you'll see liquidity is going to dry up just a little bit. It'll change, and you might get some action at 11:30. So just keep that in mind. Bear it in mind if you're trading Deutsche Bank. It's got a flat bottom break if it got to 850 again. But if this starts filling in the gap from last night, or sort of overnight, then I'm just going to be looking for an opportunity to fade Deutsche Bank anywhere near where it was closing yesterday.
Yeah, so Coinbase catches a downgrade as well. I mean, yesterday was, and again, guys, thank you so much. If you come here, you want to see the trade yesterday. I want to thank everybody for supporting the trade of the day yesterday there. I think it got a lot. I retweeted it and everything, so thanks everybody for that. We were all over Coinbase yesterday. Like, it was my #1 stock, and we had this short, but unfortunately we were 20 cents away from getting that fill at the bottom, and then we lost on the way back up and then shorted right up here at 70, and that was an absolute beast. So I think right now 67, 68, this area right up here for Coinbase, something to look at. We can have a quick look here at BTC. Still trying to hold out to the high side near this 28,000 level, right? It's actually right at 28,000 right now. Let's go to a 15-minute chart here just to have a quick look at BTC a little bit. We've held out this high of 28,500. Obviously, we'd like to take that out, but until you do that, I think the Coinbase highs, and again, they had that Wells notice, so the high really where Coinbase was 84.85. So, I think that they're safe not to get back up to there, especially if crypto starts to fade. But it doesn't look like it wants to fade. I mean, you still get bought up here, 27.50. It's 27,500, but that's a good level there. And then 27's been good as well. So for the last week, I'd say, starting the 19th, well, actually, you can just go back here. Go back to the 17th. So you're exactly a week ago, 27 was broken and never really has broke back down. You break quickly there on Fed. I'm guessing that was the 22nd. Breaks and then right back to the upside right here and trying to hold 28. So I feel like crypto's okay at this level, and I'm just talking about Bitcoin. We're not looking at any of the other ones. So as long as crypto and Bitcoin kind of hovers around where it needs to be, then I feel like this is a good short right there, 67.50. There's really no need for Coinbase to go back up. We'll keep our eye on the headlines to see if anything does come through, more talk from the SEC or from regulators. But for right now, I still want to remain short on Coinbase. But we got to play some pops. That bottom yesterday, we're going to see if it holds. And that right there was 60 bucks. So I think you want to go short 60 if it breaks. Then you could use like 61, 62 as you're out. Give yourself $2 worth of a spot. But yeah, I like Coinbase short, but let's let it pop. It popped like crazy yesterday on what was bad news, but still down, man. You're still down, 14% yesterday, add on another 3 today. So you're down 17, 18% in 2 days on good news for the shorts. And it makes some sense. It's not just crypto related, right? This is about their business and the exchanges and their possible SEC violations. So I would wait on hearing that, but I like Coinbase short out of all those names. Them and banks, I think you want to stay short.
All right, let's have a look at the general market picture. We've got Arun in studio today. We've had him the entire week. Arun, how is this market looking, my friend? What do you got set up?
Nice little short on the latter half of the day. We were looking for that follow through. It came in, the overnight follow through. It came in, what time was that? It came in at like 3 in the morning. So with the European Open, all the news that came out with regarding Deutsche Bank as well, right? So that becomes a problem now. So the way I have this chart here, you'll see it on the screen. This is the 30-minute chart. We have the levels that we were working with yesterday. 40.50 still up top. That's the primary one. As we were trailing that short yesterday, I was thinking 4,000, maybe 40.10. I've decided 40.10 is going to be the level I want to work with. So 40.10 is going to be in play. As we are coming down, though, that 50 is becoming a problem. So I'm starting to wonder how we're going to support this area. We really tried to get through that 50 yesterday. We've tried to stay underneath today. We're not doing it well. So I wonder if there's going to be a decent bounce to the upside. I think the window for a short is going to be much higher up. So we're at 50 right now, 55. I'm thinking the window for the short is going to be maybe 75 going on up to that 40.10. That's going to be about 20 points away from where we are right now. Flip side of this is if we get back in through those 40s and we lose that. So if we break the lows, we snap back above 50, there could be a long here. I've got 40.15 down below for a potential trade on the downside. As you guys can see, I'm either losing my voice or I'm coughing all over the place. So bear with me throughout the day. But for now, those are the two levels I am going to be working with. 40.10 up top, potentially 40.75 going on up for a short if we set up. Flip side is going to be the long on a failed 39.40 break with 39.15 as the stop down below.
Thanks very much for that, Arun. All right, let's get to the first topic here. Crypto. We're talking about Square. We're talking about Coin. Each has their own independent headline. In case you're just finding out, Square, having to deal with a hit piece coming out of Hindenburg Research, which alleges that they overstated their users for their Cash App and understated their user acquisition costs. This was a huge winner during the pandemic, where a lot of money was being changed electronically, as well as Coinbase, which is now facing another hit from the SEC, which is now investigating their staking. So what do we see here, guys, for Coin and Square?
Well, I mean, you did the Coin. Sean just talked Coin.
Square's not a crypto problem.
Yeah, and I feel probably the same way about Coin. It gets anywhere near 70, I think you got to be shorting it. It bounced off the major moving averages yesterday. The 50 period is at 62, and then you had that 60 level on the 200 period moving average. And if you look at the nature of the bounce, we were pointing this out yesterday. It's like that's 60. That's 62. So that's the buyers basically came in exactly where you would expect. Or you could just say the sellers sort of stopped and then started maybe taking profit. And look at the way that it ramped up. It's obvious where resistance is, although I don't know that I want to wait until 70 to take a first crack at a pop and coin. But if it starts going parabolic, I think you have to wait for it to get closer to 70, and that's where you got to put it on. The only mistake, like I got out at the bottom, but then I didn't wait. I was shorting in here instead of shorting here and here. So I want to be very patient on any move to the upside. If it decides to curl under 70, I'd look at 67. Square, I'm with you, Sean. I don't think it's not really a crypto issue. Look, we've seen these short seller reports before. Typically, when they find a decent bid, I think that like the day or two after the report, I think there's a decent chance to start looking for some longs. If the market's too weak, that might not matter, but it held 58 yesterday. I would look to see if it can hold 58 again. Were it to get all the way up to 65, I think that's the level that I'd be wanting to play. Like, I want to respect the range that it put in. And you've seen this before with names that do that kind of a plunge. If you look at where the relief rally ends, a lot of times that's a really good point to start looking at some shorts if you still like them. Because you put a big gap in like that, then it's just price discovery. You start making a channel that gets a little bit more condensed as price discovery gets better every single day. And if that's the case, then I think you want to be shorting off those highs. It might be a little bit lower, but that's what I'd look for on Square. I'm not going to get into the tit and tat between Block and Hindenburg. You know, they're going to say that we're going to sue them, and those lawsuits never go anywhere, and the short sellers just do their thing before. So as to who's right or wrong, let the market play it out. I'm just going to trade off the levels.
All right, someone just said, let's see, regarding AMD right now. So, okay. All right, so just looking at Square yesterday, I mean, this is something that we wrote down here. This is a 50-period moving average. It's the purple, or the, I guess, I don't know what it looks like on your screen, but pink or purple right here. It's this line. This is the VWAP. So yesterday we had Square come all the way back down to the downside. We left it alone. It does base out down here. So if you played off that bottom, that's great. That's a 57, 58 bottom right there. So that would be something to keep into mind as Square, though now is starting to battle back a little bit. And there's the trade that I missed right there. See, it's breaking. I mean, breaking VWAP is one thing, but this 50 period is really a directional change right there. So once you break the 50 period back up to the upside there on a battered name, that's something that I'm trying to add over. And you see, it wasn't really that great throughout the rest of the day, right? So because the momentum, I mean, this one you can start playing higher lows right there, boom, or sorry, lower highs, boom, boom. And then that kind of was made there and then there again. So he kept on, the momentum kept going to the downside right there. But for now, I like that 50-period move. So you come in today, and again, Square looks like it's going to open up close to flat, if not flat. I mean, down 1% makes some sense today with, you know, the negativity coming from yesterday as they try to refute. They've lawyered up and everything like that against Hindenburg. So we'll see where this one goes. But sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire. But I just feel like Twitter, Square, even Meta, like YouTube, like it's. I feel like they all overstate some of the users, and I don't know. So we're going to have to wait to see how this all pans out. But for right now, you have that 60 bottom, might look to be pretty good. If we do get a flush, I'll use that 50 period as a break to go back to the upside. But right now, 58, 59, 60 looks to be a pretty good little bid area. And the reason why I say it so briefly there is that you have that bottom of 58. So if you get down to that on a flush on the NASDAQ today, I think you want to try to go long. If we didn't break it yesterday when that news was out there, they tried it twice to break 58, so I'm thinking that there might be something there on those levels. And then when you're looking at a daily chart, it's kind of the same thing. There's 58 right there again. So we've already come into this back in December and held. So ultimately, you're going to be buying Square at 50 if you like it. But for right now, it's showing you that it has some strength down here. So I like Square. I don't know. I would almost say buy it now if you think the NASDAQ's going to be a positive mover today. But I'm going to hold off on that thought because I think the NASDAQ is still red at the close today. So let's wait to see if that is right or wrong. But Square definitely picking some up on strength if it gets near that 58 again.
All right, guys, the rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning, alerting, used by myself, Sean and Neil, as well as Brendo, and many of the traders on our floor. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20% off. All right, next topic, guys, the banks. There was renewed optimism about upcoming pause in interest rate hikes. That was, subdued somewhat by the news coming out of Europe with Deutsche Bank. Also, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen initially saying not all deposit would be backstops, kind of walking that back a little bit, saying some of them more would need to be backstopped. Let's look at JPM. It's down at 1/4 percentage point on the day. JPM and FRC also down for almost 3.5 percentage points. Banking as a group, guys, down. What's the trade on banking, if one?
Just one quick note, because I think German's Chancellor Scholz saying the banking system is secure and that things is healthy and there's ample capital, like also all kinds of comments coming out there. No need to be concerned about Deutsche Bank. They're very profitable. That's all coming from Germany's Chancellor, which... Like it's not to say don't believe, but when it comes to banking, that is always going to be the standard line. It doesn't matter if the sky was falling and if things were even just as bad as everyone might believe, then it's not as if they're going to say that, because the last thing you ever want in the banking sector is going to be panic. So look, FRC. We're talking about things that find a range after gapping to the downside. This is exactly what I was getting at with Square and Coinbase, actually, that when you have that capitulation and you catch a bid, like that initial high that kind of gets made, you start looking to just short off it and allow it to get there. This isn't even trying to do that. Now, it's going to be hard because this wasn't $120 stocks. When on your 15-minute, you really got to zoom in a little bit here. And then all you'll see is this bottom that's forming. You just lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, flat bottom, 1150. And it's going to be tricky to want to, because myself, I'm kind of looking at this 1250 and saying, okay, well, I want to short off 1250, and it looks like a condensed range, because it's obviously not going to move as much unless it breaks that 1150 to the downside. And you can look at this, or you can look at PAC-W, very similar things. And I want to look to be able to short the pops. I talked about UBS and Deutsche Bank already, but FRC, this one I still think has a chance for a little bit of a bigger move. Every single time it tries to go up, it just gets faded back in, and the pops, they pale in comparison, with one exception going to the 21st. They pale in comparison to each of the drops in this stock. At some point, it's going to break out, but this last little channel down here, 1250 to 13, like to me, that's the one with the big gap, and the next gap is to 15 even. Inside that range, it can still drop, and if it starts breaking $11, it's going to be tricky once that goes SSR to be able to get into that short. So I'd rather be sitting in it with tighter stops as opposed to trying to chase a move to the downside after it's already happened and gone short sell restricted.
All right, let me just call up this chart here for JP Morgan. Looks a little bit better on my e-signal charting. Okay, so you're bouncing off this 124 again down here for JP Morgan. I thought that once we broke this 126 here, like we wrote that on the sticky note, that it would be, sort of bombs away to the downside there. And that is what happened. It's happening in the pre-market. So we have to wait to see when this market opens back up. We will take 126. I mean, we're at 125.50 right now here on the level 2, right? So we're just printing 25s right now. So you got to watch out. I feel like there is a downside move coming here for JP Morgan. But, you don't want to be wrong, because if you are, then I feel like there's really up here to 128, 129 again for JP Morgan. So I'm going to let this one, again, let's be patient today. I feel like today's more of like a risk off day right now. I don't know. I'm not seeing anything that I'm super, super excited about. I was much more excited when we came in and wrote the sticky note and this was down to 124. Then I thought if this could happen in the market with volume on this move up to 126, then we'd be sitting here trying to short it. We do have that bottom right there of 126.50, 126.35 to be exact. So that's going to be something that's coming into play. I do like to short in the banks today. All this talk about Deutsche Bank, all this, Credit Suisse, forget about it. That's still sub $1 right now. Here's DB on New York, of course. That's the name that you're all going to want to look at if you're looking for a little more volume today. Up 6 million, almost 6 million shares already on the day. Sorry, 5.2, not 5.8. And if you're going to look back on this daily chart as well, 8 has been a decent level. I mean, we flushed down to 7 back in October. These are the NASDAQ lows. So fine. But I mean, right into here, you're right back into some areas of support. I feel like $7, $8. Like if this flushed to $8, I don't think you're going to get another 10% down on this name here, especially when, Neil just read that German Chancellor Scholz saying that don't worry, the bank is fine. You know, that's, we've heard that before numerous times. And whenever you hear that in this sector, you do throw up some red flags a little bit. But hey, maybe sometimes these politicians will actually tell the truth. All right, so we'll wait for 850 on Deutsche Bank and see if that can hold. So that's been the bottom there on the day. So let's see if 850 comes into play here on DB.
All right, guys, some of these names stand to benefit from the TikTok testimony, let's call that, from yesterday. That was many cringeworthy moments, I can just say, during that testimony. Again, the TikTok CEO being asked outright, do Chinese engineers have access to American user data? He gave wishy-washy answers, essentially saying they no longer do. He was not met with any sympathy by lawmakers yesterday. Let's have a look at Meta. Meta's up basically a half percentage point on the day. It stands to benefit from that, as Sean was talking about earlier. Snap as well was just over 1.5% now, down below 1%. Google as well. Guys, what are we doing with these TikTok tailwind names?
Well, I'm going to look for a chance to fade Snapchat after the way I saw it turn around. But look, Meta 202. That's kind of what we talked about. I think you just kind of leave it to like the obvious levels. It's been a good buy at that price, and it's really tricky wanting to be long at 06 and 07, like where it is right now. That's a tricky long because you've got this top that got made yesterday, and to an extent, maybe you can also go back to the Yellen Fed top at 07. Like, you've got all of this sort of resistance up there, supply, whatever you want to call it, and it gets a little bit tricky when it gets that top heavy on a move like this. I think you want it clearing out of that level and making a break at like 10 and break toward 10, I should say, and that's a little bit easier. Like if you were a long 8 and then you gave that to like that 7 previous high. But outside of that, you're waiting for that bid. Now, Snapchat, on the other hand, it's just the way that this fell and didn't seem to want to respect any of the previous levels. It's just like it was going, a little bit more parabolic, and then turned right around and just has a much more. This is obviously just a little bit more extreme when you look at the over/under. This got above $12, retraced, and is back to 1160. So you're talking about a good 4 points away from the highs, whereas Meta is, pretty darn close to yesterday's highs. So some relative weakness there. If Meta goes red, I almost just prefer to short Snapchat. That's the easy way to say it. It looks like it's setting up a bit of a head and shoulders. It looks like it could be making a flat bottom break, those kind of things. And if I see 12 again, I'll be shorting this one. Those are two I'm going to be watching. I think if we get down to 202, I like the long in Meta. It's just been a good support level. Why not take it? But the shorts off the tops, I just see Snapchat as the one I like. What is it?
Oh, no. It's just someone yesterday. Remember yesterday during the trade of the day when there was a...
Oh, the fall.
Yeah, so someone right here, 315, watch.
Oh, you could see it. You're a superstar.
Let's watch again. Here, watch the screen. You're going to see that? Let's watch again.
It's all. Don't apologize.
I can't. Oh man, that's hilarious.
Don't apologize.
That's the best, man. That was the best. No, don't apologize for anything.
No,
that's great
all
TV.
Good.
Okay, so I didn't know. I didn't even know. Like, I didn't know it was that. I didn't know you could actually see it on the screen there.
I only saw the aftermath. I turned around and it already happened.
That was the best. I don't know how. I'm just watching. I was like, I just kept going. Nothing happened.
Well, that was weird to me. I didn't understand why you didn't react. I'm like, what?
Oh, that was the best. Huh? Okay, so
he's
TikTok tailwind. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. All right, TikTok tailwind. 106, 106.50 there on the high side. I still think that's. Look, let's wait to see what happens. I mean, Google right now is down more than the market, so that's good. So we do like the short there at some key levels. So that's 106, 106, 106. And that's what I'm looking at right there. If you can't know the price, 106 is the price that I'm looking at for Google. I'm sitting there waiting for a short. But I am waiting for a small amount, like a quarter, of the position right here at 105. Let's just test that. If we get a bump into 105, we'll just take a small position to hold it into the open. So that's what we're looking at right now, 105 coming through on that play. So we're going to look to see if it can hold, but that's what I'm going to do, starting the day with a short on Google at 105. A quick little look here at the imbalance locator. There's nothing on there. Birds, that's that all birds, I guess. NASDAQ names aren't on here yet, so it's a very mixed beginning to the day. Yesterday it was all bids, and we saw the NASDAQ rally to 2.5% before finishing at 1.25. So, I mean, you know, yesterday there was a clear direction. Today there is not, as we wait to see where this imbalance is going.
All right, guys, another recall issue for Tesla this time. Over 2,600 Model S's imported into China are being recalled for an issue with the front trunk latch. This is in addition to the 80,561 vehicles they recalled in China last November, and also in addition to the 360,000 vehicles recalled in the United States in February. Guys, do we have an interesting trade on Tesla, or is this a nothing burger?
You know, the thing about Tesla is, regardless of what you think of the news, it doesn't matter. There's a trade on Tesla. There's almost always a trade on Tesla. Whether you want to talk about the recall, or you just want to talk about what's been happening at 200. You get a rejection of a level like this, and I mean a straight up rejection of the 200 level. You can just see it. Regardless of the catalyst, I understand you had Fed and you had Yellen on the first day, but then yesterday it was absolutely cruising off the open. And it got to like 99. I was sitting waiting for 200. It got to like 199.30 something, I want to say, and then just started falling like a rock. It held up. I'm watching 195 today. It held up at 195 and then rolled over again. So if there is a pop, I think there's two places that are interesting. The 95 area, maybe you're giving that to 96, and then obviously shorts in front of that 200 level. And it did break 200, so you're probably not wrong on the 200 short till it breaks 201, if we're being honest with ourselves. And then if there's a flat bottom break, look, it's not a flat bottom break, but if it were to take out yesterday's low, you then have another gap, you know, first probably testing 85 and then down to the mid 70s. So if you can't tell, I'm kind of looking for opportunities to go short in Tesla. Not enough that I would just sit in it at 190. I think it needs to be breaking down off yesterday's levels if you wanted to short that, or it needs to be shorting the first available pop, which I think can get to 195. Camel Crush, asking if there's a trade in ATVI. Yes, there was a positive headline in ATVI. I don't know if it's going to necessarily affect Microsoft. It was out of the UK, so this is just increasing the deal chances of going through, changing the nature of their revision. This is a $95 deal that's now trading at 85 that was trading at 80, so there is opportunity and a lot of spread there. I haven't dug through to be able to read enough to be able to give an idea one way or the other. I did say previously, the only reason I'm bringing it up is I said previously, the day that this broke this channel, I thought it was going to be an opportunity long, but that's when I thought you'd be able to grab 80.50 to like 81. It didn't happen during market. It happened in the pre-market where there was zero chance to get these longs. So for me, I'm not going to be looking to chase it up here unless I read something that convinces me that I should. I was more looking for catching this break if it ever happened during the trading day. As a day trader, that's what I would have been looking for. I don't want to be chasing this move, but keep your ear to the ground for that. I do note that Microsoft is essentially trading down on this right now, but the market itself is down, and Microsoft just down alongside of the market. So it's clearly just an Activision move there, and I'm not sure I see a trade off of this. If it comes back to the low 80s, however, yeah, that's interesting to me if it goes there.
Yeah, the ATVI deal is pretty interesting. I think that there's people on there talking. I think the only real play there is if you believe that the deal will get. So there was a Rice Krispies. You know, they're not wrapping Rice Krispies, like they're not wrapping the breakfast anymore to save on recycling for the environment. So inflation. So anyways, there was a little Rice Krispie square there, so I took it and put it on a napkin, but then it all stuck to the napkin. So then I threw it out. We always try to battle to see the rice. No, it was all.
You wasted the Rice Krispies square?
I did. I completely wasted it.
They put shreddies in the Rice.
And then Branko said, you know, something like lesson learned or something, or we make mistakes made or something. You got to put it on a plate, I guess.
We do try to see who gets it first.
I'm not trying to eat all that anyways. So, okay.
I am.
So what I was going to say is I think the only play here for Activision Blizzard, look, it's tradable. There's no doubt about that. You can trade it intraday and play off some of these levels. But again, if it's going to be news specific to Microsoft deal, then why not just buy call options up to 95? I mean, if you think this deal is going to work out, buy call options, figure out the closing date on this deal if there is one, when that's expected, buy the options, and just hope that it gets approved. So to me, that's a decent play. I want to thank Beat Fanatic, mentioned that there. There it is right there. Thanks, Beat Fanatic. I'm giving you the credit for that one right there in the chat. So again, that's what become a member, subscribe. You don't have to become a member, just subscribe to our channel. You'll be in our chat, and there he is right there. Thank you so much for bringing that up. I think that's the best play. Now, I don't know, Beat Fanatic, maybe you can put in some of the prices of those calls, because I don't know what kind of risk is built into that. Like right now it's $10, right? So you buy 95 calls, you got $10 worth of an upside there into 95, and then go from there. Okay, the imbalances are out right now. Let's have a quick look on the Mullen is always there, so we're going to pass on that. Fahad yesterday called MU Mullen. That was pretty good. So right there, Mullen square with the sell. So we're going to watch out for that 58 level as well. Will Fahad be on the desk today? We'll see. We'll see who's coming on in the midday show today. But okay, so Square, the only real name on there, and it's making a move down. So there's the imbalances coming out for Square, even though it's on New York. I didn't notice it the first time around, so I don't know if it's new, but it's not huge. Other than that, man, there's no big NASDAQ names. There's Bed Bath & Beyond, unfortunately, still below $1. I don't really trade names sub-$1. So we'll wait on that one, and it's not really moving enough to trade it anyways. But 928. Yeah, I don't know. Let's scrap. You want to talk? Go to Sharif quickly about Ford, but we don't have much time.
Yeah, quickly, guys. Ford announcing their plan to build up to 500,000 electric trucks out of its new plant under construction in Blue Oval City in Western Tennessee. It's part of their plan to build 2 million globally, 2 million EVs per year by the end of 2026. Not much doing today, though, guys, on Ford, down 0.5%.
Long Ford, 11. 11 is the price on Ford, and well, it's not the price right now, but it's the price on the daily charges. Very, very quickly, this is a daily. This is $11 on Ford. So, you know, if it gets to 11 even, you'll probably see a long in there somewhere, giving it to like 10.90. Something along those lines is what I'd be looking for, and it just. I'll probably start it at like 5 or something like that, but it's made sense, so you keep doing it until it stops making sense. Block is already making a move to the downside. Sean just showed you guys the imbalance. It was to the sell side, I'm assuming, because it's falling. And I thought maybe we get a move to the upside. I'm going to cancel this offer, 10% away. There's no point having an offer. With 30 seconds to go, I think we might have Fahad on the bell. If we get any kind of a push into Square, now it is setting up for that pop and fade trade, which I usually like off the open, where it fails the pre-market high, but it needs to kind of exhaust some buys into it before it does that. So 15 seconds to go. It is Friday. Will we get a fall on Friday is the question, because the market's trying to bounce back here. National, can't see it, cocktail day. 3, 2, and 1. That's nonsense. Just pick a cocktail and make it that National Day.
Yeah, man, that's why it's a national day.
It's it's too ambiguous. National Manhattan Day or National Old Fashioned Day.
It is ambiguous. So I do agree with you on that one. Okay, hurricanes. So here we go. Yeah, hurricane's nice. If you're in New Orleans, check out a hurricane on the strip there. Okay, so we're short right now. Google, it does spike up to 105.30. We're waiting for that 106. We talked about that over and over and over again. So that's the current position right now for us. But look at the NASDAQ. Hello. This is why we don't short right away, man. You got to wait for it. I mean, I am short, but, you know, any real big positions, it's a huge move up right now for the NASDAQ. Going green, I'm going to say it's probably going green, as there it is right now, 0.1 upside for the NASDAQ.
Coin screaming.
The only long, coin screaming to the upside. Okay, we're going to look at that. The only long that we really had on our list here was Meta, which I assume is gone as well. Google right now starting to go back up to the upside. We're not averaging it until 106, so it's a small position right now. We're going to watch out for that. There goes Meta as well.
Coin just hit 66 there, so
what?
I mean, yeah, Coin just levitated to the upside. I mean, this is a crazy wick. I don't even know why it's a red wick, but I guess it's the open work. Yeah, opened at 60, above 65? That can't be right. But it was at 63 seconds before. I think 67 and 70 are the two levels I want to be looking at. If it gets another $1, I'm going to try to put that short on. But while we see that, wow, it's not really screaming. Tesla also was going to the upside. What's up with that wick? 95 was the first level. It's not going to come in there yet. I think I might get Square first of all of these. But yeah, some of these shorts are going to start to come in. Block in front of the high of the day, looking for that pop and fade. I didn't mention Intel. I'm looking for the overs of over 29 on Intel. If it gets up there, I have an order out there for the short in Intel.
All right. I'm looking for this play right here, Apple. So we just shorted it. I was trying to play it off of this little high wick right there. I just feel like the NASDAQ went for a little bit of a run, and I'm thinking red on the day. Not dead red or anything like that, but, you know, thinking a little bit of a red move coming today. So we're going to short Apple right there against that high wick. Hopefully we never have to get out of it, and we'll see it this one fall back down. And if and when it does, right now it's 30, 40 cents in the money now. This is a good trade for me. I got to get a little piece out here on Apple. Apple as, wow, this is really a good trade for your boy to start the day. Holy shat. Good move to the downside right now. Let's wait to see if Apple continues to do that. So we got a great little tick there on Apple. We noticed that little high move right there. Comes back in. Now we just took a piece out. We just took out 20%. We're doing the best we can to hold this. Meanwhile, we got 50 cents in the money on Google as well. Let's just take a piece out of both of these. We're not, there we go. We'll take another piece out. We're going to go 2 for 2 to start the day right now. And Apple is really right now getting to the downside. I don't want to call this a tank because we just opened the day, but let's wait to see what happens here now as we are starting to go to the downside right there. We do miss that fill on Apple down in the 20s. That was the pre-market bottom. So let's put a bid right here. We're at 18. We're short right now 95 on Apple. So we've got 70 cents in the money on Apple, looking for that 90-cent win there, and then Google to the downside as well. So far, 2 for 2 on the shorts. We're just staying right there. What's up, Whale Tank? That's for you. I'm not going to spin the money one quite yet.
Yeah, and speaking of that we got about 30 to 40 pennies on Square. I haven't taken anything out yet, but I just got in the pocket on Intel. It's above that 29, so and cancel my 28 bids. If it had flushed, I like that 28 bid. But this is where it topped out yesterday. If it breaks out, I recognize it was relatively strong in yesterday's trade, but that was a different day. Oh, Square, maybe I should have taken some profit out. See? Greed is not always good. Greed, as they say, is sometimes good. But I didn't take anything out on Square. I didn't add to it. I thought we'd get tighter to the high of the day, but it's starting to press up a little bit. Big move to the downside initially on Block at that open, and I think we might be getting our opportunity on Coinbase. I want to get some profit on that Square, though, at some point. I'm going to try and take coin starting at that 66 if we can, and then NVIDIA, whoa, NVIDIA, load. This is real. It wicked up to like 71.5 and then right back down, rejecting 72. So if this ends up holding this wick, this could be absolutely disgusting. Trapping some longs there in NVIDIA. I do already have Intel on and have 3 shorts. Intel's the one going against me. We just got Coinbase. We got Square. Those are the 2 I knew I was going to be in. None of the banks came into play, though.
Oh, no, that's a good point.
None of them. I had orders out, but I don't think anything came into play. I should take something out in the low 60s on Coinbase because we have 65.77 here.
All right. Yeah. So we were looking at JP Morgan. I know you have Coinbase right now, but we looked at JP Morgan and still not very good volume. Only 1 million shares right now. Still looking at 26. We called 26 as the top, so we could have been short there and made about $1. Let's just wait. I mean, like I said, man, we are trying to get out of some Apple down here. Apple keeps bouncing at 25, so that's where I'm sitting right now, right there. So there's the fill on Apple. Now let's pull this back down. The only other short that I was looking at, to be honest with you, was Softy right here, right now, but that's holding out, and I don't know what. Oh, we still got these. How do I get these fibs out of there? Remove. There we go. That's from yesterday. Wow, those actually
They stayed?
They stayed overnight there. That's strange.
Congratulations.
We can't get our ticks to stay there from our trades, but we can get random Fibonacci levels that we put in there that I've never used.
That's what you want
before. Yeah. Exactly. Advanced feature. So
you
right there.
Amazon?
Yeah. That's what I was just looking at. Amazon right now. Nice downside move. Do we have a level from yesterday on Amazon that we can look off of? Yeah, it's right there, 98. I talked about Amazon when we talked about Walmart, but there it is, the break back down below 98 right now. Now you're at 97 and starting to move a lot lower now for Amazon, which is all good, baby, because it's not all a dream. We actually have Apple short right now at 159. So this is $1 in the money right now for Apple. And again, we put on some decent shares, so we're pretty happy with this one here. And then Google right now as well, short at 105. Let's see if that one wants to work to the downside. But it's Amazon right now that's going lower. I guess, the sort of the bane of that move there from Walmart coming down and cutting some of their e-commerce people or their employees and staff, I guess is the right word. So we're going to wait to see what happens now with Amazon. We're still not really at any key levels for Amazon. I mean, really the breakdown for this level is here at 96. So we're kind of diddling in the middle here, but I would love to get a short if it can come back to this 98 level. But we're well off of that. That was a missed opportunity. But hey, man, we're short Apple, and that's going to be about $1 in the money ASAP. I'm going to put a bid right now, get an 08 fill if we can get it. Well, we just bounced off a weight, but we're there anyway, so hopefully we get that, make the $1, and we're still on to 70% of this. So far, so good on this play.
Yeah, right now 2 for 3 on the shorts because Intel's actually pretty strong, man. Like right now you're getting moves to the downside. Square's at 60. Coin just cracked 65, trying to head down below to pre-market lows. But if you're looking at Intel, baby, it's right up at yesterday's tops. There we go. I got to zoom out so you guys can see it. It's doing an over-under. I tried to grab the under, and it is trying to break out. So strength in Intel right now, when conversely, weak in NVIDIA, and I'm going to assume AMD. So that felt like it was the case yesterday. I think I got the wrong one. I'm going to move over, and if I get blown at the top, I'm going to getting out of Intel and moving over and shorting the next pop in NVIDIA off that wick high. If you're checking out, like I said, I wanted to look at those banks, but everything else sort of came into play. If it doesn't come into play, you don't have to trade it. FRC didn't really make a move anywhere close to 1250, so nothing there. And then Deutsche Bank, it's starting to fill the gap. Remember, the gap is up to like 950. So if this gets up to the top of the gap, that's where I would look to get in. Not quite there yet, but I can see my way into some Deutsche Bank if it goes any further.
All right, so Apple right now is breaking back down below, so we're into that name, and that's been a pretty good one. We do have a new position alert right now, so let's go like that. It's AMD, so we're short right now, AMD 98.80. We're going to try to go off that 99 level there, oops, put this up there so you can see it. Right here, 99, all these little wicks up here are 99.20, 99.30, 99.30. So yeah, I think that we can hold this against us till 99.30. I'm going to average back in at, not average back in, but average in to this at 99. So we're coming up to that level very soon right now. Apple's bouncing a little bit off 158. We're out of 40%. Let's put another bid right now. We'll take a 10 right there on Apple. Now we have 50% left. It's $1 in the, well, it's 80 cents in the money now as we've just bounced off 158. And the thing about this Apple bounce right there is look where it bounced off of. I mean, this is yesterday's bottom, right when we started tanking at the end of the day. So I still think we could violate that and take it to the downside, but we'll get out of 50% of this in case we're wrong. We can be wrong as well. And then we're going to get out another piece of Google right here. If this will come back in, it seems to be resisting this 50 level, and we're only out of 20% of Google. So there we go. We'll take another bid right there and take another piece out of this name. But it's AMD that's starting to make a move to the upside. We do want to average in. We have our prices up here. This is a dangerous name because if the NASDAQ rips, or even just if the NASDAQ goes up to like 0.2, something like that, just up 0.2, then this name will go. Like, look how aggressive these names are. So I have to be very, very careful with this and respect the levels that I talk to myself about. And that's that 99.30. So if that breaks, then we're gone. We are now short here on AMD at 89s. So let's bring this down into the 50s where we can start to make some trades out here.
No, they're starting to come down. Look, except for Intel just wicked me out the top, but I still would prefer to be grabbing NVIDIA, just seeing some relative weakness there. If it does give me the 69.5, I'd prefer that, working it to 70, but we might just end up breaking the bottom here. Yeah, it looks like we're breaking the low on NVIDIA. Coin's still working okay. I want 63s on the bottom, and Square still through 60, but wow, Intel showed you some relative strength. I am trying to get some fills. There we go. We just got NVIDIA there. And let's not forget about the banks. I forgot all about them and then missed my trading opportunities on the banks because I was a little bit too overzealous in other places. But we're close on Deutsche Bank. I'm going to get an order out here just because I want to, kind of not wet the beak, but I don't want to have nothing if it makes another move to the upside. And just remember, if you're trading some of these, they are dual listed. This trade's over in Germany. Things will happen at 11:30 at that close. So I've got my order. Sorry, is it still 12:30 on the time change? That's correction. Daylight savings time, 12:30. But NVIDIA just broke down. I finally got some shares of this. If Intel goes to the bottom, then, then I got suckered. But NVIDIA is obviously a lot weaker than that. If it gets through 268, there is so much room when you're just talking about yesterday's bottom. That's 267. I think that's your next step to the downside. Not the perfect short, but right now, there's some weakness in at least this chip name. I didn't check in on Micron, probably should, because that was actually a beast yesterday. Micron was very strong.
Yeah, Micron was a good name yesterday for sure. We're short all three right now, man. We got like the big guys on board right now. We'll see where it's going to the downside right now. As there goes AMD, we just take a fill there. I do have another fill at 63, and then we can cancel our 50 fill. Hopefully this can come in, man. We are really banking right now today. It's been a very, very good day, so we will now spin this because there it comes. Yes, sir. Wow, we are exploding to the downside. What a good call that was today. And a shout out to Camel Crunch.
Camel
said
crush.
that, Sean, why don't you just trade the futures? Yeah, you're probably right, because there's a huge move for the NASDAQ. But wait, man, we're banking again on equity today, right now. We're almost, again, we don't want to talk about daily goals because we need to extend those. But yeah, it's already been hit right now. So there goes Google down to the downside right now. Now we're really accelerating, man. We're almost up again, sort of what we made yesterday already off the open, but we can give it all back like we did yesterday shorting Amazon, but we're not gonna flip the switch too much. Right now, look at these moves, man. $1 in the money on Apple, and again, all we talked about today was bearish. Read the sticky note, man, right here. If you guys wanna read this together, should be a great day of volatility, and I am looking short. Right there, we're looking short. Could be a big week. Could see some steam coming out of the NASDAQ. So right there, it's a nice little move to the downside right now. And we are capturing that. We're still in 50% of Apple right now, but Apple's not really moving too far down. It's AMD, Neil, and you already talked about that. The weakness in some of these chip names starting to hit right now. And that's a banger of a winner right there, as we're going to go 3 for 3. And man, if I was on a beach, I may take that beach day right now. This has been a big day. Look at your positions, man. If you're still in them, the NASDAQ is not stopping. So I'm going to wait out now. We got to take some profits. It's who I am. But here's a move coming back in. I'm so proud of myself. Pat self on back, because normally I don't hold for these kind of moves, but we are holding today right now. We have 3 positions, roughly $1 in the money each. So it's been good so far. We just need AMD to hit that 98. That gives us that $1.
Yeah, I've captured a couple of these, but let's just going back to the NASDAQ for a quick second here. This is the NQs. It's trying to get off that support that we bounced off of. You can see all the volume down here, 12, 7, 5. So I got NVIDIA out because, quite frankly, that was a bit of a, I didn't get the price I wanted in. I don't think the risk to reward there was absolutely perfect. If it bounces off this support, I think we can get a trend to the downside. Coin, I thought, would drop a little bit further. It's not even at the actual low. So it got to 65, it's carried through to 64, but it's got a double bottom 63, and it might be an opportunity to get this one out. Coin can always squeeze, as can Square. That's the difference between them and some of the others. And Square, very similar. Like, it cracked that 60 level, but it's holding a little bit of support above the pre-market lows. So I don't want this retracing all the way back. I think there'll be ample opportunity to get into these if we get another move to the upside, because they have squeeze potential. Micron, I wanted to go over Micron because it was such a beast yesterday. Intel was the only, the loser for me is shorting Intel today, but I feel like, you know, sometimes if that's how I'm going to lose, I really don't mind if that's the one. It's been so good. But Micron and Intel, put them in the strong bucket right now. You know, the market comes in and both these names managed to still catch and hold a bit of a bid. I thought Micron would be a dip buy, so I'm just going to cancel that, forget about the notion of any 59s. This could be testing that top at 62. It's a significant enough level that I'd probably take a shot shorting it if it got there.
Yeah, okay, so again, this is why, like, remember I said stay true to who you are? Like, this is why we're taking out profit when these names are falling down, because, you know, we pick our levels and we just respect them, right? And that's what we've talked about I mean, this has been an interesting week because we haven't had like an extreme amount of trading on the midday show, but Arun has been dropping a lot of knowledge about all of this kind of stuff, right? So it's like, stay focused on what you're doing to yourself and what kind of things that you're looking at right now. It's a nice little rally back for the NASDAQ. So taking some out there on some NASDAQ bottoms right there. 12,760 hit again. We flushed a little bit. Now you're making that bump back up there on the NQs. Give it to us, Sharif.
Yeah, guys, Fed Chair Bullard speaking live right now, started talking at 9:30, making comments with respect to interest rates. So careful there, some market movement possible while he's speaking.
On NVIDIA.
That was nuts. Like, I knew something was happening because my quote on NVIDIA just went absolutely nuts. It was like for about 2 seconds, the algos weren't making a market. Like, it was just completely insane. Like, the spread was jumping around all over the place. Quote, levitation, there was no liquidity. So always watch out when you have Fed speakers. I was looking for the first available pop. I almost hit the trigger, but when I saw the liquidity go, it's hard to hit offer enter when you see liquidity like that, because you could be out of the money, like 50, 60 cents in one single print. But I am looking to short a pop here. Just always be careful when you have Fed guys talking. I mean, Bullard, any of these. Whether they're voting or not, sometimes it'll move that market. Square looks like it's okay. Coin looks like it's okay. I should have just rejoined NVIDIA at 68 there. I might take a shot at that again. I still am wondering why I'm not getting any fills in Deutsche Bank. Yeah, because it's already turned. Okay, so Deutsche Bank's already turned. FRC, I just want to check back in. Yesterday, I did not short any of these banks, and I missed my opportunity to do so. FRC's not moving much either. I might just try to sit in this one and give it to the high. to give it a chance and not miss out on the trade altogether. It did dump, but it didn't dump right away. Like, it kind of consolidated, pumped up, and then dumped later on in the session. You could see something like that again, so I want to make sure I'm at least in it.
Yeah, I was trying to do the same type of thing here. I mean, Google just popped right back up to the 200 period again. Maybe we'll have to watch this against 105, but we still have that 105.30 area there. I mean, we're still net short everything, so it's still all good. We did not average into anything there. It just didn't pop up quite enough for me to get into anything right now. So we're going to hold off on doing anything right now. You know what had a huge move up, and I wonder... I don't wonder anything, but, you know, GameStop just made a huge move. As right now, some of these markets are coming back in a little bit here, so I feel like we could wait on this. AMD now making that new low, coming in right here. So where are my bids now? I don't have any bids yet. Let's put a bid down here at 98 flat, just in case we do get that flush back in like 98.10 or so. We'll put a bid down there. That's where that bottom was 98.11. So if you want to guess where I'm at right now, it's a 52-week low. I should have shorted the banks. That's
SI's popping. I need to get shorts right now.
This 126 right there, we had that marked down on the sticky note right there. So we're going to go awesome call on the sticky note, but not awesome execution because we're not in. And there goes JP Morgan to the downside. See you later as that name's starting to kick lower here as well. So JP Morgan getting some of those bottoms taken out right now. We got out of our trade yesterday at 128.50. So that looks like that was a good call for us there in our personal account. And we talked about that on the show as well. But the name that has been strong today is Meta. Meta continues to be a green name on the day, up 0.76. So
no dip buys.
Watch out right now. No dip buys. I mean, it could come in right now to the low, but it's more about that short at 207 and change. That was the better trade. So watch out for that one coming through. I like the shorts today anyways, but now you're starting to pop up just a little bit here. No, you're not actually. AMD, actually you are. AMD right there down to 20. All right, I'm going to put another bid at 20 and cancel my 10. It looks like AMD wants to bounce off that area.
So I saw that SI was popping. I just paid a whopping 1/3 of a cent for locates, which is obviously cheap. Guess what was actually at $1 today? SI did get to $1. See, every now and then, not going to zero, it's going to $1. It'll be delisted before it gets to zero. So I'm trying to get this pop. I should have already been here. This is exactly the setup that I love. It goes right into previous resistance, and then you short that. So I'll wet my beak if I could even get 30s. I don't even know if I can. Is this? It's not SSR, is it? It's SSR. Sharif.
Yeah, I keep saying Brendo. 9:45, guys. We got U.S. manufacturing PMI, the managers index, the producers managers index. That's reflective of how much they're buying. It comes over estimate. Estimates were 47. It came up 49.3, showing possibly some still strength in the economy there that needs to be tamped out.
Yuck. All right, good. Some headlines coming in right now, guys. So be very, very patient with everything. The only name that's really starting to hold out a little bit here is Google. I'm going to try another short right there. Well, we don't have the short on Google yet, but we're going to try it right now on that name and just see if we can get something again here. I want to short that 106, but I do also have another bid right now. I got to find offer, at 78s. So I was trying to short rate. Yeah, now it's come down a little bit. So that offer right there is 75. So we're trying to get short a little bit there on Google if we can at that level. So let's wait to see if there's going to be any fills right around here for Google at 70 in case that does come in right now. Alibaba's been strong today. Ford on that news coming back in, but it did not get to a level that I was looking at yet. I'm just looking at 11. So if you see an 11 print come through, then you know well beyond that. But for right now, not. So we're going to have to wait to see what Ford wants to do. It's coming in a little bit, but not that much. So Ford, good call, but right now waiting for that. There's our Google fill. We just got it there on the upside of this 70. So yeah, being very, very careful as the market is starting to head back up to the upside. So it's a good opportunity to average into your shorts, but at the same time, watch out, because if this is a turn for the NASDAQ, then you don't want to be caught sort of on that move. Google's high right there is 105.30. So I want to be short into that. But this is pretty strong here off that bottom. So let's just continue the short. Watch out for 105. We'll average into it. But then 105.30 is the taking out area for Google.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm trying to get a little bit more square on that same move. If we get it, just got a bit of a reload on square. Again, if it puts in lower highs, fantastic. If it clears out the pre-market high, I think you got to get out of Dodge there. I got on the offer of SI, but it's short self-restricted. It means you can't hit the bid without an uptick, so I do have to be a little bit patient when it comes to that. NVIDIA is another one that I'm trying to get on this pop. as it's trying to come upside, but you're seeing like Square much stronger. That's not the one. You know what? I don't want to add too many times to Square if it's going to show that strength. NVIDIA's barely even moving to the upside. So that shows you the kind of weakness that that's put in. I do have FRC, but that's basically flat. And I did want to give you guys Tesla here. That's bouncing now back above 190. It just held yesterday's low. So if this rolls back over and retakes that low, it is going to get ugly. Remember that gap fill on Tesla? So we're right here at that 190 level. If it starts to give it up right where this consolidation was in the pre-market, then I want to short it right in here on a lower high. But I need to see the weakness come in first. So I don't have to force the trade. You have to wait for it to get to the price you want. That's what we did with Square here. I'll scalp someone that gets down to that 60 level and then see if we can hold on for the rest. I'm kicking myself. Like it's too, I'm too slow. I was too slow on SI. I was really quick getting myself to locates. I tried to grab that short. You're seeing it's already starting to pull back down there. So if it does come back, I'm just going to cancel my offers. You don't want to get run over. If it somehow manages to miraculously catch a bid and we can short back in the 30s, then I'll take that chance. But obviously, that one's kind of come and gone. But you see how easy it is. You see what I'm getting at, right? Like, just allow it to pop. Once it gets into this range, just put it on. Like Bed Bath & Beyond was giving you that trade every single day for a couple of weeks. And Silvergate, oh, that's a bit of a miss for me. That's an easy one right there.
Oh, 159. I'm just making sure that all these stop orders are good to go here and that we have the right amount of shares if this market does. Okay, so now the market's really starting to rip here. So I don't know. We're short here. We're giving some back. It's a huge move up. The NASDAQ's starting to break a little bit higher right now. So we're just going to sit in these average positions and wait, man. Like you said, yeah, we don't know what's going to come down the line right now. But
I just got more coin here.
Yeah, we got more Apple. We're really banking now, guys,
up
on these shorts, by the way. As we're short 95s, let's wait. Not really banking. Let's wait to see. We just got some average prices in here for Apple, and I just took a piece out at 90. Let's wait to see if it comes back in now for this play.
I'll just show Apple. Were you getting Apple right now?
I just got it right now, 159.
Okay, there you go.
So yeah, that's my trade. Thanks for that. That's my trade right there on Apple. So we're gonna wait to see where it goes now. But we're short 159 against 159.20. So if that breaks, we're gone. And we also do have another short opportunity right now on Google as well, as that just came in against that 105.30. So again, average price 88. We need to bring these names back down a little bit here. Huge move up there for the not a huge move, but a nice move up for the NASDAQ. Let's hold out. We got some good shorts on now. So let's wait.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Like, it comes back, you wait for your prices. When it gets to the levels that you like, you put the shorts on. They start to come back in. I got a reload in coin. Haven't gotten any of it out yet. But we got that reload in block. And, like immediately, it's right back in. It's giving you those shorts. You rinse and repeat. And then if we're going to flush, then the shorts should be good. And that's what it's all about. NVIDIA is the one, man. Like, I'm sitting here, like, why do I think I'm getting 69s? Like, everything else, like I got basically the same price on a Square reload and almost the same price on a coin reload. Why do I think NVIDIA is going to come up there when it looks like it's a heck of a lot weaker? Big bounce in the market, big fake out there at 268. So underneath pre-market lows might be the new thing on NVIDIA here. That 68 could be the new resistance zone if you're looking at the lower end time frame. But once it rejected this, I'm really only looking short when it rejected that pre-market high. Hopefully we can get something over 268 into the pre-market low as opposed to having to chase it. Because when the market does come up, it is coming up rather aggressively. Like you're getting some decent moves.
Yeah.
I'd expect we could get some good prices in here. And shout out to everybody that pointed at Alibaba. Baba's going nuts. And Netflix? Sorry. Oh my God, it's at 330?
Apparently right now.
330 is the level on the daily, I want to say.
We had to switch some.
Yeah, 330 is the level on the daily. That's a monster. It's a 50 period as well, 333. Yeah, this one above 330 into 333 if there is maybe a reversal play there. I got 3 shorts on. FRC starting to move. I don't know that I want to jump into this one yet, but this is that zone that I said yesterday. You have to wait for it to get there. What a monster Netflix has been.
Yeah, everything is starting to break a little bit higher right now against us. So, we're still positive on Apple, but it did break higher there, and we got stuck long, so we punched out right away. But yeah, right now it's starting to go. So AMD starting to go as well, but we're still in the money on AMD. So maybe this is the name that's not as aggressive. But here's the big guy right now, and that's Google. Google's starting to go against us now. So Apple's still fine. We made the money on Apple, but again, just wondering about some of these plays right now. Like, are we fading out? Like, what exactly is happening now? Google is making that move back up. So there we go. We got our last fill now for this name. And maybe this name is the strong one. The NASDAQ's trying to go back up. We did make some good bottoms, but again, we're not trying to die on any of these swords, but this is the time now. It's 10 o'clock, so we can really get to see.
It's already 10.
Yeah, already 10 o'clock. We're going to get to see some levels coming out right now on some of these names. So here we go again, man. It's a nice upside move here. AMD's the one that's holding out right now. So maybe the short could be in some of these chip names. But again, you know, when the market starts to rally, chip names are not the ones that necessarily I'm super excited about as a short. So we'll see if it continues to work. But it's Google that we're holding out for against that 105.30 top.
So what's still working, obviously, I mean, FRC could take out that top in 20 cents, and that'll be an L. Square's still holding the bottom, so this looks like it's a good short at that point. Coin, maybe not as good as Square here because it tried to get down into VWAP. Now it's retesting. Didn't get anything out, so not going to be adding off that 66 level because if it breaks, try to remember, you got multiple levels up, like 67.5, 70 even. Those are the shorts that you really like. So if it gets there, it's got to be a separate trade for me. But if I put a new trade on, it's almost like Netflix is at a very significant level. On the daily chart, we're showing you that 50 period to that 333 area. It's now broken 330. I even heard Arun say that 330 was a big price for him yesterday. If it got to that price, it's interesting. So it's in the pocket. If it presses anywhere close to 33 on this move, I'd look for a little bit of a retracement play. Just understand it's against the grain. You got to be particular. I didn't play the 320 correct. Like every short I had, I'd short the second time, not the first. First good, second no. First good, second. Actually, the second one time held up if you took 32s. But I think 330 to 333 is my zone of entry. I just want to get it a little tighter to that 333 if I can.
Oh, man. I mean, Microsoft's starting to get to the upside as well. Was wondering about that one coming through. Just try to be patient right now. We have Google. Google's now starting to come in a little bit. We lost our day on Apple. We're back to flat on that. Well, we're still up on the stock, but you know, not nearly as much as we were initially on Apple. But we're going to try to do the same thing on Google here and hold it and be a little bit more patient. We just got a NASDAQ high play there, so I want to be patient with that. The only thing that we didn't short, which maybe we could have got some more in, was the weaker name that I thought was AMD. So now that I'm noticing this, I was waiting at 99.14. Again, I'm going to go to 99 in the 90s. Sorry. 98.90 right now as we were. Okay, here it comes right back upside now again. So if this does blast, I still am waiting for that AMD to fill up near this price right here on a break, 99.30 or so. So we're going to wait to see right now, but we're back into the short again off of a little reload there at 99.99, 99.98 right there as we said. So let's wait to see. This market could blow to the upside right now, but we're still red, and we're just hitting some of these little highs that we've made off the open. So let's see if we made a move back up. Now we can start to think about a short back down now. So we're short Google, and we're short AMD, and that's it. Waiting for something to happen right now, and waiting for that forward bottom. But for now, it's a short, and we could get taken out. So let's get ready, man. Our out on AMD, just so everyone knows, 99.30, and our out on Google, 105.40. So here we go, man. We're ready.
So I just got, simultaneously, I just was able to get that 68.5 on NVIDIA out at 268. So it goes to 50 cents. Let's see if it goes down to that 267 as well. But while that was happening, I mean, like those shorts good. Coin actually took the top there. So I got out of Coinbase. It's now doing the over 66. I think the money fills should be a little tighter to 67.5 or something like that. So I'll be looking for it to go a little bit higher before I take another crack at it. It was good. I got greedy. But let's see. Oh, wow. NVIDIA's right back up to my entry price.
Like
These bounces are crazy.
Happening.
You're just getting scalp trades here, like 50 cents to $1 like crazy. Let's see what's happening now with Sharif.
So close.
All right, guys, we got some unusual movers moving to the high side. First and foremost, Activision Blizzard moving up over 7.25% on good news coming out of the English regulator saying they may be okay with the deal with Microsoft. That's given it a boost. Netflix as well, up 2.5% as its ad tier adds over 1 million subs in the last 2 months, so it's picking up steam. Intel also bucking the trend with chips. Chips are to the downside. Intel up 1.5%. Let's have a look at some of these charts. Here's ATVI. It's up and to the right, baby. That big algo spike, obviously, on the news coming out. Here's Netflix, another up and to the right. Looks at it's at day's highs now, up 3.4%. And Intel, how many times have we said this lately? Not many. Intel up almost 2%. What's going on, guys?
All right. Yeah.
What's going on is it's
Sharif
like
likes Intel.
the bad news is in on them, I guess, right? Like they've already had 2 disaster quarters. So, I mean, can it get any worse for them? Maybe
Yes.
not. Okay, well, yeah, you probably can. But like that's what the market does sometimes.
I'm
So,
long Intel,
It
just
exhausts. It
FYI,
exhausts.
everybody.
But by the way, like we've said it before. Like I am long Intel. Like and it's a new position. I never owned it until recently. That 25, the last buy. The only smart thing I did with Intel was sell some covered calls. And if it wasn't for that in the dividend, it would be not the greatest position in the world. But it doesn't mean, that's the thing, you cannot trade your book. Like, I'm not going to sit here when it was going down saying, oh, only go long the stock. Nah, when it was a short, call it a short, whether you own it in the long term or not. So we talked about Netflix. So here it is. It just got to 322.
We're banking like crazy right now.
Wow. Oh, yeah, NVIDIA's beneath 268, but Netflix just made a bit of a mini turn here off 32. That's in the zone. I'm trying to get my first fill here. Gimme, always gets. Don't you know your manners yet? Why am I not? Oh, because there's no market.
Let me get my zone.
Give me this fill. I don't want to chase too far. Let it come up and then get it. There we go.
What's
First
up
fill
now,
there.
Google?
Whew. I got to get some NVIDIA out because that's now at 267.5. So I was just trying to get into Netflix. NVIDIA, hit enter twice. Hit enter 3 times. Oh my goodness. Flip. There we go. So NVIDIA's still in the pocket. Underneath that 270 every single pop, but respect 267 on the 15-minute. That was the bottom yesterday. Every single time it gets down here, it's trying to catch bids. I was just able to get some out. We'll look to take some more, but only shorts at this particular point. I suppose if I'd gone long Intel, I could be taking that to the bank, but I wasn't seeing that today. I'm not going to lie.
We just shorted 99 and we just got out 98.50, 98.60 there, some on AMD. We'll take out another piece right now. And then Google, like a glove, all the way back down into those levels again. We just take another 105.50 area, sorry, 104.50 area right now. I'm gonna put another bid because, we just keep bouncing off these areas. So we're gonna bid some 58s right now. Hopefully we do get a move down, but right now it is Google making that move down and making us that cash right here. But we have 2 bangers on right now. It's Google and it's AMD, and they're both short. And honestly, nah, let's see what this market has in store, man. I called the short today. We've only been short. I have had 0 longs, and it's been banking out. So far, so good. Let's just make sure that we are good on these trades for now anyways, and able to hold on to something to that downside. We still able to get taken out, right? I mean, these levels could still break. I'll take another piece out on Google. We didn't get that. Oh, we did. No, we didn't get that bid at 58. Oh no, we did. Did we? What is that? No, we didn't. We still have a 58 bid, so we didn't get that. So let's take a 70 bid right now on Google. We're short at 10, so it's 40 cents in the money on pretty much a full position for me. So that's why when it came down in, we have to start to get some pieces out of this. And my net is just like ping pong game, back and forth, as this is, not really cratering the sort of the way I thought we may have today. But if you're looking for something that's strong, we talked about Meta and also Microsoft. Microsoft's holding this high spot. What? I got rid of those Fibonacci's. Now they're just going to keep coming back every single time on Remove. Okay. Hopefully now they're gone, but we'll see if it comes back. I don't know if we want to use Fibonacci's on 1-minute charts, but right there, 278.50, a breaking spot long on Microsoft if the market takes off. Microsoft's been strong. We have news about that ATVI deal, and I guess they like it, right? I don't like the price they paid, but the stock does. Microsoft's starting to go back up to the upside. Call of Duty franchise is worth something, that's for sure.
Well, there's no question about it. I think what they paid for it, the market made a rebound after that. So I think you can maybe it's not as bad as people originally thought. I'm not sure where Microsoft is going to go on that deal. I just know if it goes through, there's a lot of opportunity. Someone just asked, do I like SI at the next level up? Yes. I missed the short off this level at 135. The next one is at 45 to 50. So I just got some at 45. I didn't really get anything else, although we just finally got the rest. So, like I said, SSR, short sell restricted, you need an uptick. It's squeezing. The stock still has a 70% short. Well, it had a 70% short interest. You can imagine, obviously, every time it goes up, there's some covering that's happening in the stock. So I'm in SI right now. I think 150 is an obvious zone for resistance. Netflix, which we just threw on a couple of seconds ago. Well, it's probably a minute or two ago. It got the over, it broke, it didn't break 333, got to 32, put the short on at 31, already able to get 29.5, ring the register there. I think the zone is right on Netflix, but the market is still trying to press higher. As an example, here's NVIDIA. We get a couple of legs out. It's now retesting this 268.5 in that 269 area. Do not need this blowing out. I'm not going to, like, you only go to the well so many times. If it breaks the trend to the upside, you back off till it gets to the high if you like the short. So this might be the last time I try to take these fills on NVIDIA. But we got only shorts on. Let's see what happens here. Square's doing fine. Netflix doing fine. Oh, I didn't even get NVIDIA there.
You didn't get NVIDIA, but we as sure as hell got AMD. AMD just ripped right to our spot, and we took it, man. And now we're short 20s, and we're just getting some out in the 90s and the 80s as we are exploding to the downside again on AMD. It's just, it hits it, and then it tanks, and then it gets back up. So I have to take some profit out, but now we're still holding. We're holding more than half of this trade on AMD. Let's put some bids like at 80 flat here. If it can come back in, we'll take it. But all these shorts, it's making like, I'm at the highest spot we've been at all day, and we're hitting goals, and we're definitely, you know, raking a little bit in here. But at the same time, we want more money, and it's just we want this to go right for us. It's not. I sort of misspoke there. It's not, you know, the money comes as a result of making right decisions. And I feel like Google and AMD, we've made good calls on here, and I'm just frustrated that we're not falling more. So let's wait. I mean, the NASDAQ is still above the 50 period, and it's because I called a pretty volatile day, and it has been almost the opposite of that right now. We've gotten some, okay, AMD. Okay, AMD. Okay, right now we're talking about it. AMD and Google both tagged City, and we are now we're above where we were yesterday. So that for me is an accomplishment. We've only been trading for a half hour today, and here he goes, above where we were yesterday. Let's go. Maybe we can get some nice weekly goals being hit right now. AMD 70 cents in the money. Google 60 cents in the money. It's all good, baby, because this is moving down for us right now. 98.50. We got to take another piece right now. Sorry, that was AMD. Let's watch AMD as it's starting to go to the downside right now as well. So far, so good. We just got to respect the trades that we're in.
Yeah, and for the record, I am short Square. It's a weird thing that happens with our platform and the system. It says SO, guys. And by the way, SI just took out the top. So again, there's L's to be had short. SI just took out that high there. So I'm out of it. This is Square that I'm short. It just shows SO. Now it's, I know what's happening. If I have more than 3 symbols, you can't see the Q. And if I have more than 3, it looks like SO. But I am in Square. That is the short. I am going to get out.
Square.
No, when I had 4 positions, it looked like an O. It's weird, right? But that's what it was. So hopefully you guys just, you know what Square that we're in. Let's see if it holds that 58 bottom. Netflix, by the way, I just threw my bid out at 326-ish. If it breaks VWAP, I think there. If it holds VWAP, I want to cover it here, respecting the channel that it has to the upside. But that one looks like it's good. SI took the next level up, and it's just absolutely gonzo. So here it is, SI. It's now clearing out 175 to 180. The only good news is I had a 3rd position on. If I had actually gone full, that would have been a little bit uglier. If it gets to 175, I still only think it's a fade. I really don't. It doesn't really matter. At some point, I think it's going to come down. It is a squeeze play, but you only trade price zones. When you're trading a squeeze, you have to be able to back off of it. Ooh, I forgot about NVIDIA as well. So NVIDIA has been catching the exact same bid, and I've been pointing it out. Yesterday's low, 267. So yesterday's low, that is my 3. You're going to see it again. I was actually sitting down here at the low of the day, and it didn't quite fill it, bouncing once again. If it takes out VWAP again, it might not be good. I should have covered this one out here. It doesn't want to seem to break below, and if it does, there's always a flat bottom break in play for that at 66. I'm just going to move my bid up just a little bit to hopefully catch it the next time it comes down there. And going back over to Coin, Coin's actually holding strength. So I got out of Coin, and it was still the right decision, guys. Coin looks like it wants to make a run closer to the 67.5. That's where I'd like to be able to short. It's still grinding to the upside. But everything else is working pretty nicely. We're now 3.5 on Netflix, but I think that can go $5. Sharif?
Yeah, guys, Silvergate moving up quite aggressively. It's moving up on rumors that a crypto exchange, unnamed, is trying to buy its trade processing technologies. Guys, look at this move up From that $1.10, now we're knocking on the door of 165. It's up and to the right.
Yeah. All right.
You got to let it peter out, though. You got to let it peter out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, don't be too.
It's not worth much.
Right, like don't be too aggressive and don't be too like caught. Like what we're trying to get at with these when these news stories hit, especially on first of all. I'm to the moon right here on some of these trades. So we're really happy with the way that's working out. I know Neil's been covering Silvergate for you, but there it is, a nice move up to 164. Don't forget about the short interest. Oh yeah, I closed that. I'm gonna have to reopen that for us on Trade Ideas. So I'm just going to use FinViz now. Shout out to Trade Ideas. I'm going to get that open in a second. I just want to go over what Silvergate's short interest is. I thought it was 77, 78%.
72.
No, I don't even remember. There it is. No, that's not it. Right side, somewhere in here somewhere. There it is right there. 82. Thanks, Brad. 82 on that one. So, yeah. So, I haven't looked at this. I've been using Trade Ideas for so long that I forgot where it was there. But, yeah, SI right there may have just made a top. I did not pay for shorts on this name, so I'm not going to be able to. But I got to hurry over and get some of those. I don't really have an area of concern now, though, but it's just continuing to go to the upside. So, yeah, be careful about that. I know you're on it, Neil, already. So
180 is kind of like 175 to 180 is kind of where I'm looking at here. I just think that's kind of obvious. It was a last wick top, but like, you know, you trade and then the news comes in. The price was telling you anyways to get out, so I'm probably punching out regardless when it broke that 50 area. The other one that's possibly squeezing here, I don't want to call it sympathy, but I mean, coin is going at exactly the same time, so it's right back in. Here comes that 67.5. There's only like two other zones that I like to short it, and then it gets ridiculous. That's right here, and that's up at 70 even. So I'm about to get into coin for the third time today. And obviously the market is still holding beneath those highs, so these are stronger than the overall market, but this is the zone we wanted to wait for, so we're going to take it when it gets there. And watch out, here comes, I might get that other chance at NVIDIA. At some point, I don't take this reload on NVIDIA, and the third time, we'll see if it's a trump, but this will be the third time in the same zone on NVIDIA. If it does want to hold VWAP, it's got to be right here.
I mean, I'm questioning everything as well right now, to be honest with you, because like the market doesn't, I mean, we're taking advantage of it, but this is what I mean. I was just, shout out to my wife, how's everything going? She just messaged me, how's everything going? And I was like, it's a roller coaster today. She says, oh, so not boring? No, not boring at all right now. It's been a great market to trade. It's just, you've had to be very, very specific with what you've been doing. So I'm not gonna get back into this short, man. If this breaks out 99.30 on AMD, we've already gotten out of it all. I don't want to, like what I've done in the past is get a little bit frustrated that, you know, it's not going down and then just fight the short until I'm wrong enough that I'm stopped out. And that's not a good strategy to do. So I'm going to wait on everything. We do have Google. The only name that I'm going to average back into is Google because I feel like we've been up here and it's given me enough of a move back down. Like that last short there was 105.15 and we were starting to cover in the 50s and 60s. So like that was 70 cents. And if my out is going to be right here 105.30, then I feel like we're well in the realm here of taking a bit more on Google if it does come back up. So I'm going to take more at this exact price at 15s here if it does come back up. And then again, that will be the end of that. We'll get out if it breaks a little bit higher on us. But Google is the last sort of straw for me there at 105.15. We'll take that fill. And then hopefully AMD will continue to fall. But look at this. It is kind of like tape teleportation. Look at it. Like, look at that move. Right back down into 89s again. So I'm going to take another bid on that. Like it was just up there at 99.09 and we just got that fill again. So yeah, so far so good, but not great here to start the day for me anyway. Well, it's a great day, but I'm expecting a little bit more of a short to come into play here.
Yeah, so we waited for that zone. Okay, I just got a little bit of Silvergate, but I'm going to be very, very I had a little trepidation getting into it too heavy in the 60s when I think the 70s could be the money fills. But Coinbase, we sort of talked about where this would likely go next. So zooming it out so you can kind of see, that's at 67.5. There's the over-under at 68. There's like the fills up at 68. We'll start trimming it in this range and then wait for 67. Once it explodes and gives you past, like it goes that like couple of dollars past, I'm looking for that next retracement inside of that zone. Like would have been great. Like obviously if I get out of the short and go into that long there, that's a great long. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that's not a great long, but once it's already gotten up there, I'm just looking for the reversal play. It's more of a squeeze name, so you know, you're going to get these big moves up and those big moves down. I'm now back into SI. NVIDIA, I did not reload on NVIDIA but NVIDIA right back to the bottom. So if there's one thing that has been a toilet bowl flush the entire day, it is this chip name and AMD. While conversely, although I'm going to look at it now, I mean, look at Intel. If Intel gets to 30, well, if Intel gets to 30, this could be interesting. Because like, NVIDIA is at the low of the day, and Intel's pressing, like it wants that 30 level. That gets pretty spicy for me because I know I want to short it. It's just such a monster level on the daily chart. Every time it gets there, it makes a hard right turn or left turn, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, back to the downside. So Intel's got some room to go, but it's getting pretty darn close to where you know I want to put it on. Netflix is the other one. It got to that big zone above 330 into the 50 period on the daily. It's trying to crack VWAP here. I'm looking for in front of 25 and 26. I kind of feel like it could hold this channel to the upside, something along these lines here. That's kind of why I was looking for this bid in here. I might move that now and just play a little bit of an adjustment given what I see. Because if it breaks that trend, you could fall even further.
All right, Brad. Bang for everyone out there right now. Look at what AMD is doing. Thank you. Come again, my friend. We just said that we weren't going to short it again. We should have. Nice move to the downside right now for AMD. We're only $1 in the money on this. And then Google right now as well. Look at that. Right back into its support again. So, I mean, it's only 10.17, and I want to trade some more for everybody here, some more names. So I'm continuing to look for it. But that's not what trading's all about. It's being very specific, making sure that you bank one bank when the bank is open. And right now, I feel like Tim Duncan. Every single thing we're doing is banking it. And that's just been a nice move. The only name, we're not red on anything today. We're 3 for 3, but we did give up on this trade, Apple. And now that I'm looking at this man, Sam Bankman-Frieding this stock all the way back up to the upside, and now it's all the way back down, I don't know. Microsoft's been holding out top side. I like Coinbase up here right now. It's right, Neil, it's right at that 60. You're in Coinbase?
67, 80.
Right, so you got it.
It's 67 up here.
Right there.
But like the thing is, it's those zones, man. Like trading in, you can't trade in between the price zones. Like there's a reason why it's a price zone, because there's not a lot of liquidity in between the two prices, right? So it floats from one to the other. So if you've got a long into the next level, great. If you got a long into the next level, fine. Otherwise, it's like shorted. Just make sure you're making a decision at those price levels and nowhere else. I think yeah, I know. I got to get back into NVIDIA. It's like, why am I... Every time it gets to the bottom, I look at this, play supply and resist, supply and demand, or support and resistance, and then get out in front of this. And I'm not really holding NVIDIA past the $2 move. I think that could be a mistake. If it pops again, I'll try to get back in on that trend. Now, come on. So this is, I'll tell you this right now, this is what will always... A lot of time this will happen to you, where like when you're able to get shares, it's going up, but when you got the turn, you can't, on a short sell restricted name, you can't get in. Like I could not get into everything. It makes the wick into 70. I try to get in, couldn't get in a fraction what we had before, so Silvergate starts to come back. But it's always a tricky trade to get into when it starts floating to the upside, because you can't just get whatever you want by hitting the bid. Even though it's up 38%, it's short sell restricted. And SSR means it's harder to short. That's going to restrict how much you're able to get. So I didn't get a full position back in. Thankfully, Coin is going to be able to make up for that. If this gets back into VWAP, then, for me, Coin's been a pretty good one. I like this one. Not as good as yesterday. I feel like it was a little bit easier to be aggressive when it got to 70 on Coinbase, because 70 was such a monster level. But this is pretty darn close. If we get down to 65 here, we'll take our $2 and run. Not to ignore you, Netflix, but... it's kind of breaking that trend now. I think if it continues that trend break, I'll look for a little closer to 23, 24. Otherwise, we might just be able to grab $3. Netflix has been on an absolute tear. I don't want people to ignore. This is probably still a bullish stock, up that 2% regardless of what the market did. It just got to a level that, to me, was a short more than it was a long, above 330.
All right. Had to take out some AMDs at 98. I mean, like we just talked about it, man, this is a banger of a trade right there for AMD. It's just too bad that I was like, this is the name that I didn't really want to add to for the fifth time. 1, 2, 3, 4 big ones. And we just tweeted it out, man. It's the first of the yups today. So it's yup number 1 right now. AMD yup. to the downside right there. Notice we're hashtagging the sticky note. Why? Because the sticky note has AMD short, and the sticky note talks about a short in the NASDAQ today. And so, nice little move to the downside right now. Although the market's not really blowing up or down one way or the other, let's just hold out hope that NASDAQ names continue to fall down here, as AMD is now $1.20 in the money here for AMD, and Google is trying to go. But as I just said there to Michael in the chat, I don't know if Google wants to go, man. Everything else is falling down. We're just gonna have to wait for Google to do the exact same thing here. So yeah, man, great day here today. It's really been a big one for me. I hope it's been good for you as well. I think it's my best morning of the week. So far so good. We're 3 for 3 and couldn't be happier. But we're also happy that Sharif's over there at the big desk.
Hi guys, it's time for small cap recap. SI pumping to the high side here. We're knocking on the door of 180. Guys, a 78% short float on this guy right here. Keep that in mind, up 50% on the day. VACC, this was an earnings winner, loser, however you want to look at it. The chart intraday is horrible, but it's moving up on the day and creating a bunch of both legs here, looking maybe to test that $3 later in the day. And then last but not least, DRMA, multi-day runner, made a nice move earlier, made a pre-market move of that 260, retracing back down though, still up 31%, guys.
Still up that 31%. Look, I know usually I'm looking at some of those smaller caps, the DRMAs. I was looking at some of the banks like your PAC-W, your FRC was trading them earlier, and then Silvergate started absolutely harpooning to the upside. And now I'm in it. I actually got some shares north of that 70, not really a lot, because it kind of just came up there and slammed back down. Anything above 70 was kind of like really difficult to get anything, but there is some serious selling going on. So if it were to break this range, there's enough people obviously shorting right here in the 68 to 73 range that you could easily float to like $2. So if it breaks 80, you got to expect it's either immediately flailing and flushing, or you're going to see a number with 2 in front of it. Obviously, I still think at some point this is going down regardless of what the news is. It is a pure squeeze play. I don't like chasing them, but you have to have yourselves outs. Otherwise, what's the point? Then everything you make on Coin and Square and Netflix and all that nonsense goes out the window. Just want to go back over. I said I'd talk about the banks. Deutsche Bank, I did think it was a short. I didn't actually get the short up here. It looks like it could be rolling over. If it gets beneath VWAP, I might look for something underneath VWAP to try and join that trend. I still think Deutsche Bank can be good. And thank you to Pratt for reminding me that after daylight savings time, that Europe doesn't close until 12:30. So usually it's 11:30, but it is 12:30. Next week, it is back to 11:30. I thought that was this week. I was wrong. So you have a little bit more time until the European close, where sometimes you can see liquidity dry up or change or something along those lines. So always respect that when it happens. Netflix, what are you doing? Where's my 325, Phil? It's getting close, but remember, Netflix still in a bit of an upward trend. I don't want this getting back above VWAP, actually, the more that I look at it.
All right. The evolution of trading, I feel like, here today. So, yep, there it is. All right, thank you there. As it was still on Neil there. But it's always good when it's on Neil there. Very, very handsome gentleman. Intel finally falling. Are you on Intel? No. Okay, so let's go over and look at Intel right now. Yeah, I mean, we are really banking. I'm not doing anything now. I don't even have stop orders out. All my trades are well in the money. I don't even, like, we're now $1.50 in the money on AMD, so sirens up. Let's have a look at Intel, because there's been a lot of talk on Intel in the chat here. I've just been getting into Intel myself, too. I'm long now, 26, 27, something like that. But I was initially long for the dividend, and then they cut that. So, all right, so let's just watch out. Nice fall back in for Intel off of that top. But like Neil mentioned, though, it is relatively strong. Obviously, it's up 1%. So this is not a name that I'm going to look at right now. I've been caught trading names against the trend. NPA. Not for me right now. We'll pass on that one. The strong name, I mean, we could look at Meta. All these names for me are just kind of just cranking to the downside. You know what's been happening, though? I'm taking another piece out on Google. I just punched out 74s there. Another piece. So we have a pretty light position on all these. I'm not in love with this Google position. And in fact, I may even switch over to the long now. It's not... if anything, although we have these top ticks, it's really these ticks here, obviously, that are making the money. This one at 105. There's the 105 early that went all the way down. That was 40 cents. That was good. But Google seems to be really putting me to sleep a little bit now. We won't give up that much money when it comes back in. We're only holding 10% now. So we wanted to hold more, man. Trust me. Like, you see all these fills, we were holding 50%. Then we got out, boom, boom, boom. So now we're only holding 10 left. If it drops, fine, it drops. We're holding enough that we can make money, but it won't be the big win that I was hoping for Google. But we are still holding on to some AMD there. What name that I was going to talk about was Softy. We can look at some others. Yeah, you know what, Hector? Amazon was a call that we were looking at today as well. Look at what? These Fibonacci's returned again? What? But what do you... what?
They're never leaving your chart.
Remove.
The Fibonacci on our system is like the guy or the dude in Half Baked on the couch.
Never leaves.
It's like it just never leaves, man. I'll draw.
I used it once in my life.
But I'll draw trend lines and I'm like, I want this to stay there and it'll go. But then you throw the fibs up there and it's like they just stay there forever. And
what about the only call that we've missed today that's been on our sticky note right here, and I want everybody to follow me, and you can unfollow if you want if I'm talking about it too much. But we're getting very, very close now to 40,000 followers. So we're trying to get to that number, but let's just talk about why I think it's a good follow for right now. You know, we talked about the NASDAQ losing some steam. Look at this. We want to go short JP Morgan below 126. We want to go short Google. We want to go short AMD. We want to go long Meta. So it's just like Meta didn't come in for us because we were really looking short. But look at this, man. Short JP Morgan at 126. The high off the open is 126. We could have all been short right there on JP Morgan as it's bouncing around 124 now. So I missed that opportunity. So that's my bad. You can go pound or hashtag or exclamation mark Sean or whatever it is, or socials, and get all of ours. I mean, we're all good follows. So I think you should do that for everybody. But what about bouncing off? Like, because I was looking short, I don't know if I can stomach this long, but 124 right here looks like it has a nice little base for JP Morgan. So yeah, there's that. So that's something to get rid of. And it's a good thing that we started talking about getting out of our Google because it's going back up to the upside. And a nice little drop down for AMD down to 97.70, but it is now bouncing a little bit higher here. And we're going to have to respect some of these levels. That's 98.60 on AMD. So I don't know, for right now, trying to find another out, but I'm trying to hold it. So, yeah, maybe 98.50.
Just quickly.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I don't have any trades.
You're going to see I only have coin now in SI because we took the profit on Netflix. So it was Secret Treasures in the chat. Netflix broke VWAP to upside. Be careful. Hey, man, I said what I was looking for here. Either break the channel down, and at that point it flushes into 23, or it holds the trend to the upside and starts breaking back out. Now, if it does hold trend upside, I'd probably look for the shorts off the top again. But that's what I was looking for, so I'm going to get out. And if it ends up being a bad out, fair enough. We only end up getting the $3 in the last half of it, but I felt like it was worth it to that zone. Look, obviously this has been a strong one. I think Meta, and by the way, when it comes to movie references, I got a lot of them. And Half Baked is just one of those films. Like, I could probably tell you too many lines from that. It's an absolute classic. If you're into Dave Chappelle and you've never actually seen Half Baked, one, shame on you. Two, go watch the film. It's just unbelievable. Jim Brewer is in that one. He's pretty good. But I feel like I want to be in Meta here at some point. I liked 202. You're not getting 202 on Meta. It's just not going to happen. You're not getting that long. So if it breaks back to the top, I'll probably start looking for something if it holds above 208, but I want to get into something before that. Clearly, you have a bit of a channel forming where you've got lower highs and you're holding the same support. So the long probably is only at 205 at this point. But that can absolutely change if it starts holding above 206 and holding above VWAP and breaking that top. Meta, I don't want to be fighting this and trying to short it. I think if you're shorting one of these big tech names, I mean, Google's giving you levels. Obviously, the chip names have been giving you levels. I was going to say, Amazon is actually bouncing back up a little bit here. I was about to say Amazon, but it's threatening breaking its trend as well. So let's be a little bit more patient. It's been a good day for some of these shorts.
The market is threatening.
Even strong names, yeah, but it's starting to threaten some of these highs. I see some people talking C3 AI. Where is that? I was kind of hoping this would be at 30. Okay, no, it's strong, no question. This is a strong one. But the level I know C3 AI, it's like $30. 25, 30, 20. Those are the three prices I'm interested in C3 AI. Everything else, wait till it gets to the other one. Like, you're long in front of 20, that's your risk. 25 is a decent pivot area, over under. But now you're waiting for either like back at 25 or into 30. This is my daily chart, by the way.
All right, so you're right up here on Amazon. I'm short Amazon right now, so we're in the money now, a dime. But let's see if we can get a little bit more on that one. Now we're not in the money, a dime anymore. Just looking at the 50 period right here, 97.75. Also coinciding with that dip spot that you could have bought yesterday on the close. Right there at 3 o'clock. This is just a 3-minute chart, so right there. For Amazon, we're going to wait to see if it breaks back above that. And we just got the short, so now we're into it. And let's see where we go from here on Amazon. We have our target out. So look where my average price is right now. I have to look myself. 61 outs. Out if we break that 75, right? So we're going to take about 20 cents worth of risk here. So we're short 61s. Let's see if this one, Amazon, can get down a little bit here into the 50s. I mean, what are we short? 61? Okay, we always take out 10% or so for a dime. So if we can get a 51 print, we'll do that. It doesn't even matter the price, really. I just try to, cover some fees, whatever, get out a 10% there, because when it blows to the upside, I like to take something out. It's not even a fee cover thing. It's just part of what I do, and especially because it's at 97.50. So we'll take a piece out there if it does come back into that level. Google, we just re-engaged in the short. This is the name that I'm waiting for to break this 105.30. If it does that, then we're going to get out of Google, but we do go back into that short as well. And now that's starting to come back down a little bit here as well for Google. So let's just watch it. We're short at 12s right there. So there's a 2. We take some out at 2. Let's see if that one wants to come back to the downside. So we've re-engaged in a couple shorts right now as the NASDAQ. And again, I could just be trading the NASDAQ and shorting that as well, because it's looking like the same pattern here, coming up, hitting the tops, then dropping a little bit. But I'd say these are strong strengths. These are signs of strength, because you keep coming back up, and we're not even testing the bottoms. Like, it's been one time. We made the bottom there, then we tested it again. Look at all these tests here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and now we're making a move back down. So yes, sir. There goes Google. So this is, well, I mean, now again, we're at the highest spot we've been at all day as Google wants to come back down. So we'll take 15 cents here if we can get it. And the same story for Amazon, as here goes Amazon back into the 40s. So yes, sir. Yes, sir. Some bangs there again. Are we on one? Checkbox, yes. All right, Sharif, what's up?
Yeah, guys, let's have a look at BTC here. About 28,185. It looks like the day's highs today was about 320. Was moving up, not really doing much. The main story was on Coinbase, though. It caught a downgrade from Oppenheimer as a result of the investigation being launched by the SEC. But you wouldn't know it by looking at the stock, as it's up now almost 2% on the day. It's been stair-stepping up, guys. Do we have a play on crypto?
We've had a play on Coinbase the entire way. It's been stair-stepping to the upside, but if you trade the right price area, the right price zones, I should say, it's been pretty solid. The 68, double top, it got to 66.5. Didn't really, I had some bids. I had a bid in front of 66 and never got there. I just reloaded it now. I'm going to scalp some of that out and see if it can return to the downside. But a couple of things. We got a super chat, and I didn't mean to miss a super chat. We try our best, obviously, but it's been an active morning in trading. Asking about KWeb, because it wasn't my bad. It was KRE, not KWeb. It was a regional banking ETF sometimes. Michael Noss was talking about KWeb. That's why I was on the brain. But KRE, the index or ETF, has been making a monster move up. You're seeing some of these regionals be strong. This is why you're getting a press up in names like Schwab. Schwab was moving upside. The smaller banks were all moving upside. You saw Deutsche Bank making some moves up initially. This is what's been going on. I think it's getting close to a zone where you might have some sellers. We'll see if that's the case. But what I'm trading and have been, I got into Silvergate 3 times. The last time it just popped back into VWAP, so we just took some out in front of VWAP. I now have half the position. If it comes back up to that 180, where do we get 180 from? A couple of days ago, I guess that was Monday. Was it Monday or Tuesday? It had that top at 180. That's the 21st. It's probably Tuesday. It doesn't really matter. So 175 to 180. It was hard to get any fills that were better than that. And you really couldn't catch anything on the way down because SSR, so wasn't able to get into what we had on the first side. When it's going up and screaming, it's filling everything you want. When it's coming down, it's really tricky with those fills. So if it breaks VWAP, I'm looking for 45s and 50s. But this is a wild one. Sharif doing a fantastic and bang-up job. As always, if you like the show, hit the like and the subscribe button. This market is not going anywhere. The best part is we have volatility up and down. Whether you're long or short, there's a way to win every day.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Look, I want to give a big
Basically,
shout out. I
can't
mean,
get rid
thank
of
you
that.
everybody for joining us every single day. I just got to give some shout outs, man. Brian Thompson, thank you so much. We'll try some futures at some point. What's up to B. Reggiano? Thank you so much for your nice comments as well. Sean is a beast of a trader. Thank you so much for all of this talk, man. Today's just been a great day. Hola, 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 hola. We all love that as well, man. Let's go. It's been a choppy day. What's up, Mohammed? Yeah, you guys want some shout outs? Put it in right now. Hola, John. Hola, Bull Shark. Hola to everybody right now as we continue, to just Bank City. I can't say the last word on that one, but there it is to the downside right now. Uh-oh, did we do it again right there? What happened, Amazon? Thought you wanted to go up. No, you did not. Right there, nice downside move for Amazon. Oh yeah, Google, where's my reloaded button right now? Because guess what? We're reloaded right there on Google as that goes down to the downside right now as well. Thanks to Arun for telling me to up my daily goal because now it's 3. So we got to keep going on this, man. Let's go to the downside today. Apple winner, AMD winner, Amazon just entered the building. Get out of here, Amazon. You're not welcome in this long. It's only a short. There's the shorts right there on Amazon back into the downside. So if you're following me today, it's 1 for 1, 2 for 2, 3 for 3, 4 for 4. We're pretty happy with it. Not only that, it's a sticky note nation kind of day. But yesterday, I don't know if you can you see? Oh, there it is. That's better. So I've been seeing some complaints that you guys wanted to go back to yellow. So yellow has been acquired, but I forgot about it and stuck with the blue. So today, maybe we go back to blue on Monday. I mean, we're going to go perfect on the sticky note. We're going to go perfect on trading today, and it's been a hell of a day. I've stayed away from Coinbase. I know Neil has that one, and that would have been the short too for me there on Coinbase. And then, of course, I missed JP Morgan. I wrote it down, but missed the trade. We talked about that in the pre-market when there just wasn't enough volume for me to grab that short. But when we opened up, there sure was volume, and we could have had it at that point. So right now, Google on the reload, 20 cents. Amazon new position, 50 cents. And AMD, the same old position, and that's been a good one. So I guess it's yup number 2 right here with Amazon. Let's see how far it wants to fall. We're out of 50%.
Yeah, and look, Coinbase is there. All these trades are pretty nicely set up. That's the idea. We're just trying to show you guys what we see in the market. But I want to point out something else that I'm seeing here, like a late day charge. I don't think coin is good as it's been. If you had the right levels, you had to have the right levels because it's trending to the upside. It is higher lows into this 68 level. So what I think is happening next year, and again, I keep covering it. Scalp some out the first 50 cents and try to take some out the $1 and then try to hold for $2, like that kind of a thing. If it breaks here, it's going here. And yesterday, the best opportunity was at 70. So if it doesn't hold 68 this last time, which it looks like it wants to test it, you're waiting for 70. And if it breaks this level and gets above 71, I think I'm sitting it out for like $4 or something like that. If coin wants to sniff 75 or something like that, I'm just going to let it get there. I don't know if you want to fight that one too far. Netflix, or not Netflix, I want to go to NVIDIA here. I'll talk Netflix in a quick second. We still have 20 minutes to go. NVIDIA should have given it another $1 on that last exit, but it's still holding trend. I keep thinking I'm going to get 268. It doesn't seem to want to get there, but each time there's been a pop in the market, it's given you some kind of a chance to re-enter that short. I just missed the last time by thinking it would be a little closer to that 268. But it is coming up now. I want to be patient, get the fill where I want it, not where the market says. And yeah, good out on Netflix. It's holding the trend back into the upside. So we're able to short that top. Now we don't have to do anything. I could be done with Netflix unless it gets back in to that top range or breaks the channel to the downside. So it was a good short, but there's no need to fight this one too many times. Even if you win on a trending up stock, it doesn't mean you have to short it a second, third time. It has to actually set up for you and make sense. I wish the long had made more sense somewhere on Meta, but unless it's off the lows, I don't see where I want to take this one long. It's just lower highs the whole way through. It has to be at the absolute bottom with the best price.
All right. So right now, Amazon, we're going to go to Sector Watch right now, but we are about to get out of Amazon again. Not again, but another piece. Oh, did we get it? No, we didn't. We're at 15s. Okay, let's go. Give us those 15s right now. Okay, let's take a 21 here and cancel the 15s. Hopefully we can get it. There it is right there. So yes, sir, another one.
Oh my God.
Nice trade for Amazon. But okay, it's been a good day, man. It's 10:40 already, Neil. I mean, shout out to Neil today, man. Coinbase as well. Netflix was great. And Nvidia was great. We've had some big trades.
Should have longed Intel.
Yeah, we've had some big trades on. So I'm going to do this for myself right now. Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs. All right, so we're going to get rid of that stupid laugh at the end. But so far...
No. It's like what's...
Who wants to make a bet that we're going to get rid of it? Who wants to make... You want to bet, Fahad? You want to bet?
What do the people say? What do the people say?
No, but I'm the people's trader.
What do the people say?
I'm the people's trader.
So but you cannot give yourself a label like that if they say they want it and you don't want to keep it.
All right.
Real talk. Real talk.
Yeah, and I am the realist. So yeah, you're right. All right, we'll keep the laugh. All right, back over there to the big board. I'll give it to the people. I'll give it to the people.
The people's trader with the win for the people. All right, guys, let's get to this board because it's mostly red. But there are some notable standouts here. In financials, basically it's Charles Schwab. We've seen that before where it's standing out green in a sea of red. Also, under information technology and the chips, we've got Intel as a notable standout as well here. But in typical fashion, when we have a red day on some of these big names, there's a flight to safety, which in utilities here is green, as well as healthcare. So those sectors performing better. But look at this, Activision Blizzard still up 6%, guys. The NASDAQ, the ES up down 0.48%. Gotta focus.
So man, the people really want to keep that.
The poll is not close right now. It's 86%. But the thing is, anytime there's a poll of that nature, what other direction is it going to go? Like, it's pretty obvious. Like, that's how it's going to roll.
I'm asking the 8-ball first. 8-ball, should I remove the laugh?
The 8-ball is always right. 8 balls are, well.
Fahad says yes.
I didn't. Well,
I don't have to show it. I mean, now it says only if Neil raps, but I mean.
No, but I didn't see. You're supposed to show. Aren't you supposed to show somebody else?
No, but if anybody has, I mean, we all have integrity here, but I'm nothing without integrity. So I'm telling you, this said Fahad says yes. So believe me or not, but that's what it said. So whether or not we want to trust the 8-ball, it's up to you guys. But that is what it said. But hey, I'm going to keep it anyways. If everyone in the poll wants to keep it, we'll keep it.
So that's the best one. Smoke the world. The 8-ball isn't a subscriber. Well, I'm sure the 8-ball would be. Mr. Westermeyer is, and he's the one that got us a custom 8-ball.
If this is a trading show, let's go. I mean, Google right now, 50 cents in the money and going lower, man. Amazon is 50 cents in the money and going lower. AMD is $1.10 in the money and going lower. Regardless of the damn laughs, all we're really doing is doing this today. And you hear the word that's in that, and really that's all that matters right now. So thank you again, Mr. Westermeyer, for this. But Fahad did say yes, brother, on that one. So thank you, Mr. Westermeyer. It's been a good one, man. Thank you to everybody.
Oh, Deutsche Bank's bringing up. By the way, I want to point out, I know Sharif just mentioned, and he's right. ATVI is up 5%. It is standing out, but it's just dropped like $2. So I did say I didn't really want to trade this unless it tries to fill the gap. And if it does try to fill the gap, then I think a consolidation anywhere near, probably 81s, man. Like if this flushes, there's going to be a buy in here. That's more of an arbitrage play because the buyers always step up, the ones that think the deal's going through. You can actually count Mr. Buffett. Berkshire's been betting that deal's going to happen. So if you like it, fair enough. There's a bid here at 160 on SI. If it cannot get through 160, I just took another leg out there, like 50 at 60 even. I'm looking for 50s and then 45, but you didn't get enough shares at the top, and then obviously it'll kind of suck. Square, I haven't really gone back to that, but I wanted to get to Deutsche Bank. I said if it started rolling over, I would try to get into the shorts. We still have time till the close. It's starting to roll over and fade. Hasn't really broken that flat bottom. Once that happens, I'd look for shorts in the 80 range there. And that's the one bank, one of the 2 banks that we've been looking at this morning. I haven't really done anything with the other ones there. And I know we haven't really traded. I don't want to speak for you. Haven't traded Tesla. Okay, I haven't traded Tesla. You haven't traded Tesla, but look at what Tesla. You talk about not really doing anything. This is why, 189.5 to 191. So if you're scalping that, great. But there's no trend on Tesla. There's nothing really crazy happening. There's yesterday's bottom for support, and then nothing to the top side to be able to trade. So I might stay away from Tesla unless it breaks out of here. It has to make a move, otherwise it's not worth anything.
water there. Okay, yeah. As like I said, trying to stay. You know, we got to make sure that like we can't be missing
Meta's
me,
at the
Neil,
bottom.
and Brendan coming through again right now. But Amazon right now, guys. There it is, man. 97 came in. I'm just going to hold these all day. I still think this market is a joke right now and probably needs to be lower. So we just broke below the 50 period. There goes Amazon. It just touched off 97. All right. When I see that, I just say I'm going to hold this all day. We'll put one more piece out. We have 30% of this. Let's get another piece out here at 97. And again, the day that we're having, man, it's all good. We'll be back for the afternoon, but if it was golfing weather, I may be on the course. It's been a great day. I want to thank everybody for watching, man. And just let's keep the momentum going here in this market. And let's look for some more names. Baba, yeah, let's look at Alibaba, man. We haven't looked at Babe. We haven't looked there. There's the fill on Amazon, by the way, as that just touched
Alibaba.
97 right now on Amazon. So that is a big move to the downside. Yeah, someone I think was just mentioning there about Alibaba. So we'll have a quick look at it. 86. You know what's up right now? Apple for some reason, but I'm not gonna look at Apple right now. But Apple's flat actually right now. All right, so Alibaba. It's because I was thinking about Alibaba being up, and it is up. And Alibaba's right now back to some support that we've been at here earlier. But again, like, you know, you're below the 50 period, but you still have this 200 period on the 1 minute. So I still feel like 86.20, 86.30, something like that coming into play right there for Alibaba could be a trade. So let's wait to see if that comes down to 86 bucks or so. That's where we started the day on Alibaba. So that name coming back in right there. You have a bottom of 85.50. It's hard for me to recommend a long, but this name has been strong today, and why not? It started right off the gate, made those highs at 88, then fell down $1.50. This is a nice opportunity. If someone's looking for a long, I think this has a good potential right there. We did get another piece out of Google. This is the one name that's bothering me, so I'm close to getting this out again on Google. Amazon just bouncing off there and AMD. So I do like that Alibaba, and I did talk about Apple. Apple's the one trade that we're still up on, but this was the one that we were really up on, man. 159 all the way down to 158. We only got out of about 60%, and then we averaged back in until getting taken out at 159.10 break. So yeah, Apple, I still like it. There it is, right? Floating with flat today when the market's down. I think that's a strong sign for Apple. Normally when the markets are like this, what's the ES at? ES also down 0.6. So the NASDAQ and the ES sort of toe in toe right now with Apple being flat. So maybe this is the next shoe to drop. And if Apple drops, then watch out for this NASDAQ, man. It could be a brutal day. So we'll stay short on everything. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, so nothing to complain about. Intel, man, still up 2.25.
It's not at 30 yet, though, so I'm not going to fight Intel until it gets there. I actually like Alibaba. I'm looking at 87. It closed at 86.5. This is 87 yesterday. This is 87 earlier in the morning. So the fact that it wants to churn here, I want to try to maybe like get shorts 86, 80, 90, something in that range, and just play off this level on Alibaba. To me, it just double topped 88. I mean, the daily chart kind of shows you that it's breaking out at 85, but you know, until it makes another push to the upside, 88's resistance, I'll go for the 87 short and see what happens. We got about 10 minutes to go, so that's plenty of time here. And look, here we go. We're right back up to the top. So this is that 180 level on Square. On SI, I'm going to check in on Square. I haven't been in that in a while. But if it cannot hold here, everything we got back, here's the 180. It's going to try the over-under. It just went to 82. That's a new high. That's going to be the out if I get any more shares. But it needs to get back underneath and start showing a bit of a sell. It just did that now. And now you have to wait for an uptick. Give me an uptick. I just got in. Out's going to be at the high of the day at that 183. So we'll see what happens, man. Oh, I didn't get everything in there. See if we get everything, and then we'll go for the 183 top. I think this is a play between every 5 to 10 cent range, or it breaks out the high. And if it breaks this high, it could be headed to 70% short interest, 82% short interest, whatever it is. That is the distinction without a difference. It is a huge opportunity that if it breaks here, every single short zone, it's probably floating another 10% minimum once it gets through the next one. So once it goes, you wait for the next. The longs are trying to win on this one, although I still think the stock is worth, or the company is worth nothing. But that doesn't really matter in a squeeze at the end of the day. It's not a fundamental thing. This is a pure squeeze play.
All right. Yeah, I was just reading an email there. Okay. Right here. Okay, so
Oh, I saw it.
I'm still the same way with everything right now. And I mean, Netflix is up to 330. We can have a quick look at that name as that's been really blasting around. I mean, I know Neil's covered it a little bit, but let's just look at it quickly here. NFLX still moving to 329. Another name that's up 2.5% today and looking at that 330 level. So we're well away from any sort of a buy area for Netflix. They released better numbers today on their paid tier subscription model there. So that's been really, really nice. They haven't released the passwords sharing yet in the US, I do not believe, unless that was today or yesterday. I don't think that's out yet. It's here in Canada. I don't know what the hack is, if there is a hack.
There's a hack?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if there is one or not. So once it gets in the U.S., I'm sure people will figure it out.
Not that I'm trying to.
No, I don't know either. I pay for mine. It's just I know my parents.
I pay for mine too.
My parents share it, so I was telling. They haven't logged in a long time. She's telling me, so I don't. It's not a big deal, but I didn't want to try to figure that out. But the ad supporting tier here, so you can add somebody for $7.99, but then you're sort of like I'm already paying $20 to $21.99 or $20.99 for. I have the premium Netflix, so whatever that is, and then you got to add. You can add an account on there for $7.99, or you just get the tiered one and you just watch some ads. I mean, I think that's.
I'm
probably,
not watching ads.
No, I'm not watching. No, for me, forget about it. But I mean, just
once
for
you're
other
accustomed
people.
to it, it's like.
All right, guys. So right now we're gonna end the show in about 8 minutes. But honestly, like we had 2 fills here on Amazon. So we put on Amazon today, and I want to thank everybody for the kind words. Like I really put a lot of effort and everything into the show every single day, and it's nice to not only know that we're putting on a good show production-wise and entertaining, but also these bangers. Like if you guys are looking for one trade, there's one on Amazon. If you're looking for one trade, I mean, we wrote it down on Google. It's any of these shorts. I just kept on reloading. They're all in the money. AMD, one trade as well, up here to 99. I mean, it's all the same trade. Look where AMD is right now. Like, you want to talk about a real one? AMD's down $1.50 right now off of this. And it's just, it looks ugly because I have a bunch of outs, but I'm trying to get better at holding a little bit longer. But look at this call. And again, it's AMD, it's downside. And I mean, to say that we didn't predict it, I mean, we had this here. It's been a great trade for us. And it's just, it's not about that it's in the money. It's just about the process and what we're looking for here every single day. And I just want to, look at this market sort of and understand which way I feel like it's going and then try to hold that way. That's why we talked about it. You saw me in the pre-show turn this guy into a bear. We're very, very confident with it. And we even wrote it down that we were looking for shorts today. The one we missed, we're in the banking sector. I'm going to study some TQQs and some futures over the break here from lunch. I mean, a break over lunchtime, and then we'll be back here at 2 o'clock and maybe looking at some futures plays as well. But for right now, we've got the positions we've got in there. We can hold them. I only have about 10 to 15% of all of these positions that we have. Obviously, wishing we had more AMD, but we already tweeted out that AMD was yup #1 right there today. So it's right there. There it is. Yup, AMD, and we had this. We were liking it at 98. So now it's at 97.50. So it's continuing to the downside. AMD exploding, and Amazon new position alert. Downside to 97 on this one. So let's wait for 96.50. We'll keep drinking our water and we'll stay healthy this weekend. I'm in 4 different rinks this weekend with the kids. So hopefully we'll be able to hold up and stay warm in those rinks. They don't even, well, now it's a little bit warmer outside.
Yeah, but the whole
right
point
now.
is that you're at a rank. It should be cold.
Yeah, but it's, no, they have heaters. All rinks have heaters, but hopefully they don't do that. Yeah, I'll still be excited later. Don't worry. We're always bringing the heat no matter how we feel.
And just a couple of things. I saw a couple in the chat talking about, is Intel at your short level? I said 30, man. It's up 2%. Like, it's only going up at this point. So do I want to take a shot shorting it again? Yeah, but only when it gets here, and it got to 29.80. Sure, it's turned at 29.80, but it's not there just yet. And when it gets there, don't get me wrong, I wish I'd gone long. I said yesterday, I kind of made a bit of a rant about how maybe Intel's making a bottom out the 50 period and still didn't go long today. So it is what it is. Sometimes your bias gets the best of you there. SI is moving to the next range, so it's about to get to $2. It's hilarious. It's like if you just go long 180, it goes right to that $2 like we were just talking about. But this is a wider zone up here. Yeah, 2's an even number, but the top is like a 225 in there. So it's either turn here at 2 or it's turn at 225. But either way, I'm not going long the stock, not up here. You know which way I prefer. We still have 5 minutes to go. I might take one more shot at coin 68. It keeps giving you the buck and then back up to that 68 level. But it's obviously a relatively strong name today, but it is finding resistance points on coin. I just don't want to go away from SI because I think this is the next one that I'm going to be able to get. And yeah, you're welcome, guys. It's all good. We want to talk about everything. I have missed out on the banks today. If there's a regret this week, you know, I feel like, look, if there's a regret this week, it's been always wanting to take a trade in the banks and then getting distracted and never taking a trade in the bank. So I wanted to fade the move up on Deutsche Bank. It did pop back into the downside. Not too much, but you could be sitting in the money right now. It tried to fill the gap. It curled in the gap, and then you could take that short. And I want to thank everybody for pointing out KRE. Like, give everybody an ETF to look at, right? So you want to follow what's going on in some of these regionals, and have a look at KRE. This is making a bit of a top, and what a perfect top it is technically too. Like, these are your bottoms at 43. Where does it start rejecting? Starts rejecting right at 43 even. So if you're looking for a turn, that's where you do it. Now, obviously, it's been getting beaten up. Nice downward churn. But if it holds 43 to the upside, suddenly you have a big move into the upside. So I'd watch out for some of these regionals. If KRE starts taking 43, KWeb on the brain, 43, then you can see them start to scream to the upside. But right now, you've got some good resistance there that's been holding up. We do apparently have some earnings to get to.
Not much, Neil. Nothing today for the Friday close, but we have a couple of interesting, notable names for Monday before the open. We have BioNTech, hasn't done well, COVID name, and then Carnival. I know you guys were trading this before, so those two on tap for Monday morning.
Carnival.
The Carnival. All of a sudden,
I'm all about Carnival. Carnival's the
Sharif
best.
is from the islands already.
Yo, Trinidad
right there,
has, I mean, yeah, obviously.
It's Carnival!
You ever been to Carnival in Trinidad?
They renamed...
No, it's called.
I don't know what it's called. I think it's called like the.
They call it like Caribbean Carnival.
Yeah,
whatever, man.
Carnival. Well, whatever.
In Canada, Caravana was like the biggest party in North America, man. I don't know, maybe not, but now it's like Caribbean.
Yeah, I think it's like Caribbean Festival sponsored by Scotiabank.
Yeah, now it's like all corporate and nonsense.
Okay, yeah, we can have a quick look at CCL right now. Cruise lines. I was actually looking to get on a cruise line, but I think I'll prefer going to a an actual resort. But I don't know if you guys have been on some cruises. I mean, let me know how those go. I mean, I think people that are on them like them. So, but yeah, Carnival right now, a nice move to the downside right here on the daily chart, but it really is still in the pocket here. They have so much debt; it's absolutely unbelievable. Like. All the time I'm seeing like, oh, there's another like 1.3 billion or whatever in debt financing coming through. So I would watch out for Carnival here. But yeah, Royal Caribbean I think has been a little bit of a stronger name than CCL, but don't quote me on that. I haven't looked at it.
No, I think you're right.
I would just say 758. We'll talk about this again, later on. But they report funny. Remember, it's like 8:15 or 9:15 or something like that.
Oh, so, it's terrible.
Yeah, it's a pretty terrible reporting structure.
It's like 9:15. No,
that's what I mean. It's like right before. It's either right after we get the watch list out or in between there.
It's horrible.
So stay tuned for that. We just got a super chat coming out. Thank you so much to Unique Kingdom, I'm about to say, but Unique Carbon saying that we both rock. So I'm going to say thank you for that. But we're missing Brendo. So we'll say that. Let's get that again.
So no, we didn't say this.
Right there.
Brendan's a beast, man.
Everyone knows that.
Brendan came in today. And he was making the watch list, and I was like, dude, what are you doing? You've got to get out of here. And Sharif came in, and he's like, no, man. Like, it's, like, trust me when I tell you.
I was like, take the weekend.
I was like, what was he? You should, if you heard him talk, it was just like, wow, I can't even believe he's here. And then he made the watch list and left. So he'll get better over the weekend. And just last thing with a minute to go, maybe the last time, 3 times, is it a charm? Coin did the over. And then the under, so 68 short again. It just turned at 67.5. It looks like it might break that channel. And if it breaks out here, wait for 70. Wait for 70. That's the next level up on Coinbase. As this one is continuing to turn to the upside. I never got the short at 2 on SI, but Coinbase certainly came in. If it takes out the top, this will be the last one till 70, unless it gets back beneath.
All right, everything's getting ready to pop off. You are going to have Arun and Fahad to start the show, and then Sharif will join after he, decompresses a bit. Sharif's been on the show all day here, so we want to thank Sharif for filling in for Brendan. Then I have no idea who will be coming in after that, but we did have a great, day yesterday with
shout out to Max.
That's what I was going to say. Obi and Max and everybody else.
I don't know where he sits.
Just real quick. There was a symbol I want to talk about quickly before we. Oh, Ford, which is what it was because we hadn't looked at that one. And I'm embarrassed, quite frankly, because you know where I had a bid? I had a bid down here at 11.20 that I didn't take and I canceled. You know, when I was in a lot of those big positions there on the NASDAQ and things like that, this one's definitely on me. I didn't take that one, and I want to apologize to Momo because she always talks about that in the chat, always wants to take Ford, and today was that day. I was right there. We talked about it in the pre-market, and honestly, because I just got into too many positions as far as the futures were concerned, as far as the NASDAQ was concerned, I did not take Ford because my attention is just, I was in Apple, AMD, Amazon, Google pretty much all at once. So I apologize for that one. And I'll do my best to trade a little bit of Ford. But remember, there's 7,500 tradable names, whether or not they're tradable or not. But that's the rough number.
Quoted names.
Yeah, there's even quoted, there's even more. But generally, like when you're talking about ticks versus Trin and things like that, it's about 7,000 to 8,000 names. So I apologize for that. We'll get right on that. So we're still in all these shorts. They're all still at the same levels. I've given you my targets. None of them have changed. Anything you want to say before we wrap it up? Big thank you to Bears versus Bulls.
SI finally got a 95. I'm not touching coin again unless it's underneath 68 or at 70. Those are the two levels I like. But SI is at that $2 level, so I'm going to trade that one again at that price. We're going to get to the midday, boys. It should be a fun one. Let's. I'm not going to say anything. Let's just go over.
I did already. I already announced who it's going to be.
Oh, you did? Okay. Have fun with Mr. Fahad in the chair next to Arun.
All right, guys, welcome to the Midday Show, also known as the show on what you learn, what not to do, because Fahad's sitting here. But today we're going to change it up on you guys. Today's going to be an instructional lesson. I think Fahad really learned his lesson yesterday by Apple. Apple slapped him in the face a few times, took away his money, took away his ego a little bit. I think the market does that to a lot of people. It's time that Fahad learned his lesson. So he came into me today saying, you know what? You were right.
Let's take it serious.
You were right. The market really taught me.
I didn't see.
He learned. Today,
I never
Fahad,
said that.
We're going to take it seriously, and we are actually going to learn as a trader.
Your vocabulary for describing things can get a little iffy on my end.
Yeah.
But I'm going to accept it for today because I really do want to learn today.
What was iffy?
Just like you saying I got slapped by the market.
No, you got slapped.
Yeah, but I don't like saying that.
Oh, what would you rather have than slapped?
I experienced something.
You experienced
with
something?
the market, yes.
Guys, he experienced something from the market yesterday. So however you want to take that, take it for what it is. Okay, lesson number one, Fahad. We talked about this.
Okay.
He's going to learn how to trade the futures. What are you going to do?
Yeah, let's do it. I do want to learn the futures for real.
All right. Actually, hold on. Before we continue with you, let me just do a quick few updates with the futures because obviously I'm looking for active trades. Keep in mind, I'm live. He's not. And I'll figure out some trades as we move on. For futures, though, for now, we're still working with the same levels we had earlier. It's that 85 up top, right through there. Well, I guess I didn't give you guys 85. I gave you the 40-10, but 85 is a level as well I'm kind of keeping an eye on. And obviously, we got 39.15 down below. I haven't made a trade yet. This is extremely messy. This is like a back and forth chop session right now. Not my style of trade, not my cup of tea. Sometimes this happens. Sometimes you got to wait for a trade to actually pop off. So for now, I am going to be waiting for trades somewhere here and also south of 40, somewhere there. Anything in the middle, I'm going to avoid it. So I'm going to take that time, go through the chat. We've already got a super chat. 5K likes, Arun and Fahad arm wrestle.
Damn.
I
don't know. That's kind of crazy.
I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know if 5K is enough for this guy to get hurt. I think we should just leave it be. Let's
so
just leave
stuff
it.
Like that,
we appreciate the super chat.
My brother.
Yes.
I've told you once, and I'll tell you again live now. Touch my arm.
Touch your arm.
Touch my arm right now. Touch it. That's a heavy arm.
You're really flexing.
That's a heavy arm.
You're really flexing.
Can you feel that though? That's my weak arm. It's shaking. It's my weak arm. Don't do it. I have
You're
a bad shoulder on this
so
one.
Hard.
I'm just saying.
Shaking. Your arm is shaking. That's how hard he's flexing his arms, guys. He's been working out, but I mean, when you got a flex and your arm shaking, I mean, But anyways.
Look, man.
I digress. Anyways, we appreciate the super chat. Thank you, though. I just don't know if 5K is enough for him to get hurt.
No, we probably won't be allowed to do arm wrestling, but on our own time, I'm down to do a boxing sparring match.
Oh my
Just
God.
you and I, though. It doesn't have to be recorded because I don't want to do that to you. You know what I mean? But
Okay, let's
Guys,
just move.
listen, hold on. Yo, can we do this? A quick disclaimer.
Yeah.
People think we're serious about this
we're not
trash talking
serious,
stuff. We're not serious. Me and
Listen, if you guys
we just trash
Yeah.
talk. This is how I grew up, and these guys accepted it. So I said, okay, I'm just gonna be
if
myself.
there's
then.
only, if you guys were only ever able to tune in to the back and forth that happens when I log in on Zoom in the mornings, waiting to come on to talking with Brendan, yeah, him and I go, listen, he loves to trash talk,
It's fun.
and I kind of know how to deal with that. So it's always nice to have somebody who's not going to take it that sensitive.
Yes.
So we can go back and forth and not be a problem.
We're
So,
here.
all
We're
right.
here to learn the futures.
Absolutely.
So
Let's
if
get
I
into
was
it.
if I was truly someone that just got hired for Day Trade the World,
All right, you're new. Thank you. What's your
very
name?
brand new, Fahad. Nice to meet
Fahad,
you.
nice,
Yes, sir.
nice to meet you,
Yes,
Fahad.
to go.
All right, you're going to learn today.
Yes.
All
What
right.
would be the first thing you would tell me?
All right. Well, I think we talked a little bit about this yesterday. It's
Yeah.
like when it comes to charts, you want the big chart, you want a small chart, whatever the time frame is. Obviously, when you're starting off, you don't know what time frame it is. I'm sure there's a lot of you guys out there watching that are like, you know what time frame do I start with? For example, I would suggest like the big chart being something like a 30-minute,
Okay.
and then the small chart being like a 5.
Really?
I mean, obviously,
this
you
is
can,
for the futures.
This is for anything really.
Okay.
The reason I would go a little bit in terms of those kind of time frames is I think you have the flexibility. If you think that's too slow, you can move down to go 15 and 1.
Okay.
Or if you think that's too fast, you can move up to like a 60 and a 15 or something,
Okay.
right? So I think the 50 or the 30 and the 5 is a good start for charts. So you've got the 5,
Yeah.
you've got the 30.
It didn't do the linking thing. I don't know why, but whatever. I'll just do it for all of them real quick.
Yeah, just type it in
M23
again.
CM.
All right. So
I have the 30
big
and
chart,
the
the
5
small
here.
chart.
Yeah.
So we talked about like identifying areas, right? Like,
Yes.
like where the market's been and whatnot. So
Right.
zoom that chart in. Out. Let's go to his screen there, Brad. Zoom that big one out. Not zoom. Sorry, maximize that big one.
Oh, maximize it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Cool.
So-
So this is the whole day right here.
I want you to see more than just one day's worth.
You want? Okay.
Just zoom it out.
Interesting.
Yeah. Keep hitting it. There you go.
Boom, boom,
Keep
boom,
going.
boom.
All right. What do you see in terms of structure? Identify that for me. Where's the
A
tops? Where's the
structure.
bottoms? Yeah.
Okay. So I'm guessing these gaps is the day splits. Like this is one day right here.
Yeah.
Like the next day.
Yeah. The
This
gaps
is a
are
split
going to
right
be
here,
the
right?
day splits. Yeah.
Okay. So obviously in totality, I don't know how many days this is. If we're looking.
You're going all the way back to the 14th.
This is the
or
14th
12th,
or
or the 13th. So it's like
okay.
over a week, over
so this
10
is 10 days. Yes.
Yeah.
So uptrend.
Yep.
In the last 10 days,
Yep.
we started here and we're up here now.
Yep.
In the last couple of days, which is 23, 22, we had the high of those 10 days, standing at 13,046, or actually, sorry, it would be 13,087.
Yeah.
And the low since those last couple of days is
All right,
12,688.
Draw the lines, man.
How do you do that?
Oh, this one, a horizontal line.
Oh,
right
horizontal.
there.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Draw
All
the
right,
lines.
so we have
So this is how you would identify. At least this is how I also identify the levels that I
here.
want to work with, right?
one here.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's the big one, right?
Yes.
Now zoom this chart in a little bit so you can see maybe the last couple days worth. Now what do you see here? Is there any other levels that you can work with within that larger time frame?
Am I
Still looking at that
correlating to where we are right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So the levels I would say is right here.
Okay.
Because you have like, oh, that's how you do it, right?
Yeah.
You have this matching with that.
So you want to put your lines just above those tops, right?
Just above it?
Yeah.
Well, do you do the most recent, or do you look at like
No, the most recent has
the
more
most
value.
recent? Okay.
Yeah.
So you put one here,
Yep.
and then I would say maybe this is a good. I mean, you have. Well,
You've already
we're
gotten
under
through
that,
that.
right?
You've already
Okay.
gotten through
So
it,
we're
right?
actually
So-
probably like approaching this level
So
right
I
here.
would, like, if you're that close to it, I would just leave it alone.
Okay.
And just use the bottom end that you have, right?
Which is this right here.
Right.
All right.
So now you know that if it gets near the top, you want to short this.
Okay.
And if it gets near the bottom, you want to go long.
Okay.
Now you have the idea of what you want to do.
That's the basics.
That's the basics of it, right?
Okay.
Now, minimize that chart.
Okay.
Or just put it back where it was.
Okay.
And now go to the small chart, knowing that information.
Okay.
I think you're going to have to draw those lines again, though, unfortunately.
For this one, okay, it's not
Yeah.
synchronized.
We didn't set it up.
Okay,
just
no
yet.
problem. Okay, so
Find those lines.
so I'd have to find the actual same pricing though, right? That's the only thing. So
Yeah.
this price was at 677.
It's probably
Oh.
further down. Those
I
are all
tripping
like
now?
moving averages and stuff.
Oh, right.
So,
So how do see? This is what the scroll wheel doesn't work.
yeah. Okay, so maximize the chart.
Okay, maximize chart.
Kind of zoom out so you can get a little bit more.
Okay.
That should give you some more depth through the bottom. There you go.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah. So just draw the line.
So where it's basically. Oh, it is this
Oh, it
line.
is drawn.
Oh, yeah, it's drawn. Perfect.
Okay, okay. So
Okay,
now you
so
have
we
a
just
lot-
weren't zoomed out.
Now this is on the smaller chart, right?
This is a 5 minute, right?
This is a 5 minute.
Okay.
Now you know what you want to do where.
Yes.
So what do you do when it gets near the bottom? You're looking for a long, right?
Correct.
At what point does it turn is the question now, right? You
So-
know there's going to be support down there.
Yes.
You're looking for that turn to identify that, you know what, it's time to buy.
Okay.
And then you just got to focus on the 5 right now. So right now, zoom in a little bit. Let's see what's happening right now on the futures, because it is falling off a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's
would
coming
you
down.
would you literally look at this level right here?
You can, but it's coming down to it right now.
Right.
It's coming down fast, though, right?
Yes.
So you can't assume that that area line that you drew
Okay.
is going to hold up.
Okay.
So what you want is for it to actually just bounce a little bit, just to give you enough information saying, you know what, those buyers that were there that time
Yep.
are still there and willing to buy it up again.
When you say balance, I mean like resistance, like you see it go
Support.
up and down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So right now it's coming into support. Let's see if it catches the bid.
Okay.
And if you have enough, then you can step in and do a long.
and you would do a long, right?
Right?
Okay.
That makes sense, right?
Yes. 100%.
But you just don't want to step into it as it's coming down fast.
Okay. So you want to slow down. Is there a way to identify the speed of how many, like the volume? Where do you look at the volume for this?
You can add that as a
You can add
indicator.
volume.
Yeah, it's an
Okay.
indicator.
Okay.
While you're
So
doing
take
that,
over while I find
yeah.
that,
So
yeah.
let's go through the chart. I'm doing the exact same thing as Fahad. I mean, obviously everything that he's getting over there is pretty much how I trade, anyways. So we are coming back down to 45. I was actually looking for a short. Go figure. But I just couldn't price the risk here. It is still range bound, so I don't want to get too aggressive. We've got that 85 there up top now. We've got the 15 down below. It is coming down to support. So let's see. Let's line up a few options. As the market comes back in, like I was telling Fahad, if you can catch a bid here, the long is still intact. There is a buy zone here that we can work with. So let's see if we can actually catch a long. We don't want to step in front of it and get run over. So clearly, if you go to the smaller chart, there's enough here to say that, you know, this market is actually willing to come down. So as it's coming down, you don't want to get run over by this. So let's just wait for it to turn if there is a long in place. Obviously, the short would have been better at 60. Never got it. That's perfectly fine. But as it's coming down, let's see if we can catch a long. Let's also figure out what equities we can get involved in right now. So we're going to go to the majors, right? Let's go off the top. Microsoft. What do you got, Microsoft? Let's see. I'm going to do the exact same thing on Microsoft. Oh, 280 all the way up to 283. We did a quick turn there. So that trade was, Microsoft was relatively strong right up until this point. And now it's actually respecting the top end range. That's gone already. We can't get involved there. Apple maybe. What do we got on Apple? Apple's range bound. So when it comes to identifying the stocks that you want to work with, you want ones, like I say all the time, path of least resistance. So stocks like this that are just tightened up in a range, I don't trade. Like it's not worth it to trade because it's just like choppy, right? I mean, you can make a ton of trades and try to make some money, but I mean, if you want to make some real money, I think you got to wait for the right proper levels and actually set up the trades as we are near the bottom end of the range, which to me I think is going to sit somewhere around here, 156. I don't like halves, so I'm going to go to 156 even and say the bid is going to sit around. I know this is not for everybody. I know this is not a cup of tea, or it's not for everybody. I'm sure there's a lot of traders out there that are looking to learn, right? Apart from individual names, we are looking to like learn off of how do you identify charts, patterns, whatever. There's been a lot of questions to that, so I'm just going to spend this time kind of going through that for you guys. So this is what we're looking at in terms of Apple support. There it is coming through the bottom. If we get underneath 158, we can definitely start looking for some longs. If it sets up, of course, primary direction is going to be short. Let's see if it actually sets up on the long side for that. Apple, Microsoft, Google. Let's see what Google's up to. Ooh. Choppy. Choppy, choppy, choppy.
Ooh.
All right, choppy, south of 104 maybe. And then you got 103 right underneath. Google's very tight in terms of risk and reward. I don't know if Google's my primary play here. Let's take a look at Meta. Man, everything is very, very choppy at the moment. Pretty much doing what the market's doing. Okay, all right. I'm going to need some names. I'm going to go through the chat. What do you guys got? Tesla, okay. I'll take a quick look at Tesla here. What do you got? Ooh, all right. This actually lines up well. So a lot of the times when I'm trying to figure out a trade on the equity side, because I don't do it a whole lot, I'm trying to time it with the futures. If I know futures has got this underneath, right? We're looking at that potential buy zone, right? We really try to get through those 40s earlier. So I'm wondering what happens if we crack 40. Are we going to catch another bid? In the event that we catch a bid, I need a name that I can work with that's near a bottom end support level. What do we have? Thank you guys for the chat. Tesla, yes, it's down. Yes, it's down 2.3% on the day. But look at what you're running into on Tesla. A few days worth of highs sitting here around 186. That should give me enough time for the market to break 40, Tesla to get down to its previous resistance, which should be support now. And if I get buy-side signals on both of them, I have a valid reason to try and long right through here. Would I step into it automatically? No. But at the same time, these are the candidates that I need to figure out the trade that I want to work with. So right now, Tesla, thank you guys for the chat, in the chat for that. What else you guys got? AMD and Netflix. All right, let me take a quick look at AMD. Ooh, AMD made its move. It would have been right through there, that 98. Now it's already gone. Yeah, AMD has been trying this 100, and they've barely gotten past it. AMD's a little messy for me, at least for the way I want to look at it. So let's go on to the next one, Netflix. I know Netflix was up big today, and coming back to support. So now this is actually a different type of trade compared to Tesla. Reason being, Tesla's been in a downtrend coming into support. Netflix has shown strength already, and now it's coming back to the break point where we actually broke out north of 324. So this could actually be a decent, this would be a better long, I think, because there's strength. There's underlying strength here in Netflix, which is, it's already shown during the day. Now it's just pulling back. With the market pulling back, I think the timing of that could be much better. I think the trade here on Netflix, I really do like Netflix here. 320 would be the stop. Once I get the signal on the futures, I think anything between 323 and 320 could be a decent long here on Netflix. And hopefully we get that move. I mean, they moved from 320, what, 1 or 2, all the way up to 330 on a pullback. If we can get another move up to 330, it'll be a decent trade. So here we are working, or let's set this up here. Netflix, thank you guys. And Tesla. All right. Okay, here we go. We're just waiting on these two, Tesla and the futures, actually. The big one is going to be the futures market. All right, so that's what we're waiting on, too. Thank you guys for the 2 chats. All right. Regarding yesterday's trade, I'm sure you guys have some questions regarding yesterday's futures trade. Before we go back to Fahad, I think he's ready. Yep. How did I manage it? For all you guys that were watching yesterday, we were here. This is the 5-minute chart, right? So we were working shorts right through there, that 24 through 26 area, actually 22 to 26 area. Work some shorts. Let me see if it actually shows up on the on our charts. It does not. Okay, that's fine. So we were working some shorts here. We got a little bounce. Once we got to 10, it was a decision-making point. It could easily hold, or it could just fail. We're like, let's take some off. So we got some off right here, which locked in about 8 points or so. Actually, no, I think it was like 7 points or so. Kept going. We got some out around the 4,000s. That was done on the show as well. That was meant to be against this previous resistance, so we got some of that. And we held the rest of this, and it went all the way down. Yeah, at one point, this was like 75 points in the money. And then that comment from Yellen came out. Remember, as it's coming down, you still have to manage your trades, right? Regardless of how much you're in the money, you still have to protect yourself from random comments coming from somewhere. So when Yellen's comments came out, market popped, hit my trigger, I was out. By the time I got out, it was actually around here. So I did give back about 30 points from the bottom. You're not going to catch the absolute bottom. I think if you're trying to chase after tops and bottom, it's not going to work out well because you're never going to get perfect entries and exits. But if you have a plan in place in terms of managing a trade, yeah, I mean, it's not 75 points, but I think 45 points is pretty good too. So we did make 45 points in the latter half, and then we called it a day after that. That was the only trade I had on futures all day, and we just kind of managed that as we kind of, that's it. And then we came to today looking for some sort of a setup, either near the top or the bottom, and we're getting to that point. All right, Fahad, we're set up now.
Yeah, so I did try to literally go long just now. I had a bid at 41.5.
Okay.
But you can see my orders out.
Okay.
I tried multiple ones because it just wasn't pulling through.
You don't have the buying power.
So, okay, because he made that yesterday.
No, he gave you a shutdown yesterday. He didn't give you a buying power, apparently.
Oh, okay, perfect.
He says value of new position.
Yeah, okay.
Can you,
so I would have gone
info,
in there.
That info bar?
Yeah.
In the, in the activity log,
Yeah, yeah.
the info bar,
Yeah.
the info section.
Right here, yeah.
Yeah, can you widen that?
Yes.
I just want to see what it says. Yeah, you don't have the buying power for it. You need
Gotcha.
buying power. So go into the queues.
Go to the queues, okay. Okay.
Go, or
Which is,
just go queue.
okay, don't do anything. Okay, but my, yeah, 20 million might be okay. Yeah, thank you, appreciate it. My idea there was that you can see, can I show this by any chance? Is this allowed?
What?
Can I show this?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, if you guys can,
I mean, none of your stuff is real. Oh, you did a shake, man. You know the arrow shake? Shake it again. No, you gotta hold it down. No, hold the window down. There you go.
what the hell is kind of feature is that? What is that? I've never seen that in my life
Arrow
before.
shake, man. You can turn it
That
off.
made me drool almost. That's how
You can turn it
intense
off,
that was.
but,
Okay. I never said that actually, not once in my life. You can see my bids. Literally, I wanted to go long. I had 36.25. My first one was 41.50, never got filled. So I was like, what's happening? So I tried again, 45.50.
Okay.
Did happen. Then it dropped past the 41. I was like, let me try again. Didn't
So
happen.
you got a better price.
Yeah, I did get a better price. It would have done well because now we're up to 46.06. So if I did
actually
get one,
want
it
to see
was
you
filled.
execute some trades, though.
So once I get this buying power, I'm still gonna play. I'll probably buy a contract or two, and I'm gonna hold it because I do want to go back to this level right here.
Which is what?
56.05. Sorry, do you say the last three digits? 756.
756.
I'm saying the last two
Okay,
digits.
okay.
But that's what I want to look at. The reason, my thought process behind this, I went to the 30-minute and I zoomed all the way out. Not too much out.
All right.
But every time it hit the level that it's at right now, alongside with it, that's like it did once, twice, 3 times. It went up.
Okay.
So I'm hoping it follows protocol.
That's one
and goes
word
back
don't
up.
use, bro. As a trader,
What?
you're hoping.
So I'm seeing that it's gonna follow protocol.
It's gonna follow protocol.
It's gonna follow
Tell
protocol.
it what to do.
It's gonna follow protocol. It's gonna go back up, because as well when you zoom out, it's in an uptrend.
Yep.
Why would it drop past these levels
Oh, the market
and
gives you
try
answers
and try to
sometimes.
test these levels, which is taking us back a few months? That's
All
just
right.
not good. You know what I
Okay.
mean? So that was my
That's
plan.
actually a few days, by the way.
You know what I meant. So yeah, so I mean it's a good level for me to buy.
So
in.
we took care of
It's-
why you want to get in, right?
Correct, yeah.
Now let's move on to the second part of
Okay.
this is, what are your targets? Like, and when it comes to trading, obviously you want to figure out how to get in.
Okay.
Second part of that is, what are you targeting? Like, you're putting up the risk. You're going to get in here. You're going to get out at a specific spot if it goes wrong.
Right.
And what happens if it goes right? Where are you trying to go with it? So let's now
okay.
work on the target part.
So do you look at the big chart or the small chart?
the
for
big
that?
chart, because you're
Big
making
chart.
the reads all off the big chart, right?
Okay. So if goes well,
Yep.
I do want to get out. Do I create another line? Do you make lines again or no? Like lines, alerts, what do you do for that?
You can.
All right. $10 million buying for that? Thank you. Appreciate that, Sean.
8 million though, so watch out.
8 million? Ah, that's a little tight, but. Yeah, okay, so my out would probably be at the 795. That would probably
Keep
be my
that
first.
in mind
Okay.
when you do actually.
I'd not forget about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. My stop loss would. I don't want to do a big risk. So
Okay.
if my win percent, if I go 40 here,
Yeah.
my win would be $55.
No,
Or,
no,
what
no,
is it?
55,
Points?
55 points.
55 points.
Yeah.
And then
If you get 55 points, that's like $1,000.
okay, that's good. I
On
like
one
a grand.
contract.
That's really good. I like that a lot. That's like really good for me.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
But if it drops,
Where you
I
gonna
don't.
get out?
I don't want to lose more than, like, what's realistic? It's good to go.
You have to log out and back in.
Okay, so when Arun takes it off in a little bit,
Yeah.
I'll relog out.
All right.
And then my risk. So if I'm at 40, I mean, I don't. The reward has to be bigger than the risk, right?
Can I say one thing
Yes.
though? When it comes to like, especially traders, I think a lot of traders do this, is that when they start taking a trade, they're like, I don't want to lose more than this, so I'm going to put my stop here.
Right.
No, you got to put it where the market's telling you to put it, not where
Okay.
you want to put it.
Okay.
If that means that's too expensive, then pull your entry down so it makes sense.
Oh,
Right?
that's really good.
Because it's a waste of money for you to put a random stop, you get stopped out, and then the market comes right back.
Right.
It needs to make sense in terms of like, it needs to be a technical failure or a break or something like
That's
that.
really good advice.
See,
Okay,
everybody
so-
needs,
so
like
the-
everybody's always asking, like, oh, how am I looking at charts? And I'm just like, this is exactly, now I get to kind of go through you with it.
So okay, do you see this little thing right here? Just these candles. The average would be in the middle right here, and that's the same level if you go back to
Okay,
here.
okay.
So would you look at that first stop, which is it's not far away, it's not really good, or would you look at this one, which is a major level? Which one would you look at?
The problem is when I don't like to use the middle of stuff.
Okay.
So if I'm gonna go through it, I'm always gonna try to use the bottom edges. In this case, the bottom edges.
Like the wicks? The bottom of the wicks?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, the
okay,
bottom.
okay.
Because that means like the wicks are telling you where the market does not want to be, right?
Okay.
So like if your stop is in the middle of something,
Yes.
the market's okay being there.
Okay.
So we can easily go there, come right back.
Right.
But if it's below something, the market has no desire to stay there.
Okay.
So it comes right back.
Okay, so then my loss would probably be right here.
Where? I need
on
exact
this.
prices,
Exact-
guys. I need
right,
exact
okay.
prices, or exact prices make a big difference when it comes to execution.
My stop is at 677. That'll be my loss stop. I don't want to go below that.
Okay.
And
so
then-
that's your
so-
exit.
Yeah, that's my exit, which means
So
my
now you know what your
buy-in-
target is, right?
Yeah.
So what's the top price? 756, you said?
795.
795 is your
Yeah.
exit up top?
Yes.
And what's your bottom price?
679.
So you're risking over 100 points there. Or not risking.
If I was to go in now, yeah.
No. So if your top is 795.
Yep.
Or
Yeah, 795, yeah.
And your bottom is
676.
676. So 120 points roughly.
Okay.
So the way I would do it is that if you're risking X amount, make sure you can get the other side of it as well. So if you're risking 60 points
Yep.
in 120 range, you
Yep.
have 60 points down and you have 60 points up.
Yeah.
That's the maximum risk you can
A
take on the
1-to-1
trade.
ratio. Has to be a 1-to-1 ratio at least.
Well, I'm going to say 1-to-1.
Okay.
But that's the absolute minimum.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, not minimum. That's the absolute maximum that you can risk on this
Right.
trade where it makes sense.
Okay.
Preferably, you want better. Obviously, the lower the price,
The better.
the smaller the risk.
Yep.
That means that it's not 1-to-1 anymore. It's
Yep.
either 2-to-1 or 3-to-1.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the timing of it, right?
Okay, cool.
So you know above a certain price, you can't afford it.
Yes.
So you gotta go a little bit lower
Okay.
to make sure it makes sense.
So I'll probably put my buy-in at like around the levels I was looking at specifically here, which is this.
Okay.
It falls back to this.
What's the price?
And that's going to be 725.
All right.
I'm just going in the middle of this average right
All
here.
right, log in, log out, log back in.
And we'll
let
get
me
this
go through the
sorted
chat.
out. Okay.
And then we'll go and figure this out. This market's confused, guys, to say the least, because it was at 45, and there it is, right back to 55, catching a bid. For anyone who's involved in a big way today, if you were actively trading this today, depending on your style, this might be a little confusing and this might be a little bit messy. So, as some of you guys are saying, it's choppy. Choppy markets are good for certain types of strategies, right? If you are position trading, it is a very hard market to work with. The flip side is if you are a range trader, if you are solid on the ranges, if you know how to play tops and bottoms and you will get in and you know exactly how to play this is your market. This is where you make money. So because there's so many different approaches to trading, you're more likely going to lean on one over the other. So you can either go through learning all the different strategies. Now I've tried to kind of be like, I'm going to learn the range trades and also not the swings, but the position.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is you got to know when to flip the switch, and I think that gets confusing at times. When do you go from range trading to trends? You never know, it's never going to be that obvious, right? So it's going to take some time. I think focus on one instead of confusing yourself, doing everything, and then you can obviously learn as you go. But I think your bread and butter should be one straight approach or one approach, and then from there you improve your arsenal of how you trade. So for now, the ranges, not exactly my cup of tea, so I'm kind of letting it be. Like I said, I want it either up here or down here. I know how to play those, but I don't know how to play in the middle, so I'll leave it be, and we'll figure it out. I did see a super chat come through.
I believe it's for Sean.
There you go. Okay, so that's taken care of. That wasn't directed at me, so they'll figure it out.
Question.
Are you ready? Are
Yeah.
you ready? Are you able to send an order? All right, let's
Yeah.
go back to Prad. Let's go back to Fahad's screen here. He's
So
ready to send an order.
would you put this order though far from where it is right now? Like, would I put the order out? Would you just have it hovering and waiting?
No. If you want to get in at a specific price,
Put it in.
you set a limit order and you send it. Send it, Fahad.
Is this a limit order? Limit price? That's a limit order?
When you're setting the price, it's a limit order.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm pressing enter right
Yep. There you go.
now. I press enter.
You sent it.
You see my circle right there.
Now you just gotta wait for that fill. If you get that fill,
That's it.
right?
You just played a patience game now.
Well, I mean, you can, or you can move on to something else while you're waiting for that fill.
Yeah.
All right, these
Perfect.
guys were talking about Tesla. Let's take a quick look at Tesla. See if Tesla was, we'll stay with you. Why don't you go take a look at Tesla and see if that's setting up for a turn.
Okay.
If there is a turn there anywhere.
So for Tesla, I'm going to go to 1 minute, because I do like the 1 minute for equity. Don't question me why. Actually, 3 minutes. Sorry, I do like 3 minute.
Okay.
Okay. If we're going to zoom out here, let's see what's going on.
Okay.
Why my charts look so ugly? See
It's
this?
because the gaps are bigger here.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, Tesla it's not doing good. It's not going. It's definitely on an uptrend.
Okay.
For the past, how much is this? 10 days.
Yeah.
About so. If we're zooming into the last 4 days, it's playing the same levels. To be honest, it's actually pretty tradable.
Okay.
If you ask me.
Okay.
It's hovering around this area. You have a high, you have a low,
Okay,
a clear high and low.
So if you got high and low, what do you do with the low? If you know where to draw the support level, what do you do with it? Zoom out a little bit. You're going to need some more information.
Okay. How many days would you look? This is 6 days.
I mean, that's a question a lot of people in the chat have too. It's like, how many days do you look? As much as that's relevant. So when it comes to Tesla, so I don't want to go too far back. Lady, thank you so much for the super chat there, $1.99. There's no question attached to it, but if you have a question, please tag Sharif with it, and then hopefully he'll relay it to me. Yeah, because I'm not actually in the chat. All right. So when it comes to Tesla, and you're looking at the daily, right? You're like, how many days worth?
This is 30s.
Okay, sure, 30.
Yeah.
How many days worth? What's the most relevant or most recent, like, back and forth action I'm seeing? For me, it's going to be going back to the 14th. I think it's the same tops that you're seeing on your chart as well, around that 185-ish.
Yep.
Right, so that's...
You said the March 14th, is that what you said?
March 15th, actually.
15th,
Yeah,
right
pretty
here.
much the tops
this one
of
right
these
here.
ones, right?
Right.
So the thing with tops and bottoms is that if you've been there before, like it's gotten to a top, come back this many times around that 185, and then it breaks through like it did on, what day is this? The
21st, yeah.
So when it comes back into that previous area where it kept going to that high and coming off, there's going to be some volume there that you can use as support.
Right.
Because it's
a lot of people are going to trade it. Yeah.
Oh, there's activity there.
Yes.
Right. So when you come back to it, you can use that as a potential area to catch a bid.
Okay.
And then see if you can actually go long off of it or go buy.
So how would you just off of looking at the chart?
Yeah.
How would you identify if you're going to go long or short on that level? Or do you wait until it breaks it?
So if you know there's previous levels, Prad, let's go to Fahad's chart. If you go to previous levels, you always want to play with that level.
Okay.
You don't want to play against it.
Okay.
The reason I say that is because buying can come in at an existing level or existing resistance level.
Okay.
At any point, or previous resistance level at any point.
Okay.
So you can play short, sure, against it, but the risk on that is much higher than you playing long on it.
Okay.
Right? It's a safer bet to be playing with previous resistance as support versus trying to assume that it's going to break it.
Okay.
Right? So that's what I'm looking for as well. For you guys in the chat, thank you for throwing it in there. So if they can actually get back in, I'm seeing the futures get back into the 40s. Now it's up 50 again. If we can actually set something up in this area, same thing as Fahad, I wouldn't mind going long there. And then let's take a look at Netflix. Netflix, what do you got? Still too far away from where I would prefer. I would prefer that 323 going on down to 320. So what do you see on this Tesla?
I'll probably wait for it until it touches that resistance. But I mean, it's at this weird. Yeah, this one. If we maximize this, like this right here, could be something to look at, and it's at that levels right now. So if we're gonna break, it's gonna break down to here. Might test this level here just to check the previous
so
day.
zoom out. So that's a mistake that happens a lot as well for traders. Zoom out. So when it comes to putting your stop, like obviously we talked about this, right? You know you want to work in a certain area to catch that previous resistance.
Right.
But you also don't want to get stopped out just because it got underneath.
Underneath the.
Like you don't want to get caught. Like getting out right here, like where your line is, your cursor is. Like why would you stop yourself out there, right? You want those previous resistance areas to hold your trade. So if you're long, your stop point on this trade should be a little bit lower.
Right.
Right. You want to give that previous area a chance.
The range that it's going to resist.
Exactly.
You want to stay out of it.
You want to stay out of it. You don't
if it breaks that resistance, then okay.
So you want to give it a chance to actually move around in there because you don't know how flexible that area is going to be.
Gotcha. Okay, so if we were to zoom in now, and I'm saying that this would be my stop, but not really. That's the resistance area. So my stop would be out here.
Yeah. Okay, so I want you to, when you put your stops in, I
Yep.
want you to put it on the on something
this.
like this where you can see the entire picture.
Okay, gotcha.
So where would you want to put it now?
So,
Seeing all of this. And like I said, try to stay away from the tops or
Right.
those previous tops.
Yeah,
You want
yeah.
to put it a little bit lower.
so you wouldn't look at this top right here. You would look at these tops
Yeah.
because these had more consistency.
It's also a little bit lower and they're a lot closer together.
Okay, so then I would go. That's a wick. That's probably an even one. I'll probably go like probably right here to be honest.
What is that?
This is 184.5.
Okay, so I would, personal preference, everyone has their own.
Okay.
I stay away from the halves.
Okay.
Just because it's a little, the even numbers are a little bit easier to work
So
with.
just
than the halves.
184 you would do?
184, if you
Okay.
like that.
So we'll put a line at 184 flat. Bop.
All right, that's your stop.
That is my stop out.
Okay, what's your target?
My target, if I buy in, I'm gonna probably. Well, to be honest, I want to go long right now.
Okay, if
At
you go
these
long right
levels.
now, what's the risk on this trade?
Oh, okay. So 187. So about $3.
No, it's about $4 because you're almost at 188.
Oh, right. It's already at 188.
Okay, so can you get $4 to the upside? Like, is there a
$4.
resistance?
Right.
Like 192. Can we get back to 192? You think?
193. Oh God.
Or
Maybe not, huh?
192? You think we can get back to 192? If you think we can get back to 192, the
Yeah.
risk makes sense.
Right.
$4 to remember the one for one, the $4
Yeah,
for $4.
But in one day though.
I mean, it's possible. What do you think? If you don't think
I
it
think
makes
Elon's
sense,
an idiot though. I don't think.
Oh my God.
Sorry. No, I'm humble today. My bad.
if you don't think that we can get the $4 back, then you got to wait for a better price.
Right. So
That's
I'm
a
gonna let
decision
it
you gotta
drop
make
a
right
bit.
now.
Okay.
Do you think it's worth it? Do you think you can
No,
get your
no,
$4?
I'm not gonna buy right now.
Okay,
no.
so where would you be more comfortable?
I'm gonna wait for like the 186,
Send the order.
187.
Send the order.
Okay, so
if you
we'll
like
go
the trade
here.
down there, send the order.
We'll do 186. Oh my God, it's by cents. Get the heck out of here. 186.25, just because. I'm gonna. How many shares do you recommend? Is that up to me?
I mean, they're not real, so it's whatever you want.
That's why would you do
All
that?
right,
We were on such a good
all right,
flow.
all right.
We were doing
You're
so
a big-
well.
We're starting off. I know you got all this monopoly money.
150 shares.
Why 150?
So I can do 50 on my own.
All right.
Yeah. I sent the order, sir.
All right. Done.
Perfect.
Okay. Now,
Move on to the next thing.
move on. Okay. So we went through two things, right? We went the way to look at the entry,
Yep.
how to figure it out. We went through how to kind of set your stops and your targets.
Yep.
Now the question is, how do you manage this trade?
If it goes
Obviously-
my way or just
Well,
either
I mean,
way.
obviously, if it goes against you, you know where to stop out.
Right.
We've already taken care of that side
Yes.
of it. What happens if it works in your favor? What if we're targeting that
192. Let's just say
192,
one. Yeah.
but it doesn't get to 192? How do you manage it as it's coming up? Like, how do you manage a trade that's going in your favor, but not at your target just yet?
Okay, check this. Let me know if this sounds okay. And this is just common, like me coming up with my
Yeah.
own thing, right?
Yeah.
So our bid is at 186, right?
Okay.
Our stop loss at 184, so $2 risk.
Okay.
Cool. So if it's a $2 risk, I would say if I go up $2,
Okay.
I would take half the shares out. Why? Because if I was waiting it out and then a drop suddenly happened and it
Okay.
kept going to my stop out,
Okay.
if I lose that second half of shares that I kept on a $2 risk,
Yeah.
then I'm back to flat.
Okay.
It's just simple math, right? It's
That's
1
math.
plus 1 minus 1 minus 1
Absolutely.
equals 0 type of whatever.
Right. That's fair.
So that would be my way to look
So
at
your
it.
first target is to
50%.
get back your risk. So
Yes.
you're risking $2 is to get your $2
Yes,
back.
yes,
Okay.
and- yeah.
So your first target is $2. So send the order. Well, don't send the order just yet,
Well,
but
yeah,
keep
I
that
don't
in
have
mind
it,
for
yeah.
when you do get filled.
Okay, gotcha.
All right. So
And
what happens
can
after
is there
that?
anywhere to set a
Alert?
what the hell kind of macro is that? Brad, what do you?
What is this?
I don't know. He's messing around.
3 people?
Yeah.
Anyways.
Is there any way to something like
Okay.
like if I get if something gets filled, is there any way that something can like spit on me or something so I can notice?
Spit on you?
Well, not actually spit on me. Like something just take my attention,
The alert system?
so I know that I got filled in something. You know what I mean?
It'll come up. It'll come up.
So I'll just see this change.
Yeah, it'll
Okay,
pop
okay,
up on
gotcha.
all of your. The summary window will spit on you and let you
Okay.
know that you got filled.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
All right. So this is kind of pretty much.
That's
Well, I mean,
pretty
you
good
got,
starting point.
Well,
to be
you
honest.
got okay. We took care of the how to look at the chart.
Right.
We took care of setting your stops and your targets.
Yes.
We kind of took care of your what happens when it goes in
Managing
your
it,
favor.
yeah.
Well, you said the first portion of it, which is okay. If you're risking $2, you're getting $2 back
Yep.
on half your shares. You said, right?
Yep.
What happens after that? If it keeps going in your favor, how do you manage that?
take out in 10%?
Like, but what makes you say I'm going to take out 10% here? Where? Based on what?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Okay, so the way
So I would look
do
I would look at the 3 or 1 minute chart at that point,
Right.
and see how it's moving, how it's fluctuating, the
Right.
volume coming in.
So the one thing, zoom that chart or
Which one?
just maximize that
The
chart.
3 minute,
Yeah,
or do you want 5 minute?
5? I usually just use the
do
5,
5.
but maximize that chart. So let's go back to yesterday. I think yesterday is a great example.
Okay.
You see this is a 5-minute chart.
Yes.
Let's go to Brad. Let's go to his screen there. Okay, so you see the move. Let's start here.
Okay.
Right? You see the trend down, right?
Yes.
Let's just say you were short, and
Okay.
you hit your target when it's stalled out right here. You're
Okay.
short. You got out some here. That's your
Okay.
target.
Okay.
But it kept going in your favor, right?
Okay. So what would I look at to
Exactly.
like take more shares out?
Yes.
I would probably go here for
Why?
this level.
Oh, so you're letting it
previous
like
opening
actually
level.
hit targets
Yeah.
along the way, like small targets along
If
the way.
if I'm trading in this style, I think this is what I would do. I would just keep using previous levels
Okay.
to set my targets.
Okay. At what point you're like, okay, that's all I can take out. Now what? Like, are you going to do that for every single level, and then you're going to be left with 0 shares?
I guess I would always just keep like 20 shares at the end. To be
So out of
honest.
your 150,
Yeah.
you dump half. Your your 1-to-1.
Yeah, 1 to
and then
1.
you get out pieces along the
Pieces,
way,
10%.
and then you hold a final piece.
A final piece, yeah.
When
to
does
see where
that
it goes.
final piece get taken out?
At 3:59 p.m.
No.
Oh.
So the way I think you should have it is
Yeah.
instead of using like a time exit, is to just like trail it because it's obviously trending at this point,
Correct,
right?
yeah.
So at what point does the trend break? So along the way in a trend, the stock shows you that
It'll come back up.
It hesitates, like it goes back. It's a trend down,
Right.
but sometimes it stops and bounces back
Okay.
a little bit and then continues, right?
Okay.
Those little bounce points are locations where you can be like, you know what? If we broke that, we can probably get out.
Oh, so you let it bounce.
Yeah.
You don't panic. You
Yeah.
just keep holding.
Yep.
It goes back down.
Yep.
It goes back up, goes back down and does it. And then if that point that it went up, if it breaks that, then you're like, all right, it's probably going to go back.
Like for
reverse.
you, along the way, you've already gotten some out.
Right.
So you let it. And I think a great example, let's go to my screen here. I think a great example of that type of management is that futures trade for me yesterday. Okay, so this was the futures trade. So the charts are very similar, but like you, I got some out here, right? The short was, let me put some arrows in. The shorts were around here, right? Roughly there. I timed it fairly well, so we got some decent exits, or decent entries. And then the first exit was right here, right? Can you understand why?
Sorry, I was reading the chat. I apologize.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry,
All
can
right,
you repeat
anyways,
the last 10 seconds?
I got some exits here
Okay.
as a target.
Yes.
Next target was around 4,000, which was another exit here.
That you were looking for?
I was
to
already like,
approach it?
if it comes down here, I got to take
Okay,
some out. Like pretty
okay.
much what you were saying.
Right.
And then after that, the final piece, I was like, you know what? We're going to trend this.
Okay.
Where did it hesitate on the way down?
The first hesitate probably right here, no? It went
Well,
up.
to me, it was actually right here, this 80. You see this area?
Oh, even the wicks. You're
Even
looking at
the
the
wicks
very
matter,
little
man.
wicks.
The wicks
okay.
are where the market doesn't want to be, right?
Okay.
So when it
gotcha.
does something like this, for me, I'm just, okay, I'm going to get out. And I actually got taken out right here on this top end wick around 3 o'clock or so.
Interesting.
So that's where I got out. And so overall, we took the trade here. We
Right.
locked in some here,
Yep.
locked in some here, and then
Yep.
finally got taken out of the rest,
Okay.
like the entire position.
So the first wick happened. The
Which
second, I'm saying the level, the resistance, the first resistance.
This one here?
Yeah, and then the second one happened, and you're like, if it breaks this, then
well, after it kept going down, I'm
Right.
like, if it comes back, it's a problem.
so at this point,
yeah.
this was so that last arrow that you had where you got
Right
taken
here?
out. Yeah.
Yeah.
What made you wait that long and not down there? Because then you had another resistant point right here. You see down
Yeah,
here.
right here,
Yeah, yeah,
at
yeah. So
65?
how come you didn't take it out when it broke that?
Okay, that's a great question too.
Is it?
'Cause-
Thank
Yeah,
God.
because if you look at the bigger chart, you're like, okay, well, why didn't you get out? Let me remove some of these lines from today. Why didn't you get out right here at 65? So what you also have to do is keep in mind the bigger chart as well, right? So although I want to trail it down, 65 would put me right here.
Okay.
You see how this market's been holding steady
Yes.
in the morning?
Yes.
Through these 65s and 70s.
Okay.
I did not want to get stopped out underneath that. So I looked at it, I'm like, oh, we're going to be bouncing around 70. We're going to be bouncing around sub 80.
Right.
So I'm like, if I'm going to get stopped out on this trade, let me get stopped out north of 80.
Okay. That's
So
fair.
I got out north of 80.
Makes sense.
And then obviously we went all the way to 90 and then came right back down, cracked 50, and then caught this mess that we're in right now.
Okay.
And this market's catching a bid, and
Very nice.
it's a fairly strong bid too. So back to the range we go, it seems. So do you have any entries right now? No, right?
No. So okay, so we do have the 2 levels that we actually analyze the charts. So I'm gonna wait. I mean, Tesla is far away from my price that I have a bid on. It's going up, completely up. So I'm just gonna wait on this one. If we go back to the market, NQ backslash, I'm gonna do it here. NQ backslash M23CM. I'm learning quick. All right. If we go back to this, ooh, you see this wick? It almost touched my price.
There you go.
It is way above now.
Yeah, now the market's moving up.
Yeah, so do you want to take this over? Do you see anything interesting?
I mean, I'm
futures?
still waiting for, and futures market's rallying up strong here. Not 10 points? Damn. Nice little 10 points here as we're running up here. I mean, for how slow it's been, seeing 10-point move in a very short time is like a big deal. Okay, I guess we're coming up. Next decision point. Let me put some lines back on. For everyone wondering, are there trades being made? Yeah, we're trying to make trades, but we're trying to make the right trades. We're not just pressing buttons for the sake of pressing buttons.
I mean, I can if they want me to.
No, that's just useless. I don't know what you learned from that.
Yeah, so.
So we're going to make the right set of trades. So right now, 85 is still in play. And this market's running up quickly too. All right, here we go. That's the resistance level. So if we do come up, this is coming up fast. Sharif, let me know if there's something coming out right now, because this is moving quickly. Unusual for this time of day too. So let me know. This is there's definitely something coming out, Sharif. Sharif is going to let us know what this is, and we can use this to potentially catch a fade. This is right in the zone where I want to catch a short if I can. This is a little aggressive, but I got to respect it. But we are definitely in the spot. If you only caught that long,
that would have been crazy.
That would have been a nice that would have been a great experience to start futures trading career with.
I would have been up a lot of money. Anyways, so I'm saying someone said the Fed might be talking. Is that true? Is that what time it is?
I mean,
Fed speaks.
You never know, but all right.
That's okay. What kind of?
All I'm going to say is, though, we are in the right spot for me to find a short if I can find a short. Remember, we're working longs through the bottom, shorts through the top, and we're in that zone there. I would like to work some shorts if I can find the right short. Now, obviously, a move like this is quite aggressive. I want to respect it. I want to give it the time. Let's see if Sharif can find that info, if there is info. What's that? Nothing yet, he says. So I'm sure it'll hit the icon terminal fairly soon, but for now, we are gonna let it be and let it trade out. All right, there was a super chat. Arun, what you're teaching is priceless. Thank you. Thank you for watching, Zion. Listen, for me, it's been, I haven't sat on this side of the desk, on this desk specifically, in a very long time. So I take this opportunity to, it's a little different for the morning show, obviously, but for me, I take this opportunity to, everyone has questions during the other show when I'm on. I take this time to actually just answer those questions. I understand some of you guys want to see trades. When there's the right trade to make, I will, like we did with the futures yesterday, I'll let you guys know. But for me right now, being exclusively on the futures and keeping an eye on some equities as well, there's nothing that I can do with this yet, but we are definitely in the spot where I might take a short on the futures. Might is the big thing there. All right, that's Zion. There's another one.
Yeah, Nick asked you, Arun.
Yeah.
He said, do you mainly use support and resistance as entry exit levels, or do you use other indicators in your strategy?
All right.
And he really likes the segment, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Again, Nick, thank you so much for the €5. So here's the thing. For me, I've gone through all the different indicators that all of our systems have, right? I've used, I'm on eSignal, so if you're wondering what this chart is, these charts up here, those are our internal charts with our Prosper Parade system, which is built for us. But then, for me, I just like the charts here, right? I use two different charts, actually. I have eSignal, and I also have NinjaTrader charts as well. I just like how NinjaTrader looks overall. But those are just for charting, not for executions, right? So for me, I've gone through all the different indicators, and there's so many. I think I mentioned this one. There's Andrew's pitchfork, and I'm like, how do I use this? I don't know. It looks like some sort of channel system, but there's so many different ways to look at charting that when you do go through a lot of them, it gets very, very confusing. Because you see the advantages, but then you try to use it in a regular market and it blows up in your face, right? Because a lot of them, they're going to be in two different categories. They're going to be trend following or mean reversion.
Right.
right? And in a mean reversion or a mean reversion indicator in a trend market is not going to work.
Right.
And a trend following indicator in a sideways market is not going to work because it's just they're all going to get chewed up, right?
Yeah.
You're using a moving average. The moving average is going to flatline through the middle in a ranging market. So for me, I would rather just go straight up with price action. And so obviously the answer to that question is support resistance only. I don't even have VWAP. One thing I will say though, if you do step out, obviously the intraday timeframes, that's a little different, but if you do step out to the daily chart, so S&P daily, any daily chart, the one chart that you really want, or the one indicator you'd really want are the moving averages, the simple moving averages, the 50, the 100, the 200. Why? Institutional activity at those prices. Happens all the time. So those are the institutions that are going to be buying up shares in a big way. Those are the averages that they play at, the 200 being the big one, the 100 also, but the 200 being the big one. So definitely keep an eye on those moving averages on the daily time frame. I think on the intraday stuff, you can put here's the issue I have with moving averages on the intraday, right? If I put a 20-period moving average on a 5-minute chart and then go to a 1-minute chart and still keep that moving average, yeah, I got it, keep that same setting, the time frame is different. You're using 20 bars on a 1-minute and then 20 bars on a 5-minute. They don't equal the same. So the moving average is always going to be different. Which one do you trust more? So that's the issue I have. So I just stick with the zones. At least that way I can identify price action much better and see where the support and resistance is. And I think for me, that's worked out well, so I'm going to stick with it. Moving averages and any sort of indicators, it's out there. Clearly, people are making money with it. It's just, what's for you? Is that for you? Not necessarily. Then figure something else out. But for me, I'm good without anything. Sharif, what do you got?
Not sure if this is the market making moving news, guys, but this just coming out. Speaker McCarthy coming out saying the U.S. expects the House will pass legislation to address TikTok, not defining what address means, but saying he found the testimony yesterday very concerning and he's going to act upon it.
Thank you. Damn. As you guys can see, I'm dealing with a cough. I've caught whatever is going around. Nose is a little stuffy, voice is a little deep. This is not me trying to be all extra. This is me struggling to talk, but here we are working. But Fahad, you got some news there. What's that?
Stop trying to milk it.
Stop trying to milk it. Well, guys, welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you got for us, Fahad?
I did a quick short. I really liked what I saw for a second there. I was looking at the big chart, obviously. And this was a risk level that I wanted to look at. I know you told me to look at the top wicks, which is something I really,
all right.
I took for granted, but it was going my way from previous things when I seen people speak. I don't know. He said who was speaking? Yellen? Is that whatever.
I think
someone's talking.
Yeah.
But I see people when it makes a big spike, it usually has to go the other way for a little while. So I was just trying to take advantage of that.
Okay.
I have a very small win to reward ratio. I have $10 down, $10 up.
Okay.
So that's it. So if it hits my price, which is hopefully it's about to fill me
How stressful
over.
is this for you?
I don't like this.
You don't like how
No,
fast?
I'm joking.
Like,
it's actually not that stressful.
No?
Because I'm okay. If it goes $10 up, I'm out. If it goes $10 down, I'm in the money.
Okay.
So that's what I'm waiting for here.
That's a fair play.
Hopefully it fills me. It's right now just literally barcoding. Like it's just staying in this one spot, which is 809, which is where I bought it. I'm okay with that.
Who? No one.
No one is speaking. Okay.
No one is speaking. Okay.
So I'm waiting for this. If it goes down, I'll be all right with it. It'll put me in the money, and that'll be my first futures win ever. So hopefully it goes 10 points down. And is this is times 50, you said, per point?
This one's times 20.
Times 20.
Yeah.
So if it goes down by 10, I win.
You lose 200. If it goes down?
If it goes my way,
you
I
win
make
200.
200. Cool. So I'm just waiting on that. I do want to check out some stocks. If you guys want me to look at some stocks.
Let's take care of some super chats before we
do
go to
your
stocks.
thing. Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Secret Treasure sent a question directly to Sharif. Do I ever use level 2 and time of sales for his trading? Level 2, this is kind of what I use. Like obviously the CME level 2 looks different than the stock level 2. Why? There's no ATSs. Everything has to go directly through CME, so there's only one exchange you can send the order to. So everything is just single levels, right? In terms of level 2, The way I see it, I really don't focus on what's being shown in terms of size on the level 2, because if you want the shares or if you want the contracts, you're taking the contracts. So if you're trying to play in front of size, it really doesn't work the same way on the future side of things versus the equity side. Obviously, around big numbers, you might want to do that, but again, that's not how I play. There's been times where I've taken trades on the opposing side of very large orders, right? So if there's a large order sitting at a specific level and I want to go long, I have no issues going long against that, knowing that's there. I'm not waiting for that to break. I'm not waiting for that to disappear. Obviously, I'm going to be smart about how I'm doing it, but at the same time, I'm perfectly okay going against that because I'm just going to do me on the futures, right? So, and that's what everyone's doing. You could be hedging, you could be institutional activity for whatever reason, and you just don't know you don't know the reasoning of it, right? So it really shouldn't matter, I think. From the equity side, though, there's a lot more games that are played, and it makes sense with the amount of programs that are involved that are trying to kind of spoof it in such a way where it's not illegal, but it's still there. So for me, level 2 wise, I'll keep it up, basics like that. Time of sales, I do, but I filter it though. The only ones that I really care about are going to be the orders that are being printed that are big enough that matter, right? So for me, I'm just like, if you can go triple digits on the futures, on the S&P, that means there's someone who's on the opposite side that's willing to take that triple digit size, right? So if you're taking 100 contracts here, 100 contracts there, and you're seeing those hundreds go back and forth, clearly that's an area where there's a lot of interest. The ones and twos, sure, but the hundreds, those are going to be the much bigger players involved, and I think those are going to be the ones that you focus on. So that's what I do in terms of time of sales. I do filter it. And hi, Arun, what indicator are you using for the buy sell zones, and what's your charting platform? Okay, indicator. Oh no, oh damn. Let me just open up another chart.
You say God.
Yeah, that's okay. All right. The indicator I'm using, I do have to set this up, so this chart might look a little bit messier. The indicator I'm using is called a highlight. This is eSignal, by the way. So it really shouldn't matter what your platform is. There's going to be some variation of it in your current platform, right? For me, on eSignal, it's called highlight, and I think on NinjaTrader, it's called highlight as well. So I just like to mark off areas where I know there's going to be some activity that I want to pay attention to. So that's what I'm doing here with the futures there. So I got to go back and draw some lines because I accidentally closed it. But for now, that's kind of all we're doing here with the zones there and making a move to the upside. For how's your trade going?
Horrible.
All right, let's go. Talk about it.
I will talk about it. So the $10 down or 10 points down, 10 points up, stopped me out. So I went down, but there's a thing that you can tell me how you feel about this.
Right.
I've seen it work before.
Yeah.
For Sean especially. I know he does equity and I know he does scalping. But if I zoom this out and look how it plays off this blue line,
Yeah.
which is my 50, I believe.
Okay.
Or my I can double check. I don't want to give out false information. My blue is the 200.
Okay.
The 200 moving average.
Yeah.
When it was above it, it bounced off it. Look at all these, right? 1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, and then it broke it, and it did a little bit of foul play here.
Yeah.
When it came up, it didn't pass it, and it started moving on my 50. It was doing the 50 moving average, but now it's back to it, and you can see 1, 2, 3. It bounced off and came back under it.
Okay.
So I'm hoping. No. I don't
What?
hope nothing.
You don't hope nothing. That's right. That's the word you want. That's right.
It's going to bounce back under it.
Okay.
I feel like this was a big move for the market.
Okay.
So I don't think people. I mean, look, it did it so many 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 wicks above it.
Okay.
And it resisted it every time. So
So-
this level, I lost the money initially, and then I sold into another short. So I'm short again right now.
Okay, so one thing I will say about that is go back to what you were showing me earlier about how it bounced off of it 9 times.
Right here, yeah.
This is the moving average.
That's right.
The market is flat. So the fact that it's going up and down through that moving average is normal.
Okay.
So these types of indicators, these are like what I was saying earlier about how being a trend following indicator,
Yeah.
like a trend indicator. These are kind of useless when the market's going sideways.
Okay.
So the fact that it's touching it has no
Means
relevance
nothing.
until you start seeing trends in the stock,
Okay.
right?
Okay. Well, that's
so
good to know.
like it's obviously starting to move now.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the 200 moving average is also at a resistance level, so it makes sense that it's actually backing off.
Okay, gotcha.
So like you can, that's the thing with the market. You can see what you want to see. You can talk yourself into anything. You say the 200 moving average is great. I'm sure if you put in a 150 moving average, you're going to find a reason for that.
Right,
You can put a 300 moving average, you're going to find a reason for that.
You can always find reasons for it.
You can always find a reason to justify any trade in any market in any way. And that's the thing about the market is regardless of what you see on the show, you can find your own way.
All right.
Right? So it's just one of those things where there's many different ways to take care of this or make money in this market. And I think what you're seeing here is the various styles that we work with. Obviously, some styles are a lot more easier to figure out than others, but
Yeah.
at the same time, you know, that's how we kind of play the game a little bit. So you're still, what are you going to do with this trade, by the way?
I'm sure. So I see the market just went past my fill now. So hopefully I'm making back some money off of my first loss.
Yep.
I'm just gonna wait on it. I want to get back to this resistance level again, and I'll probably buy. I only have one contract. I don't play with one contract.
Yep.
I mean, it's fake money regardless. But I think honestly, if it goes back to these wicks, I'm going to buy another contract to average in.
Okay.
If it
Did
goes,
you plan that average though?
yes.
Okay.
If it breaks these wicks,
Yep.
I'm gonna make a line for that.
Yep.
If it breaks these wicks, so you said go above the wicks, don't go on exactly the wicks.
Yep.
So I put it right above it. Then I'll take the L on this one, which might be like $1,000, but it's okay because I'm learning.
This is why, you know, sometimes you gotta let that ego go. And $1,000 to take a trade to learn, you could easily make this $100 by going to the MNQs, which is the small ones. Right? Would you rather you lose $100 trying to learn or $1,000 trying to learn?
1,000. I play with big money only.
Yeah, but like, how long are you gonna last if you keep losing thousands?
I don't know.
See? So be smart about how you guys
Yeah.
are, if you're starting into something. Yeah, the futures market ripping up to the upside, good strength here. I'm trying to figure out what the next set of trades is gonna be. So let me quickly go through what I'm thinking here. Obviously, we're trying to look for a short. We're not getting the short. It's still running strong, fairly strong, and still going well right now. I'm thinking 60 is gonna be a new level that I wanna work with. We're gonna tighten this up, maybe above 85. I might go for the long. Yeah, let's go to my chart. Let's get my chart up. There we go. So 60 is going to be a level I'm going to keep an eye on. 85 up top. We're going to box this in. We either go find a trade that makes sense north of 85
Oh my days.
with the 60 stop, or highly unlikely that we find a short here. But for now, this strong move is really setting up. I think the big thing here is the fact that they caught a nice little bid south of 50, and it's been in place all morning, and they've kind of supported it well. So we have to respect that 50 if it ever gets back down there. But for now, we are in that spot where 85 and 60 are going to be the sideways actions. We need to get through either one to make the trade make sense. Let's take a quick look at Tesla here. Tesla, what are you doing? Did you bounce? Yeah, oh, yeah, you did. Yeah, you did on Tesla. I don't think you're going to get that fill, buddy, on Tesla. I think you may have to cancel that one.
Brother, how much did I say I was just going to lose? What was that number we were talking about?
$1,000.
Right. What was that one say?
935.
Right, okay. So at least my numbers is right.
I mean, it's 20 times whatever you're going to lose. So,
Wow.
okay. So, like, what do you do with this now?
But okay, I know you're saying it's a mental game. Trading's a mental game.
Yeah.
Would this have affected you that it filled me out,
Yeah.
stopped me out,
Yeah.
and then wants to go back?
Happens
down?
all the time.
All the time.
All the time.
Like every single time?
Not every single time, but it happens a lot where you put in tops and bottoms. That's a regular thing, and that's something you got to deal with as a trader. Putting highs.
This is very sad.
This is
like
sad.
it makes me want to go short again. But
I mean,
do I?
Now you're getting into that idea
That
of
revenge trading.
Yeah,
Right.
You're like, you may have had the right idea, but this
Right.
is where stop placement is key.
Right.
Why did you choose that price? Go through the reasoning of why you chose that price.
And then what? I would adjust it for next time. You're saying?
Well, no, go through the reasoning as to why, and maybe you missed something. Maybe
Oh, I see
the
what
reason
you're
why
saying.
it got as high as it did and then backed off is because there was something else that you didn't factor in.
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
I'm not that advanced to identify it just yet. What?
Well, I mean, you're using the 5-minute chart, so like maybe zoom out with the bigger one.
Zoom out?
Yeah, zoom out, put the
Okay,
bigger
let's
one,
see.
and see maybe you missed something.
What did I miss?
All right, let's go through the chat here. Buying the dip is the answer. Yeah, if the market has got the strength there. What's that? He can't tag me because I don't exist.
So that is why
okay.
you trade
Well, he's a member,
M&Q.
so I can see him. Okay. The price breaking through the 30-second regular trading hours opening range. Okay, algos went off the opening range. Now we're getting into complicated territory. Dan, I can't teach this guy RTA, regular trading hours and opening ranges.
I don't want no RTAs.
That's a completely different lesson. But yeah, I mean, there's something to be said. Oh, I like this.
Oh, like, brother, you're trolling me. What's going on?
I like this. Okay, that short might still be alive, guys. We were talking about 85 being the top end. That short is holding on for dear life, but that could still be alive here. We're still going to box it in 60 and 85 now. We still need to move either side, either through the top or the bottom to activate a trade. But at least now we have some clarity that the range is a little bit tighter now. Now it's 25 points, 60 and 85 through tops and bottoms to work a trade. If we do get through 60, let's just say this. If we do get through 60, knowing that 50 is going to be a problem, what I'm going to need is a break through 60 and a bounce back into maybe 65, 70-ish to make this make sense of the risk on the trade. So for now, with this move to the downside, if you're going to do it, let's keep going down, 60 break through 60, and that should open up a nice little trade to the downside. All right, what else you guys got on the chat? Square going to rip. All right, let's take a quick look. Ooh, down 3%. Well, let's hope it does rip, because the way it's been trading, it's kind of coiling up for something. And this is a 30-minute chart. The way it's been moving around, it's a little bit of this. I mean, obviously, trend lines can be however you want to draw them. They're very subjective. But it looks something like this to me, which usually means we're about to pop off in a direction. I just don't know which direction. You're thinking long. If we got above 62, I might be on board with that. So let's kind of set the alert. 62, there we go. North of 62, I'll join in and see if we can't get a move to the upside. We were talking about Tesla earlier. What's Tesla doing? Yeah, it's bounced off that level. And what was the other one? Tesla and Netflix.
Netflix,
Netflix probably, I mean, if the market bounced, Netflix is probably back at 30. Yeah, it got all the way to like 28 and change. That trade's going to take some time with the market as well. For now, you made another trade?
Yeah, I took a short, and I just
right,
took how many points? I think 5 points, a win. Just try to make some money back, so I made $100 back.
Okay, so this
revenge
is,
trading.
No, it's also.
But kind of.
Yeah,
really.
but also like you're losing sight of what you're trying to do here.
Which is hold.
I'm not saying hold, but what I'm saying is that you're taking trades, you're losing on those trades, and then as soon as you get a 5-point winner, you're taking the win.
Yeah.
Like, what is your reasoning for this whole idea of shorting up here?
Because it was my previous level.
Okay, so why not stick to that idea?
Because it bounced too many times.
Too many times because you're staring at it.
Smart guy.
Let it do its thing, man. And listen, market at times has got performance anxiety. Don't stare at it.
Don't stare. Okay.
Go do something else.
All right, let's move on. No,
he's got a 5-minute on, but he's staring at the chart, looking for it to go in the money. And I think a lot of people do this. Is like, okay, I'm gonna make a win on this. I'm gonna make a win on this. And then
I am that type of person.
So we gotta get.
You know what we call that?
What's that?
Hustler.
I mean, there's a way to hustle.
I gotta make money.
Yeah, but you gotta have that mentality of a smart.
No, I
guy.
agree for sure, but yeah.
I mean, think about it. If you're taking
that $100 felt good, you know.
$100 felt good, but keep in mind, let's not forget that the first trade cost you like $1,000.
Right.
So in the whole perspective of it, you lost $1,000 and made $100.
Yeah, I'm done 900 now.
Right? You gotta be smart about what you're doing in terms of.
So I just need to do the exact same thing 9 more times.
Well,
I'm playing.
That's one way to do it, but you can definitely be smarter about it.
I want to look at some stocks. That's a lot of futures information that I have to take into consideration.
All right, a lot of people liking this. It's been very valuable. Thank you. Hopefully, it's this change of pace is you can get your questions in. Right, it allows me to kind of work the chat a little bit more as well. All right, market is chopping. We are chopping. I thought we had a chance at a breakout. No, this 85 level held up. 85 level held up, and that short is still alive to the T. I do not like to be that precise, but I'll take it because 85, yeah, that held up fairly well, but 85 is still the level that I've been working with since we came on here. So again, 60 or 85, either side opens the door for a trade. 70, not so much. We'll leave it be. Let it figure itself out. What do you got? You got another trade? Maybe?
I'm just looking at different stocks here.
Okay.
This Netflix looks interesting. I know you said the market, you shouldn't be using the moving average for the market. It made sense why you said it. Because obviously if it's flatline, it doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't even have a level 2 up there.
I don't need a level 2.
He has a level 2 on the side. It's fine.
Yeah, I have it on the side. Don't worry about me.
Guys, stop feeding him nonsense. He's trying to learn today. We're trying to get him away from the Fahad that's normal.
Well, now hold on.
What?
I was good for an hour, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Can I be a degenerate for the last 20?
Guys.
Is that allowed? Or?
I mean, it's your trades. I mean, we're just gonna warn the.
Guys, I'm in simulation. Just remember, please.
He's in simulation.
Please remember, I'm in simulation. This is my fourth day trading.
I mean, okay, guys, this is gonna change pace now very, very quickly. For anyone who's like, this is a choppy market. Obviously, I'm waiting on the trade south of 60. That's gonna be a real trade. But in the meantime, Fahad, what do you got? He wants to be.
Yeah, give me a stock to trade. I'm gonna show you how to make money. Basically.
All right, there you go.
We're back to
Fahad.
We're back to yesterday's Fahad.
It's gonna be Fahad being Fahad
Google?
now.
Let's look at Google. All right. Google.
I mean, I did all I can.
I did all I can.
Some people love to learn, some people don't. He learned as much as he can, and now he wants to get that itch out. So SPXL, people are saying.
What
if you don't like the video right now,
bro, my own face scared the heck out of me, bro. Oh my gosh. What was the four letters?
SPXL. They're gonna put you on a triple levered.
SPLX.
SPXL.
Is it what, NASDAQ?
AM. They're gonna put you on a triple levered.
How many likes? Yo, 2K likes, guys. I came on and I was like, I'm gonna be serious today. You know why? Because I was trying to break 4K likes. There's no way we're only at two. We're at 2K likes, brother. They never want to see this again, huh?
200 in an hour, bro.
Wow, that's. I don't know. If you guys are saying you never want to see me here learning again, it's fine. I don't really care, obviously, because I make money other places.
Yeah, you're a hustler.
I have a brother. Have you seen my wallet? It doesn't even shut 25%.
Why are you carrying that much money?
Don't worry about it. I be carrying money, man. I make money, all right?
All right. All right.
Don't worry about, don't come here with my wallet.
All right, he's gonna go trade and do his thing now, Fahad. Show us SPXL on the Amex market.
So this is the Amex right here. We got the 3 minute.
Oh, you may not have keys ready for Amex.
Let's check. F1. No, I got it.
Oh, you got keys?
Right,
okay, make it happen. Make it happen.
Right. Very simple levels here, really, for being honest. Easy money maker. You gotta look at.
Go do it.
You gotta look at one.
Minimum.
You gotta look at two. Minimum what? I'm gonna make my money
shares.
back.
Minimum 1,000 shares.
1,000 shares.
Yeah, no 100 shares here.
What, you thought I was gonna go under 1,000 shares?
Yeah, I think you're gonna do 100.
Brother, man, you don't know me.
No,
Come on.
No, clearly.
Look, check me out. Is this even moving? Bro, there's no volume on this. Is there volume? Oh, there is volume.
There's volume.
Oh, it's just not moving. Oh, it's a 3 minute, right? Okay. I thought I was back in 1 minute. I'm gonna let it hit this level again. And I'm gonna go long, believe it or not.
Do it. Don't tell me you're gonna do it. Do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Do it.
Just give me some chance, brother.
Yeah.
Watch this.
All right.
What's this price at?
That's 100 shares, by the way.
Yeah. I'll put it up. Wow, where is the patience?
I have none.
Okay.
I say that as I'm waiting for a trade.
1,000.
Oh, by the way, when it comes to patience. What day was that? Fed day. My first trade came in at 3 p.m. by the way. So.
Jeez. 3 p.m. on a Fed day.
3 p.m. on a Fed day. I had to wait. That's when I got my signal. But that trade was also from right here. It was from 40 all the way down. So I mean, do I really need to make that many trades? I think one is good enough for me at that point. All right, you just got to make them count when you do get them. What's up?
I'm reverting. That's a funny word. All right. I'm waiting for my fill. It didn't fill me out, so I'm still gonna wait for this level.
Zion, thank you for the super chat again.
6462.
He says consider it a blessing.
For what? What's a blessing?
For getting some learning from you.
From who? From you?
From me.
Brother.
Yeah.
You think I'm actually learning from you?
Well, it sounded like you did.
This is the worst net I've had.
And whose fault
since
is
I've
that?
Started, apparently yours.
No, I'm not taking responsibility for your reckless
Why
trades.
not?
You're the one who said I'm gonna, put up this risk, and then all of a sudden loses $1,000, and then is happy about a $100 win. Come on now, don't put that on me.
The $1,000 was your initial levels.
Okay, just make the trade.
I mean, it's not filling me out, brother.
The trade, bro.
The stock sucks. Who's even trading this? Why are you guys trading this?
Enough people are, because it's done 8 million shares.
Is that a lot?
That's a lot. It's an index. It's a triple index,
I'm about to do 8 million shares myself.
You're going to do 8 million?
As soon as I'm done with this stock.
No, guys, watch out now.
I'm going to let this fill out. Give me
AAPL and actually trades it.
AAPL? All right, watch this. AAPL and NASDAQ. Guys, this is so easy, man. NQ. Pull all of these up.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, there's no. It's an easy short right here.
All right, make it happen.
Yeah, easy short. So
Make it happen.
Watch this, guys. We're going to make it go up. Go up, guys. Make Apple go up real quick.
make Apple go up. You're asking the.
No, I didn't say
you're
that.
asking
No,
the
no,
chat.
That's criminalizing.
You can't
that's
do that.
criminalizing.
You can't do
I know.
that.
Don't.
No.
So don't
no,
repeat
that's
it. Why
illegal.
would you repeat it?
Because
if I made a criminalizing state.
Because it's recorded and they can easily just go
That's
back.
not. Yo, delete the VOD after this one. Make sure the video doesn't get posted. All right. we're gonna go short right here. Watch this. I'm gonna go. Boom.
It's Sim. So whoever's watching this, that's thinking it's.
Guys, it's Sim. Yeah,
it's Sim. It's not real money for him.
Don't follow these.
Don't follow him.
These are okay. I got filled out. Here we go. Let's go at 158.50. We're gonna keep wicket. Yeah, I'm in on the short.
It's that +1. Can you maximize that +1?
+1.
Right there. Yeah.
Okay.
Hit the plus sign.
Okay,
There you go.
Boom.
All right.
All right. Watch
He's short.
this moneymaker.
He's short.
I am short. So I'm gonna my next out is gonna be in
now
literally
you got
10 seconds.
SPXL. You got your SPXL.
Did I get it?
Yeah, you got your 1,000 shares on the SPXL.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. I'm in the money. Watch this. Watch this.
All right.
Watch this. Buy.
While he's figuring it out.
Made money on Apple. How much is that?
He made 52 cents on Apple, guys. 52 cents in net.
Okay, yo, hold on. Why are you saying stuff out loud? I'm so confused.
I have to.
What was the other one?
SPXL.
SPXL.
All right, Alex Diaz. While you do that, Alex Diaz. I can see myself and Fahad making the same mistakes. Thank you both for doing this trading while the market is open. Great job. I ruined it, Fahad. Thank you, Alex Diaz, for the super chat. This is one of those things where it's like these mistakes happen all the time, right? And it's always the same types of mistakes too, because as a beginner, you see the market, you're like lost. So all you do is just read stuff, and then when you read stuff that's already been read, everyone ends up making very similar mistakes. And a lot of the times, the people that want to help you correct the mistakes are always trying to tell you, oh, you got to buy this or that to kind of learn how to trade. That's what YouTube's for. And I think a lot of this is, a lot of YouTube is also a lot of exaggeration and nonsense. So I think hopefully sitting down and actually talking about trading and actually hopefully going through this and his 1,000 shares that's out a penny is actually kind of just like, I'm trying to keep it real. That's all it is. Today is going to be, for me at least, on the midday. I'm pretty much done. After today, midday, lose my number.
What does that mean?
You guys have
lose my number.
Lose my number.
Wild.
You guys have. I bought you guys a week to figure out how this is going to play out. So with Sharif, I don't know who's here, but you guys can. They'll figure it out. I'm going to go back to doing what I do, but I'm just trying to make use of that time and hopefully, kind of impart some of the mistakes that I've made in my past and try to gotten past it. So
well, I want you to know something about my trading.
What's up?
None of this are mistakes. These are all calculated trades. If I want to go down $1,000 today, it's for a reason.
Why?
Don't worry about it. I'm still coming up with the plan.
You gotta give me an answer to that.
I know, but you should.
I mean, nobody in their right mind is gonna say I'm gonna lose $1,000 on purpose today. Everybody's like, you know what?
People who don't plan ahead. See, you guys are day traders. I'm a week trader. I think about 5 days ahead. So if I want to lose money today, it's for a reason. It's because I'm swaying the market to think I lost money, so that tomorrow is part of my strategy. You understand how that works? You guys just trust me, everyone. You guys, it's advanced.
I understand
it's really just advanced, so I don't know.
You gotta spend money to make money, but you're spending a lot of money. You're not making any. So that's a problem.
Brother, I'm making money.
It's a problem. Fahad, sometimes there's some, you gotta get some tough love there, man.
There's no tough love. I don't feel any type of love right now.
He said, weak.
Wow.
Weak. Even the chat's coming at you
now.
Weak trader.
All I see is a bunch of people that don't know English, all right? Because that's clearly not what I meant.
Dan Emmons says Fahad should quit trading immediately. Dan Emmons always coming in with the facts.
Brother, let me tell you something. He used Google to learn how to spell immediately, all right?
Who?
There's a guy whoever said that. He went on Google, typed in the closest thing to immediately, and got the autocorrect, and came and pasted it into the chat. So I don't want to hear about my trading skills. All right? My trading skills is just fine.
You're going after the chat for spelling now?
I'm just saying. Okay,
listen, you need to worry about your trades that are losing you money right now, because your trade is out.
Look, bro, focus on
your SPXL trade is losing 10 cents right now.
Your screen, look.
I am looking. I'm waiting for my trade. I already mentioned my trade. This is not even my chart.
Prad, go to his screen, guy. You've been on my screen too long.
Let's go to my screen. We're getting closer to making a trade on these futures here.
God, I'm
that 65 break.
This is bad.
Let's go to my screen here. That 85 is holding up well. 60 even move through there. So this is what I'm thinking in terms of futures positions. I can't get that. This is a consolidated chart, by the way, on the futures on eSignal. That's why I typed in pound F. So what I'm thinking is if we get underneath 60, this is going to start confirming this area that I was thinking as a sell zone. Obviously, we've been going back and forth, but after that last pop that we had since, like 11:45, 11:46, all the way up. And now with Europe also coming into its close, I think if we end up sub 60 with the bounce after the European close, which is at 12:30, there's going to be a trade there on the short side. I would love to play it south of 60, preferably if it bounces back into maybe 65 against 85 on the risk, and I'm going to try to play it towards 50. That's the play that I'm trying to make here. We are definitely getting a lot closer to making that happen. So there's definitely a trade imminent here on the futures. It's just going to be a matter of making sure that we actually do trade underneath 60, and then we need that bounce to 65. And the reason we need that bounce after that 60 break is going to be because we need to control the risk on this trade. Why? Because 50 is going to be a problem. So I want to be short, but I don't want to be short at 60. I want to be as far away from 60 or 50 as possible, where the risk still makes sense for me. So 65 is kind of where I've decided that makes sense. I can play that through there. So 65 to 85, and then if we get into the 50s later, we'll figure it out. Before now, this market's still bouncing around those 85s and those 60s. Wait on that one. You made some money on that?
Well, don't worry about me, man. I gotta get off
got to.
because the next trader is gonna come on, so we're not gonna watch how much I made.
Fahad, Iceman got you a comment right here.
What'd he say?
Fahad gets to learn from Maroon one-on-one and decides to YOLO gamble instead.
No.
Big brain.
That's not fair. I
Big
learned.
brain.
I took it serious for the first hour and a half.
Okay.
But
what happened?
It's just 20 minutes are left, so
So
why not have fun with it? You know?
So you're just saying that that like you can only learn so much?
From what?
You can only learn so much before you got to get reckless? You got to get that itch out?
Brother, I live on the edge.
You live on the edge. You're a hustler that lives on the edge.
I'm a hustler that lives on the edge.
Okay.
It's where I got all my money since I was 6 years old. I was hustling.
Oh, you were hustling.
So that's why I made $1 million cash in my lifetime.
Cash.
But
So
let's
there's
not-
no trace
okay,
of it.
let's not
It doesn't exist.
Because I just forgot about taxes.
Okay.
So let's not talk about that now.
No, you paid your taxes.
I paid my taxes.
Yeah, you paid your taxes.
Anyways, okay,
Anyways.
I'm gonna sign out. Let
So,
Sharif come through here.
okay, let's put it out there.
Yeah.
His Apple trade
Why are you looking,
made
brother?
52
Stop.
cents.
His
His XPXL trade lost $72, and his futures
I had to
trade
punch out of that
lost
one because Sharif
$870.
was coming on.
So
I had to punch out it. I was gonna make a lot of money on this specific one
you
right
keep
here.
saying that a lot, which is I was gonna do this, I was gonna do that, I was gonna make a ton of money. I could have made a ton of money, but I don't see you actually making a ton of money.
You know what?
I'm listening.
I'm teaching the people
What not to do.
what not to do.
But we did this yesterday, which was what not to do with Fahad.
right.
Then we came into today, it was like, okay,
This is what
Fahad's
you
gonna
should do,
learn
yeah.
what you're gonna
And
do.
I did learn.
And then somehow in that segment, we switched back to what not to do.
Because
God mode doesn't turn off.
exactly.
God mode doesn't turn off.
I can only maintain, there's only a threshold I can do all the calmness. Then I have to go back to talking trash.
Okay.
So once again, I made more money than you.
No, you did.
I did.
You lost. Well, I made zero.
That's exactly.
So you lost money. So I don't know where you.
But I'm involved with money. You
Zero
are not
is-
involved
zero-
with money.
zero
No, but
is-
Arun, I got involved with money today. You did not get involved with money.
Zero is.
So therefore, I'm clearly a better trader. Good luck next time.
Zero is.
All right,
in
chat.
the black.
Yo, I want to thank everyone. I hope you guys were entertained, man. I hope you guys got some good value stuff. Obviously, Arun is a really good teacher. I'm messing around. I'm not looking to be a full-time trader. Maybe we should tell them that. That's why I can take it as a joke.
You do want to take it up as
I want to learn. I want to learn because I like holding education in every different industry. I know a lot of stuff. That's why I say I'm good at everything. So now, 5 years from now, if I go works at a bank, for example,
You will go works at a bank.
and at a bank, and I'll tell them, oh, by the way, I'm a sick day trader. You know how I come here? I'm really good at pitching. I could probably beat you in a boxing match. At a bank, I'll be like, I could probably out-trade you.
That's the first time.
And it won't be a lie because I'm learning right now.
That's the first time I've ever heard you say that. I think you're starting to doubt yourself. You said normally you say I can beat you in a boxing match. You said I can probably beat you in a boxing match. Psychological slip there, buddy.
Right, probably.
Thank you.
Probably is a
Thank
slang
you.
word, okay? It doesn't mean what it
slang.
actually means. So.
Slang. All right.
Anyways, all right. Chat.
All right.
I hope you guys had fun. I hope I kept
Thank
you
you
guys
guys for
entertained.
watching Farad and me.
Farad, that's
thank
crazy.
you guys.
I'm out of here.
He's gone now.
Let me log out.
We'll move on to Sharif, and I know Sharif, you've been on the at the main screen there. We'll talk to you when you sit down, but I know you've been at the main screen, and he's been kind of focusing on the news side of things, but it is. I imagine that he's got some comments or he's got some commentary on how this market's.
One open order. How do I cancel?
Refresh it.
Press what?
Refresh in the summary window,
Oh, okay.
and then exit after that. All right. Okay. There's a while we're waiting on that. All right. The NCSU kid. Arun and Fahad. Arun, slow trading and extremely logical. Fahad, volatile and impulsive. Fahad needs to trade like Sean. Try and trade like Sean. I mean, if you think that makes money, then go for it, right? But for now, it's going to be Sharif and Arun coming on board now as we come through. And he's going to need to get set up here. All right, I'm still going through the chat. Let's see what else you guys are talking about. Obviously, we were talking nonsense while he was there. But for now, what else are you guys talking about? You guys talking about individual names? Because this market is obviously quiet there, Sharif, as you sit down. I know you were up at the desk. And I don't know if you weren't here, so you didn't see what I was doing. But so I was, obviously because I'm waiting for a trade to happen or confirm for me, it wasn't like I was just waiting. So I did my Spanish lessons. We talked about that. And then I was watching a show. It was, what show was it? It was, damn. It was no, it wasn't. It was, the rescue show. Anyways, it was like a fire show. Station 19, there's so many fire shows. Station 19 I was watching, which was on TV yesterday. I just didn't watch it. And then I was watching that, and I put it up on this screen here, which is also the screen that's public, so you guys can see it on screen. Bradley over there saw it on his, and he was following along as well. So we were just having a good time with it. Well, but it was pretty much that's been my day, right? It's been TV shows and Spanish lessons. How were you at?
I love being up there, man. It's obviously because I don't do it every day, I always end up messing up something somewhere along the line. But I like the breaking news aspect of it. Yeah. I know a lot of technical traders, they don't really care what's moving, why it's moving, as long as there is money to be made there. That's their only objective. I like both. I like taking a macro view. I like understanding that. It's just part of my nature. So being up there, getting to synthesize all that information coming in and being able to funnel it to you guys, make money off it. Sometimes it's nice, right? So,
are you able to are you able to really trade there or no?
There's a trading. He set it up, right? And I've set up my own trading layout there as well. But when you're up there, that's not really what you're focusing on. There may be some like basic trades. I know he takes good trades. He loves shorting small cap cappers. And he takes those and he lets them run. He takes a little bit. Yeah. But I don't trade that.
It's been a little different for you, obviously.
Yeah, it has, yeah.
I noticed on your chart there, on one of your charts, you had a chart with a ton of moving averages.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'll get to that.
Yeah, I want to, so I always get confused when I see stuff like that.
Yeah, so what did I get over here? NVIDIA. All right, so we'll talk. The chat knows what come to my screen, Bradley. So here's what it is. Now, typically I only use two moving averages. Okay. The ones that I focus on are the 50 EMA and the 200 EMA.
On what time frame?
On multiple time frames.
So it doesn't matter?
No, I'll look to analyze that specific stock. Okay. What is it respecting? What has it been respecting? Yep. Why should I use this moving average or this indicator with this stock? It's not. I don't want to use it for the sake of using it, right? Yeah. So anyway, the ones that I default to are typically three: VWAP, 50 EMA, 200 EMA. Now, for the small cap crappers, which I know that you're obviously not very fond of, I do like incorporating the 7 EMA and the 20. And the only reason is the 7 seems to be respected on bull flag formation. So the pullback, typically in a bull flag, usually somewhere around the 7 EMA sometimes, especially the first entry. And that presents an entry to continue. Yep. So the first pullback for me, on a big break on a small cap crapper, I'm looking to get that first pullback.
So you're expecting it to trend though, right? When you're doing something like that?
Typically I'm looking for continuation.
So how do you work on something like that when you're using like a very short time frame, right? Because you don't have, like if you're looking at NVIDIA or something.
Yeah. Oh no, I wouldn't do that on NVIDIA.
So it has to be a small cap and a gap.
There is a very specific way I find to trade these small cap crappers. Whether you're taking the long side or the short side, it's not like trading a big tech NASDAQ name. No. These things don't respect levels oftentimes, and you're having to catch them, using very specific setups. So no, not something that I typically would use on a bigger name. Just take over for a sec so I can get my layout here and I start smashing some longs, baby.
All right, while he's figuring that out, there's a question there. I think this comes in often as well. from TJ Egan, what's a golden cross, which is the opposite of a death cross. Essentially, what you have is when you have a large moving average and a small moving average, when one crosses the other. So essentially, when you have a downward change, then you have essentially a change in direction in a much larger scale. Obviously, this only really makes a difference in the large grand scheme of things if you're looking at the daily, right? So for example, let's say, we talked about this earlier with the institutions, if they go 100 and 200, they sometimes say you go with the 50 as well, but I think the 100, 200, if the 100 eventually crosses through the 200, it means the trend has changed enough on the daily that now the long-term trend is to the sell side. So that's like a death cross. And then you have the opposite, which is going to be, I didn't know it was called that, but it makes sense that it'll be called a golden cross. But from what I understand, that is well. SI's had quite the day here, 75% to the upside, 120 running up, 215 on the high. This is one of those trades which is running up in a stepwise fashion. If you like longs, this might be how you play the longs because the risk is fairly controlled, right? So 215 would break out through the top. If you get that to stick, you have a new stop here, which is going to be sub right here, I would say about 175 or so. And then you just keep working the legs as it continues up until the trend finally ends. Only problem with SI, at this price point, it's going to be extremely slow. It's done 96 million shares on the day. Obviously, the majority of that was probably earlier, and now it's gone somewhat quiet. So it's going to be a little tighter to trade here as we are working with the $2 even mark. But SI, you guys brought it. I just took a I just quickly took a look at the ones you guys were talking about. All right, Lone, we all love you, Arun. Thank you. We love you guys as well. We appreciate you guys watching, spending your time out of your day for all the options that are out on YouTube to come and watch our show and stick around as well. So since you're here, throw out some likes. Might as well help these guys get the algos up, or the YouTube algos up, and get this show out to more people. So that would definitely be helpful for us. And then what else we got? Oh, got it. Bears and Bulls. I just saw it. Thank you, Bears and Bulls. How can we handle when trading? You have currency exposure. For example, my main account is in pounds and trades done in dollars. Thanks from Ed. You have currency exposure. Okay, you can do. So
a lot of people, because they buy
Canadian
CDRs, for example.
Yeah.
Right?
So the thing with there's some instruments that are currency hedged already, but if your account's in pounds and you're exposed in dollars, that means you're going to be net positive on your GBP. So you're going to be positive on your GBP side, and whatever your net is on the is on the USD side. What you can do, if you like a favorable exchange rate, if your primary account is to trade and not necessarily to pull money out of, you can always do a currency conversion to the main currency that you're trading from, the USD. So if you like the GBP USD rate, you can always do a currency conversion in your account. So moving all of your GBP into USD. That way, everything that's positive and negative, you're not paying interest on, because I know exactly what you're talking about. When you have two different currencies, if you're long one, short the other, because if you're losing on the USD side, but your account's in GBP, that means you're paying interest on the USD side and making interest on the GBP side, right?
There you go.
So to avoid that, just net it all out, you could do a currency conversion and then trade on the USD side. And when you're ready to pull money out, if you are ready to pull money out, you can do a currency conversion back.
Okay.
Currency conversion back for the amount that you want, and then pull it out.
Okay. I have an interesting take on this because I look at it from a completely different perspective. When I started out with IBKR, I was not able to trade U.S. equities, having only deposited Canadian dollars into my account.
Really?
No. Initially, no, right? And then they changed that. So what ended up happening was I deposited X number of Canadian dollars. I bought US dollars using basically a trading platform, the same trading screen that I trade equities, but I entered a Forex ticker, USDCAD. Bought, therefore I had a position in USD, a Forex position essentially, right? That fluctuates with market.
No, but they ask you though.
No, but this was initially.
Oh, this was initially.
They
Gotcha.
changed this after, right?
Okay.
Now I can buy whatever equities I want in Canadian dollars with U.S. equities, and it just there's like a nominal charge somewhere in there.
Typically with those accounts, they ask you, is this going to be a forex trade or is this going to be a currency conversion?
This doesn't even tell you. It's a trading screen, Arun. So you're literally going into a trading screen like you would in an equity, and you're buying USD using your CAD. That's it.
Okay.
Once you had the USD, then they were like, okay,
that's
go ahead, buy US equities,
then you're going to leverage that out.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would do a currency conversion, not a forex position, because that's going to fluctuate as well.
Yeah.
Find out if your broker has currency conversions. Most of them do. If they have a platform, if they have a robust platform, odds are they'll let you go into the spot market and actually convert out, and that way you're not paying that crazy spread you're going to get at the banks. You'll get the tighter spread.
Yeah.
You get a much tighter spread from your broker, and then you can pay whatever the fee is, and to convert in, trade regularly, and then when you're ready to take money out, if you want to take money out, take it out in pieces as you're ready to take money out.
Okay.
So hopefully the robust brokers, like solid brokers, do that.
Yeah.
That's why when you were talking about currency, like actual like taking a forex position, to allow you to trade U.S. equities, I was like, that's so weird because I've got a personal account with them as well. I've never had that issue.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Okay, when did you open your account with
years
them?
ago, though. This is like years and years ago.
Okay.
This is
I don't know, man. Maybe it was some flip-floppy thing, but I remember like having to be on the phone with the guy. He's like, look, you got to buy a forex position. Here's how you do it. Anyway, long story short, it's not that way anymore. But so I got into a meta position here. You know, I'm building a position. It's a quarter position. I added again a 10% position. The idea here is to see if we're going to get a defend at day's low. We are at day's low. The market, though, you know, it's very close to being break even. I think the break even level is 39.77s. We're at 68s right now. So we shall see if we hold this level. It's an exploratory position. But look, if it breaks this day's low decisively, I'm going to say if it comes down into that 203.25, I'm out. So that'll be a buck loss. So I'm going to give it about a buck worth of space. If it doesn't make its way back up, we'll just take that L. But I'm seeing some down and to the rights on a lot of these big, more NASDAQ-y names. I want to say AMD, NVIDIA. They're both down and to the right. A couple of VWAP rejections on both of these. The reason I mention them is because I'm looking at the overall big tech names. I want to see what I'm sniffing out market-wise. You know, I just mentioned we're almost at break even on the market, but some of these big tech names would not have you think so because they're down and to the right. So here, we'll see what happens getting into this position, and we'll continue
Going
looking.
back to what we were talking about, the currency stuff, I'm just seeing where the actual question was coming from. He's clarifying, Ed is clarifying that when he's losing, he loses faster and makes profit slower. So I can only see the balance in the account. The GBP is positive because that's what you've deposited. And then because you've traded in US dollars, you're holding USD negative. And that means then you're running interest charges.
You're taking interest. But it's calculated on a yearly basis. So if you're holding it for like intraday positions, it ends up being nothing.
Yeah, no, but the net losses is all mark to market, right? So you're gonna take hits if you're holding multiple days. You're taking those hits. And those hits are going to call in a negative interest, right? So it makes more sense to do the conversion, I think, to avoid that whole mess, and then just carry the primary trading currency, and then you can just avoid all of that interest stuff, and just convert back out when you're ready, if you're ready to convert back out. That way it's just you know, you also get to time your one time. That one time you're actually kind of working with it, right? So that's kind of my play. Market is bouncing. Damn, man. Market is bouncing back up. Like, we were like, oh, maybe we can get a trade on the short side. No, and here we go right back into the 70, 71, 72. All right. Well, what now? That's a great question that we need to answer. Damn,
I'm trying to, like, I haven't traded all day.
You're trading Meta,
so
right?
Yeah, I'm in Meta right now. You know, I'm building the position, but I haven't even really explored like what the futures levels are. Obviously, I know you gave them this morning. You know, I'm doing a million things, so I'm kind of drawing out my lines. Typically, what I would have done, you know, at 8:30 a.m. I don't typically do it midday, but what a range we've got! What a move yesterday to highs. 40-40, and then we huadunk all the way back down. This was your trade. I saw you took that top, and then you got that consolidation.
Fed day?
Yeah. No. This is yesterday.
That was 25.
Wait.
You said 40,
this is
40?
yesterday, bro.
Yeah, okay. So you're like a 40,
You took-
40.
yeah,
Oh,
you
40,
took-
25.
yes,
Yeah, that's the trade.
And then
That's
you
the
took
trade. Oh,
this
you saw
down.
that trade?
Yeah, I told you I saw the trade.
You weren't even
man.
here.
I told you I logged in. I was at the hospital. I popped the phone
Oh,
open.
that's when you
right?
popped
Like,
in and Fahad said he's
and
a
Fahad was
one-minute
getting
man.
beat down
He was like-
on his position.
He said he was a 1 minute man on that, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay,
And
that's the right
yes,
timing on
exactly.
that.
And the
Yeah,
chat
yeah.
lit up with those. And I had the opportunity to like literally read every single message that came through. But yeah, what a day yesterday, guys. Basically stayed all day at the hospital, but everything is good to go. So we are, we're back. We're ready to trade. We walked in this morning, saw Brendo. Still, it's hard for him to shake this one off. It looks like so. Covering for Brendo and couldn't be happier. And taking some of these trades here. We're still doing the dance with Meta. Still in this position. I'm not going nowhere. If it breaks a $0.25, I'll take it out. We may get bamboozled here because it may be a new low of day break and then another pop back up. But we are holding that lower level at the moment. So that's what I see. I see some of these other big cappers. They're more relatively strong. Look, Meta is chilling here at lows while Amazon curling back above VWAP, printing a nice big green candle there. Likewise with Apple, you're getting that curl back up. Likewise with Microsoft, you're seeing it literally on the other 5 big cappers, not so Meta, but it's bamboozled me before. It's shown itself to be relatively weak at times. I'm like, the move's been had. And then all of a sudden, volume starts coming in. So I'm just going to hold the position and we shall see what happens. The chat's like, yo, man, just take the loss, bro. Walk away. No, come on, guys. You knew better than that. We got to build into these positions. Adam logged in whilst at the hospital. Wow, top effort, mate. I love that. Yeah, whilst. This guy is pure English.
Oh, you know what? That leads right into word of the day. You got time.
Oh, I didn't pop up Stream Deck. Wow, that's so anticlimactic.
We'll do
it's
it
okay.
again.
We'll get it again.
We'll get it to it
yeah,
again.
shout out Adam.
Oh, it came up.
Boom. Whilst.
All right, Neil got us. Okay.
There, Neil.
All right,
Neil
so
coming
what is the
in
word
clutch.
of the day?
Whilst, which means while.
Whilst.
Yeah, so the English they say whilst. You guys know I studied in England for a couple of years in Leicester, University of Leicester alumni. Shout out.
He's well versed.
Right?
In many different languages.
Yeah, no, just English.
The British English.
There's
the
a lot
American
of
English.
there's a lot of different stuff between North American and British English.
Yeah.
They say car park instead of parking lot.
Yeah.
They don't say detergent. They say wash up liquid or wash up soap.
That's so much more.
Yeah.
work.
Oh no. There's a lot of differences between Canadian parlance or North American
They
parlance.
probably look at us weird too. And they're like, "What are you guys talking about? Well, why do you have to make it so much more complicated?"
Guys, SI has woken up. It is decided I'm going to move into higher days. Hello, 214. I see you from a bottom because we're at 208 right now. We're looking to take it. Here we go. The volume coming in. I know you guys can't see the volume because of the position bar, but yeah, trust me, it's moving in. We've reclaimed the 50, and hey, this could be a nice possible double top here, and then we move back down. I personally wouldn't take it. What I would look for, personally, is a break of VWAP and a new major low, and then I take the short. Subject to bamboozlement, of course. We are dealing with a very volatile name. But if you're looking for the safer setup, I'm not looking to take these highs short. I'm looking for a descent below VWAP, a break of a major low, and then I'll look for the Huadunk back down. That's my play on SI. We'll keep that one on the side as a possible development here, but it's going to have to take VWAP to the sell side. Currently, VWAP at 182, so not quite there yet. What's the chat up to? Canadian and American different. Yeah, no question.
We use British, right? But it's like a hybrid British.
Absolutely, like our system of law.
Yeah.
Which is a hybrid between the American experiment and the British
We're
established
tugged
system.
between two different worlds. Proximity to the States influences our language and also obviously other things as well.
No question.
But obviously the roots of the country are British, right? So,
No question.
So a lot of back and forth. So we kind of, I think the funny thing was someone was like, car boot for the trunk.
Oh, the boot, yeah.
The boot. Check the boot.
Yeah.
Check the boot.
And the hood is not the hood either.
bonnet.
The bonnet. Thank you.
Somebody in the chat had that.
I
Windscreen,
just remember that.
Exhaust we use here. Windscreen we use here. No, we use windshield here.
Windshield, yeah, we
instead
do.
of the
we
windscreen.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's jokes because when I watch car review videos and I'm shopping around for a car, I'm
you
gonna make
are?
a little segment about this. I'm not saying anything right now. We're gonna kind of like make this a little going thing where I give updates and stuff. But yeah, I'm shopping around for a car, so every time I look for reviews, sometimes you get the European reviews, right? And like
You don't get the European models though, unfortunately.
sometimes they're interchangeable.
Oh, they are? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. You know how packages are always packaged a little differently?
yeah.
Like they'll give you this and this in Europe and this in North America. No, it's not packaged that way. But basically the options are there so you get the gist of the car.
Have
and
you
they
narrowed it
always
down?
say, what's that?
Have you narrowed it down?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
It's an SUV, so I'm going
Okay.
to go with that. So I had an SUV. I had the RX 300,
Yeah.
the Lex. I got rid of that. I signed the lease on it. You can transfer the lease,
Yeah,
right? Did that. It was a 4-cylinder turbo, so I'm looking for something a bit bigger. And I'll narrow it down a little bit more. It's going to be a bigger engine in the midsize, right there, in the midsize category of SUVs.
You need that power. You need all that extra power. You know what you need that power for?
I barely drive.
Oh.
So my carbon footprint's low.
Okay.
That's number one.
When you drive.
When I drive very carefully.
Okay.
I'm not an aggressive driver.
All right.
No. And I take the subway to work every day, bro. Like, maybe I'll drive a Friday.
Yeah.
Maybe. So I don't
So
feel
it's not like a
bad.
priority then.
So
You're
gas is
really-
not going to hurt me on a bigger engine. Number two, I won't feel bad about the environment.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's, I was going to say the reason you need a bigger engine is to carry those biceps in.
Guy.
Get that workout in. I mean, to be fair, he's been sick. I've been sick. I haven't worked out in a week. You have.
I did two.
You did?
2 workouts. One on, what day is it today? Friday. So I
Friday.
did Wednesday and Thursday.
Oh, there you go. So he's got some workouts in the last little bit. So he's getting back into it. I still got some time to get back in the gym. I'm probably getting worse. Maybe on Monday I might feel better, but.
Do you have a home setup?
I do, but at the same time, it's like, I think the act of actually just stepping out,
Yeah,
going
no
to the
question
gym,
about that, yeah.
like there's a whole thing with that, and I think that just works a little better. I mean, I can do it if I need to, to work out at home, but I think the preference there. Futures market going back to 80. All right, futures bouncing back around. Remember, 85 is going to be the key point here to the upside if we do get there. So if we can get there at that point, we can make a move on the futures. But right now, this is just kind of bounced at 60, right back to 80. Remember, we were at 85 earlier, and we're like, well, 60 or 85, one of those. We got neither. Here we are bouncing back up.
Adam, you guys say kilometers. We say miles per hour for cars. We also say chips instead of fries. Yeah, that's another thing. Crisps, right? Are chips in the UK. All right, guys. Nice little move up here on the market. We're knocking at the door. I want to say of after the bell highs. Technically, previous high is at 39.98. That goes back to way early this morning at around 3:40 in the morning. That is before the Deutsche Bank story broke from across the other side of the pond, and you can see that reflected immediately right here. We're making day's highs, and then huadunk, all the way back down. We base out here at the 39.40-ish level, and we've been clawing our way back up since. Essentially, though, after the market highs are right here, and that is 39.84. So. That's the high we're looking to break. We're knocking on the door now. We're up to 39.80. So let's see what kind of continuation. We don't have Brendo obviously at the big desk. So if anything macro comes in, we may not hear about it. I'm now in the money on Meta. All right, back in the money. We're moving up. I'm not going to start scalping here until we get a break of the new high. That is that 204.60, 204.50 area. That's about 20 pennies from now. If we get continuation, that's when I will start scalping. I'm sized in quite large into this position. Here we go. We're knocking on the door of 50s right now. Let's set up a nice little order. We're going to take it above 50s. I'm going to sit at 54 because what's life without whimsy? And let's see if we get continuation
That's a nice
here.
trade.
Yeah, it's not bad. We'll see.
What was your reasoning on the first long?
The hold of the low of day. So I front ran it a little bit, not knowing. I thought, okay, here we go. This is the low of day because it typically is near. And then I defended again the low of day. We've been curling off it, but to make the case against me, we're not as strong off the curl as we are on every other big capper. Every other big capper is curling up more aggressively than
It's a
Meta.
relative weakness then.
There is relative weakness at the moment.
In Meta,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. And that's something that I've noticed. Yeah. So We shall see if we get continuation here. Looks like I got partially filled on my little dip trade here, my ad below 204. That's kind of annoying because now I'm at an odd number of shares, but that's fine. I can manage around that. Anyway, profit taker sitting at 55s, then obviously looking for continuation into 205.
We got a new member.
Pardon me?
We got a new member.
Yes, we did. Ron Williams. Shout out. Thank you for joining. Appreciate that. And yeah, this is obviously a learning show as well as an entertainment show because we talk about sports, we talk about other things. Just this morning, I learned that Arun actually played football near the time that I played football because we're similar ages. And yeah, he played. You played for Scarborough? No. Who you played for? U of T.
U of T.
U of T.
And
Yeah.
then you played for.
Yeah, and I played for Markham.
Well, no, I played for Metro.
Metro, that's right. That's what I was asking.
When you
yeah.
played for Markham, I played for Metro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so learning that about this guy. Obviously, we talk about football. Do you follow football at the moment?
I honestly,
No?
after playing, that means like playing sports all through high school and university. I'm passive with football. Like any sport, really. I'll check the highlights here and there, but I'm not a diehard.
No,
fan.
so you don't have a team that you follow in
No.
the NFL. Yeah,
No.
I got chat knows. I'm a Cowboys fan. Cowboys making acquisitions, baby. Yes, I'm pounding the desk. I like what I see. I like the Dallas D. You guys saw what the D did last year. Now we made a huge acquisition in a shutdown corner, bro.
Teach me. I don't know much about this. What's happening? Are they that
Dallas
good?
made two really good acquisitions.
All
one
right.
on the receiver side, and one on the shutdown receiver side on
Who's
the quarterback.
throwing to them?
Dak.
So what kind of a change have you really made?
He set me up pretty nice with that.
What kind of change have you really made?
You know what? We signed, what's the backup's name again? What's his something Rush? Cooper Rush. Yeah, so you never know. He was vying to take over the position last year because Dak got injured.
Okay.
And he won all but one game.
Okay.
Right? So
Okay.
you never know. He could be throwing next year.
There's still a lot
You
of
just don't
time.
know.
There's still a lot of time.
You look at Irish Mac. It's always the Cowboys' year. Next year.
That's
of
exactly
course,
how it
yeah.
is.
Hey, guys,
There's
when
a
you're
lot
a
of time.
diehard fan, you just go with it, bro. The relationship's been made.
It's like
the
a
marriage
trade.
has been set. I've
It's like
committed
a trade. It's
to
like
this.
a trade
Yeah.
that you know you shouldn't be in.
No,
but you're like, you know
It's
what? I'm
not
just gonna
like
close
that
my
way.
eyes and hope it works out this time.
No, that's not fair.
That's exactly how
That's
it
not
sounds.
fair, man.
That's exactly
Come on,
how
that's
it
not a
sounds.
fair comparison. But to be fair, like I've been cheering for them since '95. I was in 8th grade, right?
What made you choose that's your team?
Okay, so we had to do a project they used to call it the anthropology, and I was an absolute maniac for football. That's all we did. Grade 7 and 8, recess, lunch, we played football. It was sometimes tackle, sometimes touch, and obviously, you're playing the sport. You're going to start getting attracted to the teams that are there because you have a natural inclination for it. And Dallas was the hot stuff back then, man. Aikman, Irvin.
You just wanted to be on the winning team.
Yeah, and Emmitt Smith. And I was a running back, so Emmitt Smith was like a god to me, right? I'm in 8th grade, bro. What are you going to dog me for choosing the winning team in 8th grade?
I mean, back then, yeah.
So, no, that's not fair, man. Well, they were a winning team. Yes, they were a good team back then.
Now Neil and
Yes,
Sean,
they were
Neil
losing to
and,
Dallas, but they were a winning
Sharif
team.
are arguing over the Bills and the Cowboys.
Yeah. No. I mean, to be fair, when Neil got into football, I mean, the Bills were good, man. Jim Kelly, come on. Like, man, what's his name? What's his name? The running back, Thurman Thomas. Thurman Thomas, yeah, man. That guy was clutch. Yeah, that was. Who was the defensive end again?
They're trying to figure out football. I'm
Bruce
still looking at
Smith,
the market.
man.
We're still
Bruce
waiting
Smith
on
is a
this
monster.
85 break to the top or 60 break to the bottom to figure this out. That's just a quick update on the futures. Going back to football.
Yeah.
All right. So you chose your team because in 8th grade you had to do a project.
So we had to do a huge project on it, and even though I loosely liked them at the time because I had some association with them because of playing football, then I really got to delve deep into the team, and I had to learn the history, and I had to understand everything. And back then, getting information is not like going in online. It did not work like that.
Right.
I had to write to the actual press office in Irving, Texas, right? And they had to send me like a brochure and like a media package, and that's how I got my information.
You're serious about
Bro, I got Dallas. So once you became like in love with the team because you understood them so much,
Yeah.
and like So
Well, when you put in
anyway,
that
that
much
was
work,
hooked for
it
like
makes sense.
part of me.
When you
Yeah,
put in that
it
much
was.
work,
It was
it
like
makes sense.
at a very impressionable time in my life.
They got
too.
you hooked.
They got me hooked.
They got you hooked.
And I've been a Cowboys ever since, baby. Refrigerator Perry, yes, I do
you
remember
go.
big names. Big names. Scott Norwood, the legend of Scott Norwood. Every Bills fan knows that. Okay, so that's awesome. Hayden Ponish can't claim to care about the environment when he's been crushing 4 dozen eggs per day. Excuse me for a living. All right.
Oh, they're on your case for crushing eggs?
Uh-huh.
I mean, he's got to get his protein in on
Yeah,
somehow,
man.
man.
I'm not
Like,
eating
come on,
that,
a dozen eggs a day? Like, oh, well, no, to clarify, dozen egg whites?
Yeah.
Plus
Yeah,
a few
yeah,
yolks
yeah.
here and there?
And I could get, you and I had this discussion off camera, why don't you just buy egg whites? And I told you they're watered down. And I have experiments to show me this. Anytime when I put egg whites into the pan and I'm like boiling it up, there's always excess water. When I add the whites, there's not.
Right.
And it's just a fact.
So you like the eggs? You like the egg whites? You get your protein on. How else? I know you guys are giving them flack for the eggs. How else do you maintain a body like this?
Yeah, man,
a body
I'm not
like
even in
this.
shape right now, bro.
So I mean, we're both out of shape right now. But at the same time, a body like this needs some eggs and some protein on, guys. Come on,
You gotta
now.
eat, man.
Yeah, we got to eat. All right.
There's all sorts of
I don't know what's happening
excitement
over
back
there.
here. Wayne
They're-
the Brain
they're
is
talking that
absolutely going
nonsense.
crazy.
All right,
Yeah,
going
he's
through the
like
chat.
shaking and stuff.
Going through
and,
the chat.
so-
What do we got here? Bed Bath and Beyond. I saw this earlier.
Bed Bath and Be Gone. 'Cause
Yeah.
They're about to go to the OTC markets real soon.
Well, but they're bound. They didn't made a bounce, but I think at this point, a 10% move that's like 8 cents is like a big win, right?
Yep.
The problem with this is like, it's great, but like, it's hard to trade. How do you trade this?
Here we go, baby. Here we go. Meta.
There you go. Let's go back to
There
him.
we go. So now we get the first fill. Let's make the newer high. We got the partial
Yo,
fill at 55.
Let's go back to Sharif's.
Okay,
screen.
so let's set that up. Let's set it up in 65. We're
There you
really
go.
heavily
We're grasping for this.
in the money. 204, 12s were long and give. Fahad, my mic. Yeah. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. Just they were switching, and my mic is now back on. I'm very sorry. It was not me. Yeah. So looking for continuation on Meta essentially, and my next profit taker is in the 60s, but we're gonna have to get continuation. This is obviously an area of resistance that we've had problem breaking through earlier. There was that rejection at about 1232 or so. So let's see what kind of continuation we can get off that. Let's also look at SI. It really is worth looking at here. It has been very strong. It just made, did it make a new high? Did we make a new high? 217. Yes, we did. We made that new high because earlier the high was 14. So we just made a new high. Not surprisingly, we kind of curl back down. But yeah, it's stair stepping up. It had an very, very nice VWAP dip here. You probably got that on a couple of occasions. You had that around 10:30 or so. You got that opportunity again around noon, a little afternoon, and it was money because you got that at 185, 186, and 217 top there. So we shall see if this one continues to go. You guys know that the data on this one is anywhere from 78 to 88% short float. So, you know, the possibility that this one could get going and going in a hurry is very high. I'm not saying it will, but we shall see. The market now continuing to hang out nearer the highs. Again, the after the bell high, 39.84. We're at 39.80 and a half. So we're closing in on day's highs. Meta's curling. Some of these other big cappers are also curling. So happy that, you know, we're in the money on this one, but definitely looking for that next print as it steps its way up. Wants me to check NVIDIA. Sure, yeah, it's kind of doing that same dance, man. It's doing that dance. Here it is. the bit of the double bottom brewing. And you always, when I look for double bottoms, to find relative strength, what I've noticed, and I haven't actually back tested this to see the data, but anecdotally, when the right side of the W is a little higher, or but you can still discern that it's a double bottom, a little higher, showing that the buyers were able to overwhelm the sellers even on that second descent, and you have that big breakup, and then obviously the confirmation through the top here at 267.57. So nice area, maybe get in with a quarter position here and then look for confirmation through the break of that top. But yeah, it's kind of like developing on a lot of the names at the moment, as the market does hold near the highs. Meta still doing that dance, baby. Holding at the $0.25 now, but the market, looks like I switched the ES there. That's no good on my part. I have to just switch that back real quick. We're looking for the futures contract in June, and there we go, yeah. So I'm using the 5-minute chart now, which is interesting. Arun kind of got me onto that, which helps, but it takes some getting used to because you're used to seeing patterns. And I talked about this a little bit a few days ago. If you guys are weaning yourself off a particular time frame, like a lower time frame, and going to a higher one, oftentimes the patterns that you were able to recognize easily on a lower time frame look a little bit different, not as easily discernible on the higher time frame, the 5, the 10, whatever. And so have a look at how those patterns on the 1 look on the 5 or the 10, whatever you're using, because you're going to have to start getting used to that, right? And that's what that's been kind of my Achilles heel at the moment, is I'm using a different time frame. It's a slower time frame, and it's also showing me a different picture. Yeah. The actual visual manifestation is not the same as the 301. Yeah. And that's what I was trying to say.
That's the thing, Joe. Someone mentioned in the chat, is like, when you're starting off, what time frame do you go with? My advice would be, don't go to the 1. It's just way too much noise. I know people make money off the 1, and but there's a lot of noise with that. Especially if you're starting off, you want to have somewhat of a foundation to work off of. So I think going below a 5 is just a little aggressive. Obviously, later on, you can come back to the 1 and make it work, but for now, I think the 5 is the absolute minimum.
Yeah, look, can I say something? The small cappers, it's easier for me to see the first pullback on the 1 than it is on the 5. I get that I can see it on the 5.
It's a different style of trading.
It is. Yeah. It's very micro scalping.
Yeah.
It's very like,
if that's your
let
style,
me enter, a lot of shares for very little move, and that's how that game is done.
All right, we got a new member there.
Again,
Sharif, there.
Nature Dog.
Nature Dog.
Love it.
Is that a picture of a dog? It is a picture of a dog.
Yeah,
nice.
It is.
Nature Dog, thank you for joining. Welcome, guys. We've got, how many people still watching here? 4,900.
All right, baby. That's for Friday, too.
2,400 likes, 4,900 people watching. It's a Friday. Market's been choppy, so appreciate you guys still sticking around here as we are still waiting here on the futures, like I mentioned, 85 up top and then 60 down below.
Stuffy.
Waiting for that move, either through above or break back down. This market is taking its sweet, sweet time.
Oh, yeah.
Depending on or how it wants to go, right? So for now, I know you've got your
I'm in the
meta
money.
trade.
Yeah.
The most exciting thing going on is you're playing the range in this.
Yeah.
And that's what I was mentioning earlier with Fahad. It's like there's different ways. The range trades or the trend trades.
predictable for me.
If you're good with the range trades, this is the kind of market where you will make money in. And clearly you're making some money here off of meta.
Holding it, looking for that continuation though.
There you
We
go.
got that first scalp out right there through that 55 pop, but we're looking for continuation, Fahad. Yeah, into, see again, we're getting volatility right back down as the market looks like it's topped. So, this one, definitely not out of the woods on this one, right? It's doing the dance. We are at an interesting level. Again, we talked about the fact that we are near after the market highs, being that 85, 84 level, the market not 76, but holding this, not going to get shaken out because we are going to look to hold that low on a relatively strong name. Again, the idea with Meta, in case you guys are like, why are these guys always trading Meta? Well, number one, it's it's a tech name, and NASDAQ names are kind of, you can predict them a little bit off key levels, so the story goes. But yeah, it's had a tailwind, and the tailwind's been TikTok. And yesterday there was the CEO of TikTok on Capitol Hill getting all sorts of grilled. it's a bipartisan effort to make him look bad and to make them look good at the same time. Always politics, right? But yeah, I mean, yesterday he was asked point blank on a number of occasions, whether the Chinese engineers who work out of China specifically had access to U.S. data, and that seemed to be the big sticking point. And he tried to elaborate all these plans that they had to kind of mitigate that. It didn't assuage anybody. And can I get the word of the day?
Whilst
Can I get the word of the day, Neil? Assuage, baby. There we go.
What?
Assuage.
there's a new word of the day.
We had to.
What
We
happened?
had to do
What
it.
happened?
Whilst wasn't, it didn't really quite, we want to explain ourselves a little bit. But
okay, so what is it now?
Assuage.
Assuage.
Yeah.
Definition, please.
I know, it's so funny. You go like, yeah, you just gotta look at me and say this word. I need to know what it means. No, I mean it's like to make things better, to fix things, to appease someone. That's kind of like
Is this the British education right now?
Yeah,
I'm
no,
hearing?
this is just
This
like
the
words
Leicester-
randomly,
The Leicester
dude.
education I'm hearing.
Yeah. No, basically it didn't please anybody what the TikTok CEO had to say. So, Chu, I think his last name was. So, yeah, it is what it is. And, we've been looking at Snap. We talked about Snap this morning. We talked about Google. We talked about Meta. We've been talking about these winners that might get something off this. All right, guys, SI. I'm looking at SI on my big chart up here. It is moving back towards that 217 level. So here we go. Continuing, guys. It's up 90. Yes, 90 percentage points on the day off some, random headline that says some, particular exchange is looking to take over some of its assets, and it didn't even specify which ones. That was the report at the time. I don't know if that's been updated. Let me have a look here so I don't look silly and see if it has been updated. Miss Silvergate might be going out of business. No, why the shares? Okay, so I'm going to have to actually fully read this. Blasting higher today. Here we go. Let's have a look at this. Silvergate skyrocketed. Crypto Bank announced that earlier in March. Okay, so I'm going to have to read this later. I'm not going to read this live. Anyway, looks like it just rejected off that top. So we shall see if we do get continuation on this name. But yeah, it's been stair-stepping up to the high side basically the entire day. Julie Beckwith, thoughts on SQ? Yeah, look, we saw the hit piece. We saw the hit piece come out of Hindenburg. I had buddies messaging me, be like, should I be buying this dip? And I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to really tell you what to do, especially having not even read the hit piece. I do plan on reading the hit piece. And by the hit piece, I mean the report by Hindenburg about, some of their statements with regard to costs of user acquisition and overstating their users with respect to specifically the Cash App, which was such a big hit during the pandemic. People were sending money to each other, and it just kind of really skyrocketed around that time. And it looks like, there may allegedly be some wrongdoing there, so we shall see. But yeah, I have no idea about the actual report, but we can look at the technicals, and why not? Let's go into SQ. Obviously, it's called block, but the ticker's still square. That's obviously the move here, guys. You get the Huadunk all the way back down. We were trading at 74-ish. We got all the way back down to 56. That's a ridiculous move. The daily, let's look at the daily. So, we were stair-stepping up off lows. Here are the October lows. We constantly talk about these October lows. That 50-ish area got down to about 52, 52 and a half. And, it hasn't been anything amazing in terms of a rebound, but you almost have. It's almost up. Yeah, sorry. I mean, what am I saying? It's almost up 100%. It was up till that 90, right? Obviously, the hundo area would be that 100% move, but yeah. And then we've been having that move down with the general market. Mostly everything has been kind of moving back down since the late January, early February highs, and then there's the bottom break. Obviously, an area of support that you're looking at is, again, that 52. I want to say the region is 55 to about 50. It'll be about a $5 region here where the majority of the price action took place. So that's an obvious area of support that I'd be looking for. should it make its way back down, but we'll see. I think the next little while actual, the response comes out. I'm not sure if there has been a response yet. Anyway, I haven't been able to follow. Comes out, or more data comes out on the issue, we may find out a little bit more with respect to where the price is going to end up. Miki with a €1 super chat. Thank you very much, Miki, for that €1. Appreciate that. What's everybody else who? HPDS, I think the TikTok CEO said, I wouldn't call it surveillance. Yeah, I know, right? That's not exactly what you want to hear when, yeah, absolutely. And I just mentioned Julie, Roland Joe, nobody can beat this guy on Scramble. Oh yeah, no, dude, trust me. I've never even played Scramble. I probably just absolutely suck. So shout out to Roland there. What else is everybody? Hayden Ponish, love you, bro. Ha ha ha, love you, bro. Just had to see your reaction. Shout out to Hayden. Shout out to you, and shout out to everybody else in the chat. I hope you guys will have an awesome weekend. I'm definitely looking towards some R&R. And yeah, I'm going to need it because this position on Meta, not so good at the moment. Now we're back out of the money. As we move down towards the lows, that relative weakness really starting to show its face again as the market kind of tops out a little bit for the moment. And Meta really takes that opportunity that the market's topping out to really tank. And we're knocking on the door of that 203.5. Looks like the low of day, technically, yeah, 203.56. We're going to give this the quarters. We shall see, Arun. What goes on? You got a lot of food over there, man.
It's a big plate, but the plate's a lot bigger than the food. I just picked up Prad's packaged meal.
Yeah.
He wasn't eating it. It's called Hunter Chicken, so it's some sort of chicken thing with rice and whatnot.
Okay, cool.
It's decent. I don't mind it. So I can eat that. I'll eat on it.
Yeah,
or
that's
I'll eat it for
macro.
a little bit.
Well, you have your carbohydrates, the starches, you have your proteins, you have your greens.
My macros.
Huh? No. But when you look at a balanced diet,
yeah.
Here's how my mom would feed me, and I think this is so well balanced. I would always have a carbohydrate portion, a meat portion or a protein portion, and a fiber portion with minerals and vitamins, usually, obviously, vegetables and a little fruits. And I would have the Mediterranean palate. When you look at the Mediterranean type of food, it's all based around that.
Yeah.
Carbohydrates, proteins, and vegetables.
Yeah.
And there's always those three, right?
Yeah.
So that is exactly that.
I mean,
it is. It has all three.
It does, but I think when I think Mediterranean, I'm also thinking a lot healthier than whatever this is.
Well, because of the sauce? You don't like the sauce?
Because of the gravy. I think the gravy is going to be a little crazy. All right, what do we got here? All right. Futures market.
Yes, guys.
Not much. Not much. It's still limited action here. Remember, the break point for me is north of 85. We're still waiting for that. That's the high there. Well, we got right to it, but north of 85 would open the door for the long. And then sub 60, which we also bounced off of, would open the door for the short. It's been a Friday, which we were expecting a lot of action here coming into the day.
Yeah.
After yesterday, we're like, this is going to be an interesting day.
Yeah.
And then all it's done is just chop around and drift up. So at some point, this market going into a weekend, I would suspect that it's going to make a move. I guess that's the only thing we can actually hope on.
Yeah, I don't know what
now,
economic indicators we have for next week, but we should.
I mean, keep in mind, next week is also the end of the month. You're closing out the month, the quarter. Any sort of rebalancing action, if there's anything left.
Right.
So I know the S&P and whatnot, they did theirs, but sometimes MSCI comes in at the end of the month. Mm-hmm. So MSCI might be in play as well. So you got to keep that in mind. So there should be some activity going in to the end of the month, but
just because you were on, you had your teaching hat on today.
Yeah,
you had a big teaching hat on today, and I got to read the chat. Okay. I know you were busy teaching, but I got to read, and the chat absolutely loved it.
I don't know if I learned anything though.
No. Well, I think he did, but I think the chat definitely learned.
Okay.
So with that hat on, can you tell us a little bit about MSCI, what it is, why it's important?
Well, overall, MSCI is just an institution that's just
Morgan Stanley.
Morgan Stanley. It's just an institution that handles indexing. It's just like the S&P handles indexing, NASDAQ handles indexing. So there's different components of indexing.
And getting added to it is very important.
Well, I mean, global indexes, right? But the thing with the MSCI index is that they have various subcomponents.
Right.
Like how the S&P has their 600, the S&P 400, but
Yeah.
everyone pays attention to the S&P 500 because
Right.
that's where the big names are. MSCI also has the EM, which is the emerging markets, and
Right.
the DM, which is domestic, and then they have their sub indexes as
Right.
well. So
Okay.
when you have a large, like as long as it's part of the major indexes, if you're in the U.S. market and you're dealing with domestic changes,
Right.
then you're more likely to have much larger influence. If you're dealing with emerging market changes, it's probably not going to affect you in any way.
Right.
Right. So having those types of indexes, add or delete, as soon as you get indexed as a company,
Yeah.
all those index followers will be on top of that.
Right.
Because they need to follow
Of
on
course,
board, right?
So it makes you more in the limelight.
Yep.
Right?
Gives you a lot more
Yeah,
attention.
absolutely.
It means that you've made it as a company, that you need to be a part of an index. And I think being a part of the S&P 500 is the main goal.
Yeah, of course.
Right? And that's in the
course.
US, as being a part of the S&P 500
course.
is part of the big main goal. Obviously the NASDAQ 100 as well.
Yep.
But then you go into the global span of things,
Right.
and you start getting global indexes, right? You have the Euro Stocks 50 in Europe,
Yep.
and you have the DAX, and you have the CAC, and the CAC 40. But now, when you put everything together globally as an index, what do you got?
Exactly, yeah.
You got the MSCI putting everything together. So I think being
So
included.
interesting. So I didn't know any of that.
Oh, you
Right?
didn't?
No, I didn't. I knew that it was an exchange.
Yeah.
I didn't know that it differentiated itself in the fact that it was global. Yeah, no, I did not know
So
that.
they do
Okay.
emerging
Yeah.
markets, they do domestic markets, they
Okay.
do
Very interesting.
subcategories as well. So it's a very
Very
large
cool.
index.
Yeah.
And they don't make too many changes.
And I don't know their history.
in
I
terms
don't know
of-
there's
yeah, I would look into them, but
obviously I'm newer.
Yep.
Third year, so but still learning and very.
All right, there's a good question here. Arun, how was it for you trading futures during pre-pandemic with the volatility way lower? A lot of this, what you're seeing right now, is how this market is. And I think that's the expectation a lot of people have right now, is because volatility was so hot for 3 years or so.
That's what it is from now on.
Everyone's like so used to it. If you start, obviously, when you get markets that are exciting,
Get a lot of new participants.
You get a lot of new participants.
Absolutely.
Everyone's starting to learn to
Me.
trade,
Yep.
and then things go back to the way they used to be
Exactly.
before, because that time period was unseen before.
Yep.
Right. So we had unusual volatility. So that was great for momentum traders and overall just market activity. But now, as it slows down, this starts going back to where certain approaches will be more likely to be stable in this type of market, which is these slower approaches, I think, for me.
I think the beautiful thing is, like, here's how I take it. I got consumed in that market you're talking about, the 2020, 2021, to some extent, to the downside, 2022. But I think that the fact that I got kind of pulled in because I was attracted to its volatility, extreme volatility at the time. Now I get to see the normal behavior when that crazy volatility comes again, and it will come again.
It will.
It will.
But it comes in bursts. though.
Absolutely, and that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. You've seen that, now you've seen the real market, and then you're going to see it again. You're going to be much more prepared to take advantage of it second time
Yep,
around, and
absolutely.
third time around, and
Absolutely.
fourth time around. So stick around. That's the point, right?
It does come around. It's just like when the market slows down, you're not going to get a hot 3 years worth of volatility.
Yeah.
That's unusual. But
Yeah.
when the market gets hot, you might have like a week or two where there's activity. We saw, what day was that? The 9th, 10th, and 12th of March? Nuts.
Absolutely
Crazy
nuts,
volatility.
yeah.
That's the day you go hard and you just get involved.
Yeah, but you got to see a lot of those. You got to be around to see those.
You got to
so
be
that
around to see those.
Exactly, and this is what he's talking
All right,
about.
we got a new member here. Not a new member. He's been here for 7 months. Design Logics. Thanks, Arun, for the education. Q for the ES short. Why not short 80 with the stop above 85? Why do you wait for a break of 60? Rather miss 20 points? Because I'd rather have clarity. For me, 5 points is fine. Obviously, the risk reward is stellar. But for me, also, it's also like the margin for error is also very small. So for me, if I can get everything I need confirmed, everything I need set up, because I see your logic, but at the same time, for me, I would rather get more clarity on a trade. If we were moving up support levels and we finally cracked underneath a support level as we were getting closer to 85, I can see the justification for the short. But for me, when I see a chart like this, I can take a shot at 80, put up 5 points, and then hope that it
clears this area, and then we can open up the downside. For me, I would rather open up the downside than know that I have all this action that's going to back my trade up, and then I can get involved without having any issues, right? I don't have to hesitate. Because the way I also trade is I have like a tiered risk system, right? So depending on how many points I take, I'm also taking X amount of contracts. So when you put me into the category of 5-point risk or 5 or 6-point risk, that also means my contract size is much higher. So it's going to cost me money regardless. So for me, 5 points is not that big of a deal, because if we get that move through 60, I can put up the 25 and be comfortable with it. But the 5, I have nothing to stand on here at this point, apart from the fact that it's a previous level, and then maybe it holds, maybe it doesn't, I don't know. So it's just for me, based on how I tier my risk, it's much easier to work with something that's confirmed versus kind of just getting involved and hoping that I'm right about it. But again, it's because I also see the logic of why you would say that. It's like, well, you can easily have the advantage of like a 20-point head start if you started at 80. I know it's just how I tier my risk. It's just an issue. But again, if you find a way to make it work, then by all means, that kind of trade will work out. But for me, because everything actually fits in that category where the risk makes sense, everything makes sense. It's just for me for the tiered system that I use on my entries, because I'm not taking the same amount of size for every single trade, right? Depending on what the risk is, the size is different. So for me, 5 points has a different size versus 25 points. So it's going to end up costing me regardless. So I'm taking more size up here. So it's going to cost me if I'm wrong. I'd rather not be 50-50 at that point. So that's kind of my play on that. There's another question there I wanted to answer. What was it? Do I close my positions each day? Yes. On this floor, on our day trading floor, we are intraday day traders. We are not carrying any swings. On personal accounts, that's a different story. But on intraday day trading side of things, we do not carry anything past 4 o'clock. It's pending some special indexing events or final closing prices that you might be waiting for on the equity side, and then 4:15 on the S&P future side of things. That's how we close out the day. And Arun, did you start trading with the micro? So the thing with the micro is that's somewhat of a new instrument. It didn't exist when I started trading. So for me, only thing available back then was either going to be the spiders. I think the spiders existed. Yeah, I think the spiders. But yeah, I'm fairly confident the spiders existed. It was either going to be the spiders or it was going to be the futures. It wasn't going to be the micros. So micros, I think, are...
They're new,
2018, 2019, maybe? Maybe 2020? I don't know. But they're definitely inside of 5 years, the micros are. So I think that's when trading got really popular.
Yeah.
And they needed some sort of instrument to allow people to trade.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not everyone can afford the risk on.
No,
Think about it. One contract on the futures, on the S&P futures, is 39.76 times 50. Call it 4,000 times 50. It's 200 grand.
Now let's get to some.
Yeah.
So now you have obviously very technical knowledge on the futures.
Right.
Do you expand that to taking swing trades on the futures? And to preface that question,
yeah.
Is it market dependent whether or not you get into swing trades on the futures?
So swing trades in my personal account.
Yes, sir.
So I do that.
Yeah, you do.
So
Okay.
so to keep things away from like conflict of interest and any sort of regulatory issues,
Yeah.
I don't trade this. We don't make the same trades at the same time.
Of course,
I don't make
yeah.
the same trades. If I'm trading here, I'm not trading in my own account.
Of course, yeah.
But at the same time, as soon as I'm done here, I still have about 15 minutes. As soon as I'm away from the desk, if I have a trade to make and I want to swing,
Absolutely.
I also go into. I don't even go into the S&P 500.
Okay.
I go into the NASDAQ.
Wow. Okay.
Because in the future side, so I'm not doing Qs or I'm not doing spiders,
Right.
but I am doing NASDAQ contracts.
Right.
The reason being, because if I'm staring at my S&P futures and I'm seeing all the intraday fluctuations,
Right.
it makes you overthink your position. Right? So for me in the NASDAQ, because I'm not following it, I'll
getting
deal
that
with
fresh
it.
look.
I'll deal with it at the end of the
yeah.
day. I mean, I'll hear, NASDAQ's up this and NASDAQ's down that. But at the same time, I'm not seeing the intraday fluctuations, which is
Gotcha.
going to mess with my swing
got you.
swing trades, right?
Very interesting.
So there's like a twofer there where it's not. I don't want compliance coming on my case because I've got positions on the futures as well. But that way, even if something was ever asked, it's never in the same contract.
Yeah.
So
yeah, absolutely. And
there's
these
no way
markets
you
are
can
so
call me
liquid,
for-
and they're far too liquid. Yeah.
Yeah, you can never call me for wash trading or any of that stuff
Yeah,
because they're not in the same contract. They're not done at the same time. So that's what kind of just my way to cover myself.
Yeah, I
so
see.
I mean, at the end of the day, the charts are going to be roughly looked at the same way. The big chart, I keep saying it all the time. Big chart, small chart, and then when you're doing swings, you go with the bigger chart, and your small chart is now a little bit bigger as well.
Yeah, people loving it. Insightful. Thank you.
Oh, after
Arun.
graduation, what was your biggest regret?
Opa,
I'm going to assume
opa.
graduation in the sense not school, but here, because
yeah,
we talk about how
prof floor graduation.
Prof floor graduation, you got to make a certain number of dollars before you get the risk increase. What was my biggest regret after graduation? So here's the crazy thing about the way I graduated. I got very close like twice.
Were you like one of these people that like, yo, this is my life now, and I would like make bare money and I'm gonna throw it around?
No.
Okay, yeah, okay.
I
good.
mean, when you're graduating, you're still like, oh my God, I gotta make this happen.
Of course.
So I got very close one time, and if I just stuck through the month, I could have made it because you have to make a certain amount of dollars in the month, right? And I got very close, but I had already pre-planned a vacation.
Oh wow. Okay.
Like a while ago.
Okay.
So if I had stuck with it, I would have already made the graduation, but I had to go on vacation.
Okay.
So I was like, oh, I guess we're not graduating this month. So yeah, it was, and then there was another one where I crossed the threshold.
Okay.
But I'm just like, I'm not here to cross the threshold. I'm here to actually actually trade.
Yeah,
and then I got back under the threshold. And I didn't
Okay.
Because apparently you had to be above it for a certain certain amount of time.
Okay.
And so I could have essentially crossed the threshold and stopped, and
I
it would have
see.
been fine. But I crossed it and then kept trading, and then got back under, and it didn't count.
And so you were always trading futures from the get-go?
No.
No,
I
you
was
were
in stocks.
equities. Okay.
No, but here's the thing, though. That's
Okay.
how do you get around? Obviously, when you've been trading it for a while, you've probably traded a lot of things, right?
Right.
For me, our Day Trade the World has a ton of access in terms of global markets,
yeah.
right? So for me, we've traded. I've traded.
You told me you did Japan.
Yeah, I've traded Japan. I've
Yeah,
traded
yeah.
pretty
You
much
told
all
me
of
this.
Europe.
Yeah, okay.
Even traded like at one point I was trading Spain.
Wow.
And Spain was expensive to trade too.
Okay.
So obviously the easy markets are Paris and Amsterdam.
Okay, yeah.
And the UK, but then you got like you got those exotic markets like Spain, which
Yeah,
are
yeah.
expensive because they have some taxes on that stuff. We also took a look at some HKT. The ones that are HKD, so Hong Kong.
Hong Kong, yeah.
The ones
The
that
Hang
were
Seng?
but the ones that were tax exempt.
Okay.
Because there's, taxes. I don't even know how the whole
Yeah,
thing
it's
works.
just
but
it's a
there's-
different system.
Yeah.
Flat
So
out, yeah.
that's kind of my whole thing. So that's kind of how I kind of came to the conclusion that this is where I'm gonna focus because
Yeah.
I'm very good when I focus on one thing.
Right.
And sometimes it's gonna be slow, and I'm always looking to do something else. But
Yeah.
I've kind of learned that over time, if I just focus on the thing that I'm good at, there we go. Market
Yeah,
making a
we're
move to
popping,
that
baby. I'm
85.
absolutely printing here on
There
Meta.
you go. Take that money.
Let's continue here. Yeah, now we're moving. We'll take another little piece out there. We are moving and up absolutely monstrous. Let's go ahead and scalp as we move up here. Now, where are we looking for resistance? Definitely that 205. You got to assume we're probably going to encounter some up there. The market just made a new after the bell high. I think we got right into 86s. I don't want to move my hand off the keyboard at the moment, so I won't be able to look. This thing. There we go. So now, we're cooling back down, but we were able to, scalp out, get some money in the bank there. But we're definitely looking for continuation. This ain't the move I'm looking for, okay? We need a VWAP retracement. On my chart, VWAP is near-ish to 205.50. Where we are at the moment, that's about a buck. That makes a hell of a difference getting out a buck than getting out right now full position. We are averaging 09s and we're hanging out at 60. So a bit of a cushion, but I don't know.
They tried.
We had a big reversal yesterday, so we'll see.
They tried to take those 85s and they got nowhere.
Say it again?
They try to take those 85s. I'm watching those 85s to see if we can break up.
Yeah.
And especially after seeing this much action, I need to see it break up and stay above. Because I think the way they're playing it is clearly looking like they're trying to take out some stops, not getting
then
far
reverse.
enough. Then there's no follow-up buying.
Yeah, there's no continuation. Yeah.
So I wonder how strong this 85 is going to be, how flexible it's going to be, because sometimes levels flex a little bit.
Yeah.
And this is what you got to pay attention to: is this 85 starting to move a little bit with the amount of times that we're trying to take it out?
Right.
And so I am watching this 85, going, okay, I might be willing to go long here, but I need to see something else apart from just a pop right through, because clearly we can't hold up on anything.
Yeah,
right
we're
now.
not continuing. Yeah, well, you know, it could be stair-stepping up. I don't know. I'm not comfortable calling it yet. Let's de-risk at these levels. We've got a lot of shareage on, so the whole point is, you know, yeah, shareage, I know. It's a word that I just made up, and I don't know. I like it. I'm going with it. There is the Huadunk right back down on Meta. Look at that. It dropped right below 40s into 30s, getting bought up back into the 50s. Sean's short? Sean's short. So, but the bag, no, he's not short?
I'm short AMD, Amazon, Google.
He's short AMD, Amazon, Google, and Wells Fargo, guys. That's Sean's position at the moment. Like you just said, Arun kind of just said the same thing. Like, you know, these levels look weak. You know, I don't want to paper hand this trade and punch out. I would be at a nice profit here, but, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'm just too stubborn for my own good at this moment, but maybe we'll take a little bit of risk off here. Where are we going to do? Okay, so we didn't get that full fill at 60s. Yeah, something tells me we may be headed to the downside, but Meta's still showing some continuation. You know, okay, let's not panic here. We're back in the 60s. Can we see some 70 prints to assuage? There we go. This is fun. My fears, assuage my fears. There we go. Back into the 70s, and we take some more out there in the 70s again. Let's get continuation into 80s, but right now we're still finding some resistance with our friend Meta at these levels, is doing that little dance around.
Yeah, they're doing that dance, and they're trying to take that 80. I mean, they're trying to get up there. They're not getting anywhere. The way that it's moving around, I'm wondering if I can find some stocks that are actually at the top end that are kind of weak. I know you're working with Meta.
I'm working because it's at the bottom end.
Yeah, but Meta has also been relatively weak, like you said,
yes,
right?
Yes, it has.
So they could actually be working inside the middle here, and I'm wondering if there's a play against that 205 with the way they're playing it. So this obviously, huh? Who's
Don't
they?
worry
The
about
market.
it, bro.
You gotta you gotta personify the market, man. The market is they.
Don't ask questions, probably.
They is the market. But yeah, the way market participants.
Here we go, baby. Let's go. Let's go into the 80s. Can we see 90s? We're getting continuation on Meta. It's not exactly continuation on the futures, but you know it's holding near the high. Sorry to interrupt you, but I got excited.
No, go do your thing, man.
Yeah, no, we're scalping out in the
thing.
80s, baby. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna sit in the 90s now, guys, because I'm taking out. I'm getting excited. No, the 90s is a little too far away. Let's take out 85s. Sit at 84s, right? So we'll see there with continuation into the high 70s. But yeah, the curling is happening on Meta, but we're gonna need futures. We're gonna need futures to continue to get these prints because we are. Yeah, I know, bro. Trust me. When I take these continuation longs, I have an eye for the futures because you know the bottom is only the bottom for so long, and then it can.
You gotta time it out.
Yeah.
If you time it out, the trades are much easier to kind of be relaxed with. I think if you're just kind of doing it on its own and the market as a whole isn't really participating in that move, it might be a little trickier to be confident with that read, right?
Absolutely.
And you are littering the book with those offers. Wow. That is...
yeah, he's not pleased about my charts because when you look at his chart...
No, it's not that. I'm just saying you're littering. Like, that's a ton of exits.
Because I'm unsure about this continuation. That's why. I'm going to tell you flat out. Okay?
Yeah.
We're at these highs and we're doing that dance and I see a bit of a topping tail here maybe on the 5-minute. It could be nothing. It could be nothing, right? So that's why. Like, it's just, to me, the equities, you just scalp out.
All right. As we are...
Question. So Ed's been putting this in the... He's tagged me multiple times, but I was scalping. So Ed, Sharif, question for Arun. Can you help me understand why sometimes the market moves towards large orders, magnet mode, and sometimes it moves away from them? Thank you again.
That's a good question. I honestly don't know the reason for that. Like, a lot of the times, we're going to... I know when we do magnetize, it's going to be towards even numbers. It's like when we get close to the end of the day and say the market's sitting at like 39.80 or 90, call it, I almost think that by the time we get to the end of the day, we just gravitate towards that 4,000. Like big round numbers with big volume interest.
Okay.
Also from the option side as well, makes sense.
Yeah.
But intraday, when someone throws some size down, I've seen it. I also don't know why sometimes the market runs from it and why sometimes it goes right for it.
Right.
And I imagine who's willing to take the opposing side of it. Right? So if there's nobody willing to take the opposing side of it, it's a much harder thing to get filled. So nobody wants to get involved. But if there are other big players that are like, they're going to see this opportunity,
you know, as long as the algos kind of push it in that direction and the other guys want to get involved, they're like, oh, perfect, I can take a 200K here, 200K share size there or something. So your guess is as good as mine. I've seen it as well. And I honestly don't know the answer because I've seen it way too many times in both sides where you can be like, you know what, this is why this happens. I don't know if there's a clear answer. Maybe somebody in the chat has a clear answer.
Yeah, if you do, absolutely put it. We're always willing to hear. Guys, if you guys hear a lot of clicking, that's because I'm taking these profits, baby. We're $1 in the money on Meta as we hang out in the 90s, and those were all scalps to the high side. So now we are $1 in the money, looking for that 205. We talked about that 205 being a level, and then eventually that 205, 40-ish, 50-ish, that's where VWAP is. So this will be a VWAP retracement kind of play. If we should make our way up there, where am I with Sharage here? Okay, good. We're going to hang out at this 205 level. So the whole point is de-risk here. I want to get some good continuation through 205. But again, very market dependent. But Meta now curling. And we're seeing some curling here on some of the other big cappers too. Microsoft, a little bit of a curl, definitely on Amazon and Apple. Tesla, the more anemic of the bunch at the moment. Google is also getting a bit of a curl coming in and breaking through VWAP. So some movement here, but again, the situation is we're not sure about this breakout, but we're $1 in the money. We held that level, that low of day level, built the position around it. Now de-risking as we do move back down into the 70s, 60s. There we go. So there's probably time to de-risk a little bit around here too as we do move back down. But yeah, we'll continue to watch these levels, and if if we can get that 4,000 knock, that'd be nice.
4,000?
Yeah, would you like a 4,000 pop here?
I mean, the way the market's
Short
been
off
moving
that
around,
probably.
The way the market's been moving around,
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be nice to see it, given how slow the day's been. But even now, I look at this 85 going, man, this is going to take a lot just to confirm the fact that this is actually breaking out.
Yeah.
Right? The 85 has been such an issue.
The 85 level, yeah.
Yeah,
There's
the
been
85.
rejection off
That's the
there.
area that I marked off earlier. I'm like, this has been such an issue. It should have been much cleaner if this was actually going to go. So now knowing that I have the 40-15 up top, this 85 break is going to need to confirm a little bit. And I don't like the fact that it's taking this long to make it happen. So we may eventually go, but I think this may have to be a slow play where 85 goes, we get traded close to 90, then we come back down, set it up, go for the long, and then maybe we get to that 4,000 that you wanted, right?
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it, Arun. I'm not gonna lie. Like, we're long Meta, and so the position is at the moment we want the market to go up, and we're taking profits here as we knock on the door of 205 again. Here comes 205. We're at 99s. We're gonna take a little bit out here. We don't get the fill as we sit in front of that 205 break. Liquidity is a bit of an issue here. The spread opened up. Let me flip this here. There we go. Back in 90s, 90. Okay, so now it's tightening up. We get the break. We get the breakthrough. Here comes 205. We get the fill there in front of 94 is actually, sorry. Thought it was a little bit higher than that, but yeah, no, so we didn't get the break of 205. Thought that was my level there was the break of 205. It's not. How much are we at? We're still a lot. We still have a lot of Sharage, so we have to take some out. Expecting some resistance here. Yeah, sorry, Renata. I know usually you're trading with me a lot. You should have taken the trade. We've been doing on Meta lately. So yeah, we'll see. We're continuing here to move to the high side, but well, 205 could be an interesting level, guys. Again, we're gonna have to see what these futures bring. Meta, may decide to go secular all of a sudden. So whatever.
You see this chat? They're like,
hey,
Arun, stay on the show forever.
Yo, bro.
I'm going to be on the show for 20 minutes.
Look, can I say something? You did well on the show this week. Like, in terms of, you did well. That's all we're going to say. But, there you go.
What does that even mean?
That means come in here and do your thing and do well. That's what it means.
Oh, you mean my trading wise?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're trying to say that I can trade and be on the show and say that?
I'm not saying it.
You're not saying it.
What ended up happening here, that said it. I didn't say anything. Right? Like,
okay.
I let the results do the talking.
I see that. That was my big thing, which was like I get to focus on my trading.
No, over the last couple of days.
I get to focus my focus on my trades. That's why I don't want to be really involved. But I think, it's not for me. That's
I
just the
respect
reality
that,
of it.
man. I know, and you're obviously you
But
have
I mean,
a
I do
following
come
in the
around
chat.
once in a while to,
Yeah.
you know, like help
Keep
you
the
guys
novelty
out.
of it.
No, not just the novelty of it, but help
Okay.
you guys out.
I
But
appreciate that.
I
We
think you
do
guys
definitely
gotta-
appreciate that, and you get a bang for that, no question.
You guys
about that,
are,
filling
I think
in
you guys
all
are
week,
solid
man.
at this point. I think going forward. So
Yeah, we'll
can-
see.
I can
We'll see. Hopefully,
my
we're
thing.
good to go. Here we're knocking on the
Ooh,
door
nice
of
little
205
bounce.
again,
Yeah,
Arun.
there you go.
We're moving through that 385 when we just took 88s on the futures. Could we see 90s real soon? Could we finally get a break of this 205? Hello, let's go, Meta. Meta flushing off a big move. Let's go, man. Wake up. Back into the 80s, still a buck in the money on this, but looking definitely for that 205 continuation. But we are, no question, having trouble in front of that 205 as we see other big cappers make higher highs at the moment. You know, they're not at key levels, not like 205, but they're making higher highs. So let's see if we can get that continuation, and maybe definitely want a continuation on the futures as well to lift everything up here. But in this trade, maybe I should stop taking so much out and let it run a little bit.
All right, somebody's saying, Arun, this is your breakout? Not yet. I know we're above 85, but like I said earlier, this 85 has been tricky. The way it's been moving around and the fact that it's been like quick moves up a few points and then just loses traction. What I want to see is, yes, we're above 85. How do you handle selling? How do you handle the selling when you come back from, say, 90? Do you actually lose strength, or do you actually show up and on the buy side and actually defend this 85 from the top end, right? We need that buying to be confirmed. We did this yesterday with the 25 on the short. I need this action to confirm. Like for me, I need some more volume coming on the opposite side, because that shows me how strong this breakout through this top is. Because this could easily be just one of those quick washes, takes out some stops, comes right back in. I don't want to deal with that. I want to know how strong this is. Obviously, we're at that point where like, okay, we got to make a decision. But at the same time, I'm not seeing enough on this volume or this chart that says, yeah, this breakout is now. We got to urgently get into this trade right now. So I do have some time on this one, I think, especially with the way that this market has traded. I think more information that comes in on the sell side that gets defended up from the buy side will clarify whether this actually has taken out the top end. But I think for now, we are still watching, but we are getting awfully close to making a decision on whether this is still a long. Obviously, that's the only decision we're making.
Yeah.
Whether this is going to be still a long at 85 or we're going to have to back off a little bit.
Okay.
Right?
I
But
respect that.
we're definitely getting closer, and this is, at times, obviously everybody wants those clear trades, right?
Yeah, I mean, the
85's gone,
market.
let's go long.
Uh-huh.
But there's more
Be
to
nice.
it. There's more to it. There's more to it. When a level like that, and this is what I was saying, it's one thing to, mark off levels. It's another thing to be precise to the dot.
Yes.
Right? When they did that at 12 o'clock and they went right to 85,
right.
I was like, oh, this is going to be messy. Because when you're precise to the dot, that means there's no flexibility.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
It's one thing if it came up to 80 and I'm sitting at 85
And you
as a
have
level.
zones. I mean, like you've always explained that to me. You're like, look, here's how much I have to give the stock in terms of risk, and you base that upon a zone, right? And then you see if there's enough upside to base on that risk, and that's all zone related.
Yep.
No, I mean, I don't typically ever see you say this is the level. It's always the zone.
There's always flexibility.
Yeah.
There's always flexibility, and you have to be open to see, this is good selling that's coming in. I want to see how this is taken by
Right,
this.
yeah, no,
Like
I'm
if they
seeing
can
it.
handle this selling, because they're dropping it a few points
We are,
now.
we're dropping
If we
heavy
can
here.
handle this selling and come back above 85, then I think I have the information that I wanted.
Okay.
Which is like, you know what? We
Which
are
is this, is
we
it?
are going to defend this. We are
Okay.
going to keep this buy alive
Okay.
north of 85. If we go back under 80 and just keep falling off, then clearly that 85, like I said, is a little flexible, and there's not really anything there. That means we may have to move it, and levels move. It happens, or areas move. And sometimes you're thinking one thing, and then you start seeing this, and you're like, okay, well, not just yet. Let's move it around. Maybe we're going to go from 85 to 90. That's why sometimes my levels start moving on you guys the day after. When I give you guys something at 9 o'clock and I come in, I was like, oh, this level moved. Well, this is kind of the thing that happens. And right now, they're really selling it off, and I think this is exactly what you need to confirm the strength if it is there. If it's not there, obviously the market's going to fall off. If it is there, we're going to get right back up to where we came from, which is about 85, 86s, and that way we are kind of clear to go and go for the long. But right now, We're getting the traction. We're getting the information coming in. Let's see how this market handles it.
Yeah, definitely. We're getting the pause at the moment, and yeah, we're getting that hold. So I scalped out here through the 60s on Meta to de-risk in case we huadunked, but you know, we're holding for the moment. We're holding the line, holding the $0.75. We're doing that dance with the $0.75. Again, look, we got the break of 205, guys, but we went up to 205.03, and then right back down. Right, so it was an immediate rejection off 205, to be expected, to be fair, because, you know, it's the whole dollar level, right? We always get some resistance there. It looks like we talked about it being relatively weak. It is likely to encounter. So here we're going back up into the 80s now, and we could be doing another 205 test real soon, back into the 90s now. So we'll see, guys. Meta showing that it is bouncing off those bottoms, about $1 in the money, and looking for more. So I'm sitting at 205. I'm sitting on the other side of 205. I think at 04s. So for breaks 205 decisively will get filled. The spread has not been a major concern at the moment. It's been about 3 pennies, 2 pennies, 4 at the most. But you know, for some reasons at these major areas, it just appears to be an area of illiquidity, as I do have trouble getting filled at times, especially at these key areas. So. Arun, an absolute beast. Look up to you every day, man. Edgar Lopez, shout out to you.
Shout
so
out
that's
to Edgar,
a little,
Thank you.
little bromance you got with Edgar over there. Brad, Arun, do you like? Okay, what is wrong with this thing?
Go ahead. I got it. Do you like futures only for the information, or both SPX and ES? I trade SPY only due to the limited funds, but I have been studying and may try small SPX contracts.
Nice.
SPX is the cash market, no? SPX is the spot price on the S&P 500.
Yeah.
That's not tradable. I assume I assume that you mean the MES as in the contract available. So if you are learning to trade the futures, obviously the spiders is a great alternative if you don't have access to the margin requirements that futures contracts do, but also look into the MES on the CME side, which is 1/10 of the value. The margin requirements are also 1/10 when it comes to requirements. So obviously that's a great place to learn. Of course, if you have only equity side, then obviously spiders or the Qs are going to be a good way to play on that side. But I do think for me, when in the few situations where for whatever reason we have CME issues on our end, and I'm stuck trading the spiders, and the way I do it is I look at the S&P chart. I look at pretty much none of my charts change, even if I'm trading the spiders, right? And then I'll go execute on the spiders, not even worried about the prices, but I know that if it's time to get in on the futures, it's time to get in on the spiders, and then I do that, and then I just manage it through the normal chart. So I think that's the way I go about doing it.
Bless you.
All right, so that's how I go about doing it. It's a tricky thing because you are trading one instrument with a different chart.
Right.
But since they're moving together, the chart should be the exact same.
Right.
So it should not really make a difference. At least that's the way I look at it.
Okay.
All right, let's go through more questions.
Yeah, there should be plenty there.
You are not trading equities today, or typically. Nothing interesting for you on the chat or the charts. No, it's a risk thing. So I think I mentioned this yesterday. If I am on the futures, that's where the majority of my risk, or if not all my risk is. If I'm ever on the equity side, I only do it really now after having traded various markets and understanding what works for me.
Yep.
The only time I'm really on the equity side is on the show.
For the show.
Because a lot of times if I'm waiting for futures, this is what's happening, right? Which is me waiting for some sort of setup that's solid.
Your setup,
and you can wait. But the thing is, though, you guys obviously want to see trades happen, so I get on the equity side. But now, if I'm on the midday show, I'm going to do my thing.
Yeah.
Right? So,
exactly.
and I'm going to use that time to actually just go through the chat and kind of talk to you guys. So priority isn't really equity for me. It's all the money is made from the futures. So if you ever see me in trades on the normal show or the opening and closing show, and I've got a futures and an equity side, whatever the futures side is doing, that's going to be the direction of my net. Forget the equities, regardless if I have 10 winners. Whatever the future side is doing is where my money comes from. So
right.
For me, if I have 10 losers on the equity side and I've got
matter.
that one great trade on the futures,
Well, we know
it's
the
gonna
futures,
Be, it's
yeah,
going to
it
be
just blows
a
it out.
massive difference for
Yeah,
me.
of
So for
course.
me, I only ever do the equity side to show you guys and apply.
Can you just give
what I
these
do
guys a
What's
little
up?
bit of a glimpse? Like, not everybody knows how futures work. So, on the MES,
Yeah.
1 point move. What
Yeah.
is that in P&L with one contract?
MES?
On the MES, the
The
micro ES.
1 point is $5.
$5. Okay.
So look, this is what you're looking at. The
hold on. Let's just
go to
let's
all right,
just
go-
make
let's-
my point.
all right.
So 39.78 to 39.79, 1 point, one contract, $5. Now, on the ES,
$50.
1 point, one contract, $50. Correct? There you go. So you guys can get the idea, right, of what kind of leverage
Yep.
is being used here for 1 point move to result in such a disproportionate P&L. So you stand to gain a lot on moves, and especially when you have the macro picture, you're able to.
So
do
that's
that.
the thing too, right? Like the margin requirements are high, and I get why people are on the spiders or even on the micros. Maybe you don't have CME access.
Of course.
Because the micro again, it's
All
somewhat
sorts of
newer.
reasons, yeah.
So for me, the margin requirements, like for us here on the floor, I know at home it's a different story. They only ask for
course,
on a $200,000 contract, which is what the ESs are priced at. They're only asking for about maybe $10 or $12,000 in margin requirements, right?
Okay.
But on the floor here, we have to pay outright. So each contract we take is about 200 grand.
Okay, yeah.
Roughly, right?
Yeah.
So we have
That's
to,
what Dan's
we have
saying.
To, we have
You
to pay
have
the
to-
full price.
Yeah.
Right.
Dan's saying like you got to look at the notional.
The notional value.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you're dealing with here. So for us, $200,000 per contract, and if you built up a position, you can definitely put some risk on the table there.
Yeah, man.
Right.
It's,
So
it's big. It's big.
Yeah.
It's a big market to play. Obviously,
and that's the other thing too,
yeah.
is I also like to keep it extremely quiet. Like that's why I'm not a fan to be on the show, really.
Yeah.
Because like when you're starting to make trades, it's a little obnoxious, I think, to go around. Look how much I made. Look how much I made. Look how much I made.
Yeah.
I'm not that
Of
guy.
course, bro. Of
Like I
course,
would
yeah,
rather
yeah.
make my money and keep it quiet.
Yeah.
than go
Everybody's
around
a little different.
flaw.
with that.
I
Yeah.
get that. It's
No
just
question
that's just
about
not
it.
for me. So
Yeah.
especially when you're putting up capital, and you're
a lot of
you're-
respect
You're
for that.
putting up size too.
And it's
it's
no
better
secret
to have a
what the move
smaller
is.
target, I think.
Huh?
Like I don't have social media.
No, that's not you.
I don't have social media. I'm not trying to flex on anyone. I also don't care for the attention.
Yeah.
I'm not also desperate for the attention.
No.
So for me, the better or the more I'm in the shadows there.
The way you
better-
like it.
The way I like it, right? This is where I think my wife and
that,
I
man.
work out fairly well.
Yeah. Your
is
wife's
that
not like that.
she's
Yeah.
the complete opposite.
Exactly,
right?
and that's
She-
what the
she
beauty
needs-
of marriage is, bro.
She needs
attract.
It works
Yeah.
out well because she draws
Yeah.
all the attention and none of the attention's for me.
And you're good with that.
That's just me.
Yeah.
That's just I'm
respect
good with
that,
that,
man.
Yeah. So that's just how I kind of roll, and as long as I'm away from, coming in here is one thing, doing what I do. Seeing
I
you guys
think
do
that
it,
has
hopefully helping
value
you guys.
in and of itself.
Which
the
one?
fact that you have that, that you lack the need or the desire, not the need, to be in the limelight or to get.
It's
any sort
one
of-
thing to-
Yeah, that's attractive to people.
Well,
right? People
yes.
do like that because they see genuineness in that, right?
But I also think
so,
that.
don't sell yourself short.
But I
my
also
friend.
think that because we're on YouTube, it's a
Yeah.
social media thing. I think
Yeah,
there's
of
a lot.
course,
And this is what really bugs me too. There's a lot of nonsense.
Yeah.
Because everyone's trying to pretend to be something that they're not.
Absolutely.
And it gets put up, and then everyone falls for it, and then everyone's like, "Oh my God, well, this wasn't real."
Yeah.
So like that's
Of course,
kind of
there's always
that's
gonna
kind
be
of a
stuff like
motivation for me. I'm like, maybe I should kind of to cut through the clutter, but at the same time, I'm just like,
Come out there and be like,
but at the same time, that's a lot of effort. That for me, I'm just like, what am I trying to prove, really?
you're just trying to. You're
I'm just
trying to.
I'm trying to trade.
keep integrity
Listen,
in the
man,
system.
Listen,
Would
I
I
trade.
be wrong by saying that?
What's that?
You're trying to keep integrity in the system,
Absolutely.
the YouTube streaming system.
Yeah, and also these guys that are selling.
Yeah, you know
selling-
how it is out there, man.
Selling stuff like, oh, come take my course for $5,000.
Yeah,
What did you learn after $5,000? Nothing. Thank you very much for the
Yeah,
money,
and
though.
that's the thing. It's sad. Yeah, we saw the SEC take actions, I guess, and you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Anyway, Arun, we've been knocking on the door of this 205. How many times are we going to knock? Are we going to do a Sheldon? Meta. Come on, open up the door
Is
at
that the
205,
is that the
Meta.
money knocking on the door?
Yeah, that's
the
a
money
Sheldon
knocking on the
knock,
door?
baby. That's a Sheldon knock. We're looking for that 205 break. I've got orders sitting at 205.3. And then I'm also sitting at 16s or 15s, but that 205 level, look, now we're starting to move higher while the futures are moving down on Meta. So all of a sudden, Meta's become secular, and it's moving disproportionately to the futures. So I'm seeing relative strength after we saw relative weakness earlier on Meta. How long that goes on for, we shall see. But the whole thing is, we're still now at that 205 level. The futures continue to print down. You got to wonder if we get some movement up here in the futures, what kind of rocket ship Meta is going to turn into. Anyway, I feel like I'm selling it.
Yeah, no. You're trying to sell that. Like,
I know, right? No.
But this is actually exactly what I was trying to avoid with the futures at 85 when it was like, it's broken. I was like, hold on.
I don't want to take out
the
any
way
more
it's
here.
been moving around, it's very suspicious to make me think that 85 is going to be the point where we actually break out now. Let me see how it handles the sell wave, right? The wave of selling that comes in. And this is a lot of what I do in terms of, we've broken a level. Okay, how do we handle the opposite side, right? We're looking to go long. How does the market handle the sell side action? And clearly, they can't handle it because it's coming right back into 75. So now we know for a fact that this got to get moved up to 90. So we're looking at 85. That level's moved up to 90. This market clearly can't handle any sort of sell side action.
You're getting
clearly
the dump,
the
I'm
buy
getting
side
the pump,
breakout
even
was
though
not
Meta, look at
legit.
Meta, it's moving
And
up.
this is where, going back to somebody who was asking, why don't you go 80 to 85? Well, because I don't know how this is going to play out. Like, you don't know that 85 is going to get wicked out. You don't know if 85 is going to confirm. The risk that could have started at 5 points now could expand to 10. And that's the problem with taking trades a little early, at least the way I do it. I'd rather get the confirmation that I know the risk is right, and then I'm ready to go. So for me right now, the fact that it's falling off, if it falls off another 15, then the 60 is still going to be the break point. The trade is now going to cost me 30 points in risk, depending on how it bounces back up. Preferably, I'd like to bounce it back to 65, so 25 points. And then from there, we'll figure it out. So, like, for me, I would rather, it makes more sense and it's a better risk profile to work these kind of trades versus just overall just stepping in and doing everything. So here we are kind of just making more, we're just being more patient, right? I know, I see this guy over there, he's still
Look
working
at this,
exits.
man.
He's still
The
working exits on
205
Meta.
level.
Let's go to his screen.
I've been sitting at this 205.04
This
level
guy.
forever, man.
Bro, how much money are you gonna make off that?
Yeah,
Damn.
this is running. This is running.
Is quite the move
Yo,
there.
Okay, so here we go. Look at this, Arun. We're not getting the fill, man. It's coming up to those levels every time, and it's rejecting. But I'm holding. I don't care. I mean, this should run, right? We are getting a bit of a doji forming here. There we go. Let's fill, baby. We get the fill. We spend the money on that one. Now we're looking for 16s, right? So I believe I am sitting here at 16s. A bit of a doji. Hopefully we're kind of reversal here on the futures as we maybe pump back up to that 90. That'd be awesome. Please, futures, let's go Meta. Now we're getting tests of 10. We're knocking on the door at 10 here, 205. 10 I'm talking about. I'm long 91s, 203, 91. We're sitting at 16s. We're looking for a retracement to VWAP. That was the ultimate goal. We said it when we took it. A VWAP retracement. Currently, VWAP is at 205.39. So that's about another 40, 35 penny move. And a newer major high, so if we were to completely reverse trend here, a newer major high on Meta on my chart looks like 206.25. We see 206.25, that's a new major high, basically a new peak, a very clear peak. So that would be interesting to see continuation there. We're getting continuation right now as we're still knocking on the door at 10s. The futures are still, they're not moving. Meta's moving up. The futures are not moving up.
They're going down.
It's a secular
actually.
move.
They're going down.
There you
They're
go.
falling off. They're
There you
at
go.
75 now. So we know for a fact that 85 is going to have to get moved
Taking out more here, man.
90. There's a great question in there. It's like, what's the major difference between trading the futures and the stocks, or between futures and stocks? One of the big things you're going to see right off the level 2 right here, if you came to my screen, you're on my screen. The availability of different exchanges. Like, you can route your order to different exchanges, right? That's just on the front end of it. If I want an order, you can send it to individual exchange, depending on what their fee structure is. You can route the order to take out whatever you can at that similar price. You have options to execute, very different options to execute your trade. Yes. You're gonna go up for the 2 p.m., right? Are you gonna go for a TBM?
I am. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So let's go back to me. He's excited. Oh yeah, no. Let's show his.
Yeah,
trades. He's
we're
still getting out.
printing. We're printing.
He's gonna
We
have to
just
get up
got
soon.
we got 15s. No, man. Yeah. Well, yes. I'm looking 35s, 40s. I saw Neil wrote in the chat. He's getting out 206s. So yeah, I think that's probably a good. Okay, in front of 206 Neil says, so not exactly at 206. So shout out to Neil on that one. Let's take a little bit more out there. Now we're taking much smaller outs, guys. These are not the big boy outs that we've been, printing with over here. This is a Picasso, bro. This is gonna get added into Picasso. There we go. There's that continuation, baby. Let's just do this again, and we're gonna take a little bit more out there. Let it run. Let it run. Here comes that 205.30 test we've been talking about. The futures now twisting into 39.80, so it's moving.
Yo, Meta's
We
doing
take
this on
another
its
piece
own.
out there, Arun. Let's go, baby.
Meta's doing this on its own. It's getting
I'm
no help from
telling
the
you,
futures.
bro,
That's a great trade.
Thank you.
All right, I just want to finish up answering.
Go for it.
You're gonna get set up on the desk, or is Fahad?
Oh, no,
stay
we're
there?
gonna send. Okay, Fahad's gonna take it. Perfect.
Okay. So we got some time. So I do want to finish answering the question regarding futures versus stocks. Futures, obviously, leverage is a big aspect of it, right? Remember, NQ is 20 times, so every point is 20 bucks. Futures and S&P is 50 times, so every point is 50 bucks. One, margin requirements, and then obviously availability. In terms of charting, the feel for it when you look at the level 2 is going to be different. But if you look at the charts, they should roughly be the same. The way that it flows, the way it moves, I think you can apply the same charts you do on the equity side to the future side. I think you'll be just fine. But overall, I think just the execution side of things, the fine details of it when it comes to how do you send your order, well, how does it come off on the level 2, what's your spread, that stuff makes a difference on the futures. But in terms of equity right now, I mean, obviously with equity it's a little bit easier because the spread's smaller, and you're seeing that win right there in Meta. Finish it off there,
baby. Let's
finish
get
it off
the
with
bang.
your crazy winner right now.
There we go. We're gonna take a little bit more out there.
Let's go to oh, they're up.
Sharif's, yeah. Both of them are up.
Yeah,
Okay, so
can
they're
you go to
both up.
Sharif's?
Probably. There we go.
Let's finish it off with the crazy winner.
Yeah,
there
I
you
think-
go.
Yeah.
There you go. Finish that off right there.
There we go. Okay, guys. So we're holding 205. So the idea here now, I'm not gonna get out. So we said a 205.30 exit. Now I'm gonna amend that. Okay, I'm gonna amend it because I'm seeing relative strength at a time from Meta, and we're printing to the high side again. Let's take out some in the 30s. We're printing to the high side here on Meta, guys. There's absolutely no reason to get out of this trade other than to scalp babies and let it run. Sean hitting the bang. We're gonna hit the bang, but we're overtime, Maroon.
Yo, are they ready though?
Are they?
Are they ready?
Let's do this. Hold on.
All right, we're still waiting.
Hola.
Hola.
Like
There
and
you go.
subscribe today.
The chat
Subscribe
loves
and
that
hit the
too.
likes. We're going to be finishing up this show. Guys, it's been a pleasure for the week
Yes,
doing
absolutely.
this midday show. It's time for me to go back to doing what I do. You're going to be here. You got a new partner in next week.
sir.
And
Really
best of luck.
appreciate you coming on, man.
Absolutely.
It's been real, and like let me tell you, flat out.
Yo.
I learned a lot. I know you don't really absorb too much from 4 days, but
No, not
I
at all.
learned a lot, and I really
No,
appreciate.
I mean, like, it's
how
always
you
good to
having
have
me
some.
on. Yeah.
That's the thing. I'm so used to trading on my own. When you
course.
have someone else,
Yeah.
it's always you're bound to learn something. Absolutely.
Appreciate that. All right, guys, it's over. I hope you have a great weekend. They're ready for you at the big desk.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the closed show. I'm your man, Fahad. Sharif has obviously just finished the show. He'll be coming on and join after. But just to update you guys, I was on the midday show, learned how to trade. A lot of good stuff from Arun. If you didn't get to